the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
Welcome in, Dad. Let's see. We got about 8 minutes past the hour. 8 minutes past the hour, and a brand new day has started. We thank you for being with us. As always, the kickoff hour gets things rolling. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. A little note for all of you out there. Next week is Rick and Bubba vacation week, so they're off, and we'll be hosting Best Ofs. Good time gang, splitting up the week. We'll each take a couple of days and get you through the Best Of week, and so we look forward to playing some of the most memorable moments of Rick and Bubba history, and that's always fun and entertaining to look back at some of the most talked about moments, and then there's some that maybe you haven't heard, but we'll have a good time with you, and that's next week, Rick and Bubba vacation, and it's Best Ofs leading into the 4th of July weekend, and then they're back on July the 6th. So we'll have a good time together and look forward to playing some of those moments with you. All right, 9 minutes past the hour. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Everybody good?
Good.
Yeah, we good.
Fired up.
What?
I'm clearing his throat over
I
there.
know. Well, he's eating so many daggone peanuts. I mean,
I ate a few.
You've turned into one.
They're good.
Yeah. Well, apparently so.
It could be worse.
Well, I normally it's like if you have
worse.
something that you like, you eat some and then put it down.
Let me tell you what, I'm not allergic to peanuts.
All you're doing is just eating them constantly. So
Well, they're here. What
I know. Just
Come on, walk by the little bags.
I know. It's
Dandy
like they
Don.
The medium whales are
Dandy Don keeps bringing them.
Dandy Don. The medium whales are absolutely perfect.
Yeah. You just do this. It's like the bag's talking to you.
It is.
You're like, I'm over here.
What kind of day did y'all have yesterday?
Yesterday was a pretty
I was
active
here
day for
till
me.
4, so
Yeah.
whatever. Time I got home, day was over.
Yeah. It was crazy because we were talking about and look, if you've got multiple kids, you know what I'm talking about. Terry announced the other day, it's just everything's just weird right now. And I'm like, what are you talking about, honey? She's like, well, the kids are older and they've all got so many really, really important big steps in their life that they're going through, but it's all three different total things, total things, I should say.
Totally different things.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
And
what I'm here for.
But yet, neither one of them is really involved with those big steps in their lives, and neither one of them knows how invested we are in each one of them because they're also invested in what they're doing. It's just a crazy time right now. Like you got Reese, he's graduated, he's taken a huge step. He's been going through an interview process on what he wants to do in his career, and things are going well there. You got JC, he's about to return for another year of baseball, and then you got Tyler, who's coaching and teaching, just got married. It's just all a little bit crazy. And yesterday was pretty busy with all three of them. You look up and it's around 5 o'clock. It was nonstop. But it's good stuff. But you know what I'm saying? It's just
all productive.
Yeah. When your kids are younger though, and they're all at the house, it's like you kind of feel like, okay, everybody's here.
Yeah.
And I think what she was saying is
Days
it
are
just
gone,
feels weird because it's still the same thing, but it's just another level, more adult type situations going on. But
I was having a awesome productive day yesterday, and then I felt like I got called into the principal's office.
Oh no, did you get in trouble?
Well, it was loving life yesterday, and even included some yard work and some tennis clinics that I was help coaching. And on the way home, I got a phone call.
Oh no.
From some big-time folks at Jacksonville State University.
Uh-oh.
And they were like, so did you tell everybody to just show up? That's what JSU means? Did you tell everybody that on the air yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, would you say that?
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, I got caught up with you.
Yeah.
Because
You
you were
got me in
talking about
trouble.
not showing up, and I said,
Well, I didn't.
And so it was a three-way call with two very important people.
I was trying to
Getting
give
on to you.
everybody
And,
a public service announcement that you need to show up.
Yeah.
And
I did.
and that's what I was. I told them you were next to me, and I was drafting with my little buddy. And
you get called out
I
on it?
really blamed it on you. They weren't mad.
No, they were laughing.
But I'll say this: I haven't heard from those two at the same time ever.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they happened to be in Birmingham too last night. And
I wish they brought Rick's diploma.
Well, we had a conversation about that.
By the way, you'll never go by.
No,
and get that.
we had a conversation about that, and he said, one of them said, I'm going to probably send this to you or Speedy because no way Greg will get it there because they heard what you did with vegetables.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
They said they didn't want the words came out of their mouth.
I'm gonna try to get it today.
I don't want what to happen. I don't want what happened to the vegetables to happen to this diploma.
I got the phone right here.
Buddy,
got the number.
Look, he's got the phone like it's something. Yeah. Look at me, I got a phone.
Well, I probably, you know me, but.
Yeah. But I look, we had a great conversation. It was great to catch up.
Basically, you got in trouble.
But after I hung up, I thought, wow, okay, so I got called the principal's office.
I've done that. Go for a good one.
Yeah,
and I know I'm gonna pay for this later.
Yeah. Right. You got me in trouble. Something you said you don't even know about.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You'll say stuff.
Well,
huh?
Was this at home?
Just show up.
No.
I missed that. Just show up. That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, Greg, don't keep saying it, okay?
He's going to get another call.
Public service announcement to say that's not really what it means.
Well, you know we have to do an interview.
And,
you do have to show up, though.
Yeah, boy, do you.
And, of course, they wanted to know.
Got to do your work, too.
They wanted to know the Coach Abbott story that I wouldn't tell y'all yesterday.
You probably went too far with that.
And I told them that, and they got a good laugh out of that.
Mm-hmm.
You think they can look back and find my one credit I got? It was a lab, Dr. Summer Hour.
Maybe
Biology.
give you a certificate for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had fun for about a year.
Wow. And then reality hit.
When I heard both,
go to work or join the army.
Listen, when I heard both voices, I thought, okay, I'm in trouble. Here we go.
Well, that's not
getting
really
on you a little bit.
The way you want to.
So they had fun. They didn't. You know, it wasn't one of those things where it was laughed off, but I could tell. I was like, okay, so.
Well, they took time to let you know
they did. I hadn't heard. Like I said, I hear from those guys a good bit. You know, once a month.
Pretty big deal.
Once a month, worst case, I talk to either one of those or text them. But I've never gotten a conference call with both of them on the phone and them bring that up.
Did you feel bad about it?
I did. About 5 minutes into the trip home, after I'd been on the phone with them and I got to thinking about it, I was like, "Whoa, okay."
Well,
so you were just kidding, Helms.
You were kidding, but boy, we thought we'd call you and tell you.
Yeah.
Right. What
and I want to know how I got you in trouble.
Oh, I'll tell you.
Okay, you can't talk about that on air.
Scared.
Probably not. Because then it'll be another call.
Then you'll be in
That's
another
That's
level
exactly
of
right. That's what I was trying to get you to do.
Do y'all know if, and here we go, I'm just asking, market, does Dothan, Alabama, do they carry the kickoff hour?
Probably not.
I just 103.9 WD.
I don't know.
BT.
It's a good question.
We get a lot of calls during the big show from Dothan.
Yeah, I'd like to know if Dothan.
We love Dothan.
Dothan market. If y'all carry the kickoff hour, let me know.
Remember we did an appearance down there. You remember that guy showed up with that giant dog? Do you remember that?
How about Amanda?
I do.
That's
Was
the
it a car
dog
dealership?
I've ever seen. Yes, that's the biggest dog I've ever seen.
I do. I remember that. That was a very successful appearance.
Oh, it's a huge crowd.
You know, when Amanda and I get down to Cape San Blas and we start talking about for that week and we start talking about, hey, 10-year plan and all that, and we start figuring out how does Cape San Blas figure into that, when the kids go off. Dothan always comes up because that would be a place that we could both work and be closer to Cape San Blas.
Okay.
My goodness.
All right, well, the calls are coming in, so I'm going to imagine, and we got to go to break.
It's a nice place on the phone.
I guess they're listening.
Yeah. Hey, unscreened phone calls. Is this Dothan checking in?
This is Dothan, Alabama, checking in.
Oh, boy, yeah. Every line is just a ringing right
they
now.
do take the kickoff.
I've got something for y'all that I'd like to can I put you on hold? Don't go anywhere. I'm putting you on hold, buddy.
What are you doing?
All right, just hang on. I got something.
He got him a little trick.
I got a little something going on here. Just for the kickoff hour. We don't ever give the kickoff hour audience any joy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because, think about trying to get through this hour to get to Rick and Bubba. I'm sure sometimes it's a struggle for a lot of folks, Yeah. But if we gave them a little happy, maybe a little giveaway, I got something for them, and I'm just going to see if anybody wants to go.
Yep.
Well, how about that? Just as a thank you for the Dothan market. And I'm sorry for all of the markets, so y'all might could win something too. Just hang on.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As the sun comes out and small businesses are back in business, LinkedIn Jobs makes it easier to grow your team. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the people you want to interview faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Raycon Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com.
Switching and saving with Geico is easy, so you're free to ponder life's big questions. Like if a person can get discombobulated, does that mean the rest of the time they're just like combobulated? Are we humans always in a state of combobulation? Until, of course, something dramatic happens and we are discombobulated for a while. Then we go back to being combobulated. Yeah, that's probably how that works. Switch and save with Geico. It's easier than you think.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. SimplySafeBubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
Our secret to a stress-free summer, HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted, foolproof recipes featuring the season's ripest fruits and veggies straight to your door with 30 recipe options every single week. Like quick and easy and family-friendly. There's something to please everyone. Hey, the best part, we get to spend less time at the grocery store and more time relaxing. Get 16 free meals plus 3 gifts with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at a2b.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
All right, we're coming back 22 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. So I've spent this entire commercial break, Greg making fun of me. And
you try to come up with this.
And Helmsy trying to come up with something. Well, look, we've gotten busy during the show. It's been a crazy week, and we got a.
This week's been crazy.
And I got some. And I know the greatest radio stations in America that are brave enough to call Rick and Bubba home. Some carry the kickoff hour, and some start with the main show. And so I wasn't sure on 103.9 in Dothan if they were carrying the kickoff hour. But let me tell you something, they are, because you ask one question and look at these phones going nuts. And so.
You got
I was
a theme song yet?
Well, I could come up with something.
I've got two what the Helms questions ready to go.
Here goes contest, man.
I was just thinking we could just give them away.
Really?
Well, I mean, I could just say, hey, first 5 people or something.
Hey,
I don't know.
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah,
first
get
5
it done,
people.
because instead of y'all coming up with something weird.
I had some easy
I was just going to say, hey, first 5
Apples
people and then
ask
move
them.
on. What do you think about that?
I had some easy questions.
Like
too.
what?
Well, I don't want to give them away in case you decide.
Oh.
So you're not going to do my questions?
I don't think so.
They were going to be easy. Like one of them was going to be, what brand name bicycle was Joe Biden on when he fell?
Well, who knows that?
Well, that's
which brand of
which brand?
Okay.
Schwinn.
And then like another one would have
heard
been name one of the 8 teams in the College World Series. That would have been easy. Everybody would have got that.
Yeah, it's what the Helms now.
Name me a couple of LIV golfers.
Boo.
You know,
who cares about that?
I was just, I mean, you know.
I wish you and Bubba would marry the LIV.
Well, I tried. Listen, you said, what can we do? So I'm coming up with ideas.
Well, I'm just thinking we
So
just
you know what? You give them away however you want to. I'm out. I don't care.
I say let's don't even give them away.
Craig. So it looks like we've got.
Can I just sell them on StubHub?
There it is.
So we've got 423 Productions and Harley Davidson of Dothan is presenting Blackberry Smoke with special guest the Stillwoods. It's going to be July 8th at the plant in Dothan, Alabama. Tickets are available at 423productions.com. Yeah. That sounds pretty cool, by the way.
Curious. I may Google it.
It's all ages show, and kids 6 and under get in free. So that's pretty cool, family-friendly thing. But I've got 5 pair of tickets to see Blackberry Smoke. The affiliate reached out, and they love their audience, and they love the Rick and Bubba Show, and we love them. And we've just had a busy week, hadn't been able to give them away. So I thought, you know what, for people that are early risers, if you want to go, give us a call, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll put you on hold, get you information.
All right.
How about
simple.
that?
They don't have to do anything to win. We're just giving them
Is that
away.
okay?
We're just giving trophies away.
Is that okay?
Let me tell you about the plant.
Hey,
it's a former Coca-Cola bottling facility in Dothan. They've turned it into a concert.
Awesome. That's cool.
Pretty cool.
I'll tell you, I like Dothan.
Hey, it's Rick and Bubba Show. You want to go to see Blackberry Smoke? This could fall on its face.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, hang on. What if they said no? See this is what Greg wants to happen.
So that's how it went.
That's how
there.
you're gonna do it.
That's how you're gonna do it.
Oh my gosh! Every line,
I would like
every
to-
line we have.
Time out. I want to know. I want to know what fires them up about Blackberry Smoke.
Well, they're good.
What's their favorite
They're
song?
good.
Yeah, maybe they give a song name. We're just gonna give this.
We had
stuff
them in the
away.
studio that day, and they were really good.
This is
They're
too
one of my
easy.
favorite bands that came.
Hey, Rick and
to the
Bubba Show. You
studio.
want to go see Blackberry Smoke in Dothan, July 8th?
Yes, sir. I would love to.
All right, hang on.
Liked his attitude a lot better.
Yeah,
He actually sounded fired up about
Right.
it.
People get up early in Dothan.
we have no more lines available. That's how many people love Blackberry
lit up
Smoke.
like a Christmas tree.
Let's see here. Blackberry Smoke's going to be in Dothan July 8th at the plant, and we're giving away some tickets. You want to go? Sir, you
All right, but the only way you can go is if you answer this "What the Helms" question. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Do you want to go, sir?
Ooh.
Sir, you're about to get blown up.
He
Do you
said-
want?
he said yes.
did. I
Yeah,
just
he
need him
said
to
yes.
say yes a little bit better.
Guys, I'm looking at some of the people they've had at the plant. They draw some big acts.
Okay, can we talk to this guy first?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
missed.
Where are you calling from, bud?
Tuscaloosa.
Tuscaloosa. You going to drive over to Dothan? You don't mind?
We don't mind at all.
Okay, let's go.
It's not that bad.
All right,
not
hang
that bad
on.
of a trip.
All right, let's
Dothan's
go.
beautiful this time of year.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, you want to go to see Blackberry Smoke July 8th?
Let me
in
tell you
Dothan?
about the plant.
I sure do, brother.
Oh, see, I like that.
I like his
Bark
attitude.
like a dog, and they're yours.
Can you feel a good one coming on?
All right, hang on. We got
I
one.
can
We
feel
got
He
one
didn't
more
hear
pair.
you. I really wanted him to start barking.
Really?
Speed, did you not hear him, Greg? Speedy said bark like a dog, and they're yours.
I'll go back to him if you want. Hey, sir, Helmsy said you didn't bark. Will you go ahead and give us one? That's good. That's not bad.
The plant.
I think I hung up on it.
Greg's all about the plant.
Yeah, I know.
You wish
hey,
it was
Rick and
a beer
Bubba Show,
plant, not a
you want to
Coke
go see
plant.
Blackberry Smoke July 8th in Dothan at the plant?
Yes, I do.
Well, let's go. Give me the best. Never mind.
How
All
many
right.
tickets are you
That's
giving
it.
away?
That's
My
it.
goodness.
I think that's enough.
I think you gave out 6.
See, hold on. 1, 2,
Instead of
3,
5.
4, 5. 5 pair.
Okay.
1039, who carries the show there.
There's a part of me that hoped that he'd
BT.
give out 6.
We have 5 pair of tickets. It's
Well, everybody come out and look at the lines.
four-
Dothan up early.
423productions.com. It's going to be July 8th at the plant, and Greg's apparently about to tell us all about it. Brought to you by 423 Productions, Harley Davidson of Dothan. Blackberry Smoke with special guest, the Steel Woods. What have you researched them? I'd like to
I don't know about
them.
the Steel Woods, but a concert that we missed that was there, Mammoth WVH, that's Eddie Van Halen's son.
Ooh.
His band. And Dirty Honey opened up. That was a good show.
Dirty Honey or Hunting? Hunting.
Dirty Honey. That's a good band.
Is it?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Real good.
Wow. All right.
Calm down.
I wished I'd have been to that one.
Do
I didn't
you
know
really?
about the plant.
Yeah. Well, apparently the plant's got it going on. I can tell you that.
You know who's coming in July? Puddle of Mud.
Puddle of Mud. I kind of want to go to the plant. There it is.
Yeah.
I wish I could
So
blink and be in
Coca-Cola
Dothan.
Bottling.
All right, for those of
Told
you
you,
on
I like Dothan.
For those of you on hold, we'll get
Moving there.
Greg said he's going to go in there and get you information.
I'll do it.
No, please don't.
No,
do
Carl.
not. Do not. No, heck
What's
no.
wrong?
No, I'd rather drive to Dothan right now than you go get that information.
You didn't hand deliver the ticket.
Yeah. No, we're not going to do that, buddy. I'm sorry. There's,
Greg, don't make fun of Dothan.
Drake White played there. Host
really?
Bluff's on.
All right, we come
He's
back.
really good.
Greg's going to let you all know about the plant. We'll be right back.
In life, you can count on 3 things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first 2. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
As the sun comes out and small businesses are back in business, LinkedIn Jobs makes it easier to grow your team. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the people you want to interview faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Our friends at Visit North Alabama have created another amazing chance for you and your family to have an out-of-this-world experience at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Folks, this is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. Parents and children ages 7 and up will launch into a mission to space or into an aerial combat scenario in authentic training simulators. Your family will even get to dress the part in your own aviation flight suits. Here's what's included. The winner's lodging and meals are all included, and you'll also get $1,500 spending money for you to use toward your out-of-this-world family road trip package. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. The winner will be announced on July the 1st. Sign up today and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. Or go to rickandbubba.com for a link under the contest tab or the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. They all up in the house.
All right, we're back. It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, well, that was fun. Hey, we found some information out, or I did when we were in the break, talking to some of the winners of the Blackberry Smoke tickets. Their Summer Tour 2022 is going on right now, and Friday, July 8th, they're going to be at the Plant in Dothan with special guest, the Still Woods. All right, you brought up a concert that was at the Plant. Mm-hmm. And you said it was somebody's son.
Eddie Van Halen's son.
He didn't play.
Mammoth.
He didn't play that night.
Did he not?
He apparently him or somebody within his group got COVID or something. Oh. And so the other group you said that was really good.
Dirty Honey, that's good.
They played the entire show.
Oh wow!
And they said, man, they were good.
Oh, they're real good.
So, but they just stepped in and said, we'll do the whole thing.
See, I guess in the COVID world that can happen at any time, so you got to have a plan.
Yeah. Two of you are still on hold. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back to you here when we go to break. So hang tight. All right, so a couple of other things.
That's why I told you I'd do it. I could still be in there.
In the sports world.
I gave him an idea, and he talked down to me.
Yeah. No, that's what I did.
He pretty much shot you a bird.
That's what I did. That's what I told him to do. Just getting through them all in a break.
Because they won't talk.
Huh? Well, they love the show, Greg. That's where y'all get us in trouble.
Well, I'm just saying, we got, that boy asked me when we need interns.
So, Arch Manning.
How about Arch?
The number one recruit in the 2023 class. He apparently has committed to Texas,
which is surprising.
He ended his, I guess, discussion of, all right, where am I going to go? And everybody was been hanging on. What's he going to do? Apparently, he picked Texas over Georgia, Alabama, LSU, Clemson, and Virginia. He's been long considered the top player in the class of 2023. The family remained intent on attempting to keep his recruit a low-key deal, and his Instagram is private. He hadn't been an active participant in the NIL opportunities, but keeping things low-key, it's still been difficult for him to keep this under wraps because everybody's like, hey, who's it going to be? He even used his first tweet to make the announcement on a verified Twitter account with a bio that simply says high school student. And he didn't even have Twitter. So he got Twitter, made his first tweet to say that he is going to Texas with Sarkisian.
That's surprising because you got the Ewers kid. You remember we did the story on him. He was highly recruited and skipped his senior year of high school to sign with Ohio State so he could get the NIL deals. Remember that?
Yeah.
Well, he's transferred to Texas. Of course, he'll be at Texas this year, and Manning's still going to be in high school. He's got another year to play. But I'm just saying that's two high-profile guys going to be at the same place, and it'll be an interesting battle.
Yeah, it will.
And it
be.
is refreshing. And look, I'm not putting anybody down because I mean it's just
that's not
different.
your nature.
It's not my nature.
That's not. But here
I'm
comes
just
the
saying,
but.
I'm just old school, and I get it. It's a different world today. But it's refreshing to see a guy who's the number one player in the country not sit at a table with about 50 hats and a puppy.
Yeah.
And everything else to make it and fake you off. He just
You got him with
he
a
just
puppy?
released like that guy that signed with Georgia, the running back.
Yeah.
And he had a puppy. He had a bulldog.
Right. I remember that.
But my point is, and again, I'm not putting the other down. I'm just saying it's just refreshing to see a guy with this much attention go, look, I'm just going to announce where I'm going. I'm not going to make an event out of it.
Right.
Because he realizes he hadn't taken a snap yet in college.
No, he hasn't.
We got to see how you pan out.
Can't
it's a whole
imagine.
nother world.
Can't imagine having the Manning name and being a quarterback and what you feel like you might have to live up to. But I think the uncles have, and his dad's done a really good job of
that family seems to be
really
good
trying to make sure that that's not the case. But it just is because you're a Manning.
Yeah.
And so I'll be honest with you, I've never seen him throw a pass except for just highlights.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good. Do you think he holds up and he is what everybody says he is?
It's a roll of the dice every time because the game speed on the next level is just some people adjust to it, some people don't. Now, he's probably going to have, just a head full of knowledge, being brought up in that family. That's some pretty good people that can give you tips, on reading defenses and everything. But he's just like all of them. You never know.
So
the
Texas
hype is there, but you have no
Texas
idea.
and Oklahoma comes to the SEC win.
It's like 4 years, but then you hear rumors they're going to try to get it shorter.
Like 2025, was that what I remember? Something like that. They were going to try to get over the end. So
I think it'll be before that, but we'll see.
So it could be that he gets
He's
into
in
the
the
SEC, maybe his last 2 years there or something. I guess if he stays that long.
And again, guys, we got a whole nother season to go. He may change his mind. I mean, he may not, but I mean these. If I commit to you, it's not binding. So I can change my mind.
I know this is a big land for Texas and Coach Sarkisian. What do you think was the deciding factor? We got Georgia.
A lot of cash.
We got you think?
No, I'm just kidding.
We got Georgia. We got Alabama.
I thought he would go to Georgia.
We got LSU. Listen to these names: Clemson, and we're all surprised there's Virginia over there.
Yeah.
But no offense, Virginia fans, but you got Georgia, Alabama, LSU, and Clemson. And then he chose Texas.
I actually thought Ole Miss would be. I really did. I thought that may be where he ended up. With Lane, you never know when Lane's going to leave, but because of Papa and Eli, and I just thought that may be.
And timing-wise, I don't know who their starter will be this year, but he may, by the time he gets there, they might need a quarterback.
Steve Sarkisian also reacted to Arch Manning's announcement, first retweeting his new quarterback recruit, then simply writing all gas, no brakes in a follow-up post. So
this doesn't surprise me. I think what would have surprised me if he would have ended up on the West Coast somewhere, like a USC or Oregon or something like that. That would have caught me off guard. Maybe even an ACC team.
Right.
That would have probably gone, really? Okay. But the fact that he's at Texas, they're coming into the SEC, that doesn't shock me at all.
Right. So he right now goes to a high school in New Orleans. Now he's the son of Cooper Manning, and he's the nephew of Eli and Peyton, and of course the grandson of Archie. Listen to all those names. But is it, if I remember this correctly, and y'all help me, Cooper is the one. Didn't he have a neck injury? Didn't he have the neck injury?
Like narrowing
and they're
of the
saying
spine.
he might have been the most talented out of all of them.
He was a receiver. He wasn't. He wasn't
right. Correct. But he had some kind of neck injury, right? And and he pretty much had to just stop playing.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So that's his son. Is who we're talking about. Arch. Wow.
Cooper's the oldest.
Quite
of
the
the
pedigree
brothers.
there.
Yeah.
And speaking of, you brought up Ole Miss, they beat Arkansas, shut them out last night. And so now they're in the College World Series baseball finals in Omaha. They play Oklahoma Saturday evening.
And of course, I can't remember his name. That pitcher from Ole Miss, the one that threw against Auburn, he threw 9 innings, all 9 innings.
Yeah, and they love that too because they needed to save. Even though they got today off, still his name is Dylan DeLuche, I believe. DeLucia. He threw a shutout to back up what you're saying, a 2-0 win over Arkansas.
That is exactly why I give Oklahoma a slight edge in this thing, because they've had an extra day of rest. And on them arms, I'm telling you, that's important, especially getting these late innings.
Yeah, the fact this dude was able to throw 9 sure does help the bullpen and everybody else, because they didn't have to get up and get active. But he, man, I tell you, it wasn't even in the rotation. He wasn't even in the rotation the first half of the season.
How about that?
And then steps up. You just never know. You got to be ready. And he steps up and throws a complete shutout. And so now the Rebels move on to face Oklahoma in the best of 3, and it begins Saturday night, 6 p.m. Central on ESPN, the main channel, and that's the Baseball College World Series in Omaha. It's kind of cool. Mississippi State wins it last year. Ole Miss in the finals this year against Oklahoma.
How about that?
That's pretty neat for the state of Mississippi.
The old Magnolia State.
Yep. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back, and we'll continue with the kickoff hour. Then Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour. A lot of you are still calling and emailing about blackberry smoke. We've given those away. We get them away.
At the plant.
We at the plant. And Greg, I know, the plant. You love the plant. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply. If you are a man over 40, listen up, because this could impact how much you're getting done during the day and at night. The harsh reality is, once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. Here's the good news. Nugenix, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC, has changed the game again for men over 40 with Nugenix Total T, their most powerful man-boosting formula ever, and guys all over America are raving about it. Jeremy P. says, this is the best product I've found to raise T levels. I plan on using the product for the rest of my life. And how about Shane D? He says, I had no drive and was tanked out at the end of the day. After 3 months, my energy level is through the roof. I work out like most 19-year-olds. I am 47. Guys over 40, you need Nugenix Total T. And right now, you can get a complimentary bottle. Just text BEACH to 42424. It's the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. But you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424. Text BEACH to 42424.
These products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Angie's List is now Angie, your home for everything home. With Angie, you could cross your next project off your to-do list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, and we'll handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. Or browse reviews, compare quotes from pros, and connect instantly, all for free. For everything from routine maintenance to a dream remodel. Because however you want your project done, we'll get it done. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Switching and saving with Geico is easy, so you're free to ponder life's big questions. Like, if a person can get discombobulated, does that mean the rest of the time they're just like combobulated? Are we humans always in a state of combobulation? Until, of course, something dramatic happens and we are discombobulated for a while. Then we go back to being combobulated. Yeah, that's probably how that works. Switch and save with Geico. It's easier than you think.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking.
I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BEAT for a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BEAT for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code BEAT.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat.
All right, 10 minutes till top of the hour. It's been a pretty crazy little kickoff hour here. Boys, we look up and we got 10 minutes left. We've discussed a number of different things and given away some tickets, and Greg's given us information on the plant in Dothan, so we're up on that.
Now we're playing What the Helms.
We are. Right now.
I'm just kidding.
Right now.
I am kidding.
I know
kidding.
I know you got your feelings hurt just a little bit because you wanted to play What the Helms.
You owed it to me because I got you in trouble with that
you did.
person.
You did. But it was kind of a fun trouble. I mean, they weren't like really mad.
I tell them to lighten up a little bit.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Not going to tell them what Greg said.
There you go again.
I'm being kind.
Guys, I've got a kind of a weird little story here. We'll do that, won't we? By the way, did y'all know that today's National Take Your Dog to Work Day?
Really? We should have brought Coco. We should have brought the Shepherds.
Oh, they could have been running around.
I could have brought Mr. Buddy. Of course, he's shedding real bad.
You remember the time we had someone bring their dog to the studio and it took a dump in the kitchen?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I remember that too.
We've had a few dogs up the old studio.
Yeah,
we had that one that gets painted up like a tiger. We had him a couple.
Oh times. yeah, got to do that. That's a
had an employee that brought one for a while. Remember that?
Yeah, do remember that too.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I don't know how my dogs would react in here. They'd really freak out.
Bring your dog. That shouldn't be a day. Yeah, that's not allowed. Don't bring your dog to
I don't
work.
like all
What's your
that.
dog going to do at work?
I don't like all that at all.
All right, tell me what y'all think about this. This is kind of weird.
You got a total of 4 meters and 45.
My first throw was the best one. The second best one, because my last throw was the longest, but I stepped over the line. But the first one was that who counts.
What is he talking about?
What
do y'all think he was throwing?
Oh, throw.
To set a Guinness World Record.
Okay. He was throwing
a mullet. What do y'all think he was doing?
I would throw. He's throwing.
Don't Google it.
Won the mullet toss.
$100 to either one of y'all that can guess it.
Nah, I don't have a clue. I don't even know where to start.
A Swedish man has broken,
Swedish meatballs
has broken the
That's
Guinness
it.
World Record by throwing a washing machine.
What?
Wait a minute.
I'd like to see that.
14 feet, 7.2 inches.
How about, hey guys, that's pretty good. I like a video.
A washing machine.
How do you grab it and even? What's the technique?
These strong
You think
men.
he spun like a hammer throw?
Well, let's see here.
Or he just got it up and went,
that.
no, here's what he did. He got it out here and give it the two-hand push.
Yeah, well, let's see here. Boy,
Yep, I see
big
it.
man. Oh, wow.
Yep, two-hand push,
Yeah.
just like I said.
All right, so it's think of shoulder presses with the flat flat bar, and you press
And
in
it was a washing machine.
in front, not behind.
Not the dryer. The dryer's not that heavy. The washing machine's got that concrete block in it.
Mm-hmm.
So
he basically gets it up and he's holding it here on his shoulders
And
in
he
front, and he just pushes it.
He throwed it.
He
Ain't that the
threw
way he
it.
said it? Some kind of
Yeah.
accent.
He-
Yeah. Now, from Sweden?
From Sweden.
Dang, I thought he was throwing meatballs.
He's the strongest. The Swedish strongman broke the Guinness World Record in Italy when he threw the washing machine 14 feet 7.2 inches.
14 feet. Pretty good throw.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty good toss.
He was going head to head with the Dutch strongman.
It's okay.
Oh, they were having a little competition?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Apparently, the bodybuilders took turns throwing the washing machines in an attempt to break the world record of 13 feet 6.6 inches. And it looks like he did it. Swedish man.
Swedish. How far you think you could throw one?
Not far.
I can't hardly move one out of the
I don't
laundry
believe
room.
I could get. That's me. I don't think I could
With
get
hand
it,
trucks.
Get it up to throw it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see who can roll it the furthest with hand trucks.
Yeah.
That'd be what we do.
I don't know if I have enough time for this one because I'm. But let's see
I'll
what
give it a
happens
shot,
here.
see what
Okay.
We praise, we worship, we do different activities that are not only test our physical, but they test our spiritual as well.
I started getting really, really dizzy, and then after that it was like, no, we can't do this.
When I tell you I barely made it down, I had an episode in the car, almost passed out. It was a lot.
God was definitely with us. We said that too. We're up there on the side of the road, and we're thinking, if they didn't call, I don't know what would happen. We was not gonna make it.
What y'all think was going on there?
Oh, my goodness, I don't have a clue.
8 women filming a religious reality TV show called Bad Girls Gone God
Now, wait a minute.
are rescued
I'm
off
sorry.
of an Arizona mountain in sweltering heat and say cops, their response was a divine intervention.
Bad Girls Gone God. Is that what you said? And they were climbing a mountain?
Camelback Mountain in Arizona.
Well, it could be worse.
3 of the women had to be hospitalized for heat-related
Did they
illnesses.
not check how hot it was going to be that day?
They were trying to get closer to God.
Well, you don't have to climb on top of it.
Another group of hikers called 911 after the women
Camelback
started
Mountain.
getting dizzy. 2 of them had to be airlifted, y'all, down, and the rest managed to get down on their own.
Sounds like God didn't want them to get close to it. You got to send them back down.
It says Camelback Mountain was 100 degrees on Thursday, and the peak can reach up to 150
Did
degrees.
they have any water or anything, or they just take off?
I don't know. I don't know. It says here it was up to 106 degrees, and the heat just got to them. They all survived, but the group had to be rescued after hiking up the mountain to get closer to God.
Well, Bad Girls Gone
on this
God.
reality show, Bad Girls Gone God.
I've never quite heard of that one. Never heard of that one.
Think about that. Have you ever gotten off in something? I mean, I'm not talking about playing, but gotten so bad. It might have been you yesterday doing yard work where you're so
You say
bad
I'm
you're
too
starting
hot.
to get dizzy and you're like, I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
You
gotta
have?
find some shade and dump water on your head.
Yeah. I'll tell you this: the JSU Athletics golf tournament Wednesday
like
or so.
Seriously,
that's probably one of the hottest moments.
We talked about that.
You had a look, and your voice didn't even sound right.
It was so hot.
It's Speedy.
It was so hot. I didn't know what to even do.
It was bad.
Yeah.
When I was getting in trouble yesterday talking to those guys from JSU, we were talking about the tournament, and they said, "Hey, wow, it was rough.
It was unbelievable. It was a great, well done, well put together.
Yeah.
But the heat, there was no escaping it. It was one of those days where, if you have a little bit of a breeze, you can kind of get through it a little bit. There was no comfort, no breeze.
No breeze, no nothing.
If it wasn't
thin, it was thick heat.
Yeah. If it wasn't for them, they had these tents set up at a lot of the tee boxes where you could kind of get in out of the sun, and then they had the coolers stocked with Powerades and waters and then cold towels that they were riding around. If it wasn't, hey, look, if it wasn't for that, straight up, we'd have been in the handle.
Oh yeah.
Even Tyler, he's like, Dad,
how good them towels feel.
Oh,
what is that stuff they put? Is it
ammonia?
Ammonia.
Back when we were growing up, I remember that they'd have them in the dugouts, and you
So
just put
awesome.
your face in that, and you'd be like, oh,
clear your head up.
Oh yeah,
man, like a whole different
Yeah.
world.
They didn't have
like jumping in a cold creek.
There was nothing like going over getting that hose, putting it on your head.
Oh man, that was good stuff. But yeah, boy, that was hot. So anyway, this group of girls here, they got pretty hot and had to be rescued. Y'all airlifted.
Good.
Airlifted.
That's a little much.
Yeah, I know. All right, so looking ahead real quick, got a minute and a half. Weekends, looking ahead to weekends. How we looking? How we doing? Just standard weekend for you?
Yeah, I don't have anything etched in stone unless I've forgotten it, which is possible.
Okay. And you get
I'll
home
be
and
reminded.
Lisa tells you?
Yeah. She'll let me know where I'm going.
Yeah.
It's active. Kids are in tennis tournament, but it's local, so that's good.
I'm actually playing a tennis tournament.
We got some friends coming over tonight. I'll fire up the griddle for them.
Look at me.
So
Like,
outside
we
of
like
that,
to entertain.
Yeah, I'm the man.
Is that why y'all asked that question?
You gonna
so
fire
y'all
that
could jump
griddle
into
up?
this?
Oh
yeah,
What's gonna cook? A little chicken?
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's gonna be chicken.
Oh wow!
And a bunch of vegetables. I like to put a ton of vegetables on there.
Oh yeah.
I got my vegetable spot that I work, and I got my meat spot I work.
You know what vegetables I like on the grill? Peppers, like yellow peppers.
Peppers
red
will be included. Peppers will be included.
If y'all could call me,
for some reason I like the yellow one.
If y'all could call me and we could just have a conversation that Terry could hear on my end, like y'all need my help, because she claims we're cleaning house all week.
Oh no!
So if y'all could act like y'all need me,
that's terrible.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, what's coming up? What's coming up today?
Thank you, Bo.
There's speed skating supposed to be coming up, alpine skiing, Olympic hockey. There's plenty to go around for today.
Now hockey.
You're gonna crank it up on that.
You're gonna crank it up on that hockey.
And this is female, right? This is the USA and Russia play today, right?
Yes, in women's hockey.
Chris, in your opinion, should chicks play hockey? Just you're a hockey
if
guy.
they're talented enough to do it, then yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Will you watch the women's hockey?
Oh, of course.
So is our women's team any good, Chris?
I consider the middle of the pack.
Okay, and that because this is kind of your area of expertise here. How do you like our men's team?
They're not. I mean, they're good, but they're not really great. So
who's the walking
tough competition?
Yeah, who's the walking dog for the men now?
I say Finland.
Finland. What about the chicks?
I haven't seen their women's team play yet, so I would have to look.
Okay. So, yeah, because the Russians aren't as good as they used to be once we busted up the USSR, are they?
Yeah, the Russians back then, they used to have, like, really great players, but not like now, though.
Yeah, they're not as good now, are they?
I figured Canada would be good.
Canada? You'd think they would be good.
Yeah.
Can the pros play in this?
They don't, no. The NHL players do not.
The NHL doesn't want their players to play in it, so
yeah. Well, Chris,
it's a front office issue.
See, that's the little insights.
That's those little insights.
Not everybody knew that.
That's those little insights we need right there.
Yep.
So
I love how I'm streaming the hockey game, the U.S. versus Russia, but it says versus Olympic athletes because of that.
Yeah, they can't be there as Russia. They have to be there just as Olympic.
That's right,
because
because
they've been banned. The whole.
That's right.
Now, Chris, which countries combined on the women's side to give us that one? You know, they are talking about the unification of women, and which two countries was that?
I think Kazakhstan and I can't think of the second one.
Okay. I'll look
Maybe
it up.
you're
I heard
right,
a story about it. I was just wondering if you could help us. No big deal. No big deal, buddy.
Yeah.
I think North and South Korea did that too.
I think they did too. But
Yeah.
How's Mexico's
good
team? Are
story.
they any good? Chris?
I would have to scout that. They're usually not good in hockey, but I would have to check them out, though.
Okay.
You don't want to play them in soccer, though.
Nah.
No.
Yeah, Chris, thanks, buddy. I'll tell you one thing.
No problem.
I'd like a little more curling in your report.
Yeah, Greg's disappointed you didn't cover curling at all.
All right, I'll check curling out next time.
Okay, good sport. There he is, Olympic reporter Chris Wood, taking you. You can almost feel the coldness as he took you right to South Korea. Yeah. Thank you, Chris.
Felt like I was there.
All right.
We'll be back, buddy. Well done. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you need love advice, the doctors of love are in at 866-WE-BE-BIG and try to help you to get through this Valentine's Day to make it be one that counts. If you have questions, lines are available. Bubba and I are happy to help, and the other guys too, who all share an expertise. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, we'll take your phone calls on any topic you like, but with a strong emphasis on questions about love. Maybe your plans for Valentine's. Is this something that the man in your life will be excited about or not? Maybe the woman in your life? We can help you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You know, and we get all these young people trying to give us all these modern love songs. They just don't match up. I mean, how you gonna beat KC and the Sunshine Band? Please don't go. Greg, I've asked you not to tamper with the memories.
It was a great interview before that, though. Remember?
Yeah. Greg, it's almost like it almost forced me to hear that song in a different way and take out all the words except go.
Let me ask you this: did y'all even try to fake it and convince yourselves that it was okay?
Yes.
Or did y'all immediately go?
Greg, here's the thing.
I fought hard to try to like it.
I mean,
well, you had to fight real hard. Probably the toughest fight of your life.
I didn't win.
We remembered KC behind the keyboard. He had the Sunshine Band. I mean, it was a full
there was nobody cool.
stage presence. Right. And then what we saw, it was just wasn't. I guess I was expecting what I had seen before.
Well,
right?
you would.
Yeah. I mean,
right.
I like him dance moves he was trying to do.
Yeah.
Well, there was a reason he was behind the keyboard.
Yeah. I've never seen somebody have so many funky songs and have so little ability to stay with the beat.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean, it was sad. All right,
still love them though.
Oh, what's not to love?
You're talking about the 1970 something version, yeah?
Right, yeah, Greg. No, if I hear that Casey's playing right now, somehow email, hey, Casey and Sunshine, I won't turn it over.
Don't do it.
And I understood. I think we were told he had two different versions. You know, you could pay a lower rate, and you got fog machine. Tracks and two dancers.
Yeah, but then you had the full Sunshine Band.
Or you could write the big check, and you got the band.
Yeah.
And all that.
And maybe he wouldn't have danced.
No, I've seen him with the band. He still, for some reason, I don't know who let him out from behind that keyboard, but
well, you thought he could dance back
the dancers
then.
To try to do choreographed moves.
You think if he didn't have to play that keyboard, he would be. I mean, he would absolutely be, cutting loose out there.
I thought here's what we didn't understand. We thought the keyboard was holding him back.
Right.
We didn't know it was a proper.
It was saving us.
It
was necessary.
It was protecting us, not him.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour. How about you?
It brings me to
a brand new hour has begun, and we are thanking you for being with us. We start this hour with a national anthem. right, so 7.5 minutes past the hour. Let's go. A brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us, coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Big boy looking at us from the corner, that reassuring face. The willow meat behind us been put up for the week. And Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've given you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler takes his seat for the YouTubers as he's prepared for another day of gathering content and making it available for you as you watch another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Other ways to get us, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Thanks to all of our affiliates out there. You can also see an hour of the show on Blaze TV. You can listen 24/7 on our TuneIn app. You can catch us on iHeartRadio. All the different ways that you grab the Rick and Bubba content. We are so glad you're here, however you are here. How about that? So let's get him in here. Let's get everybody on the field. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongued One. The man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup. Shakespeare's worst nightmare. And the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to another edition of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Let's go! Tell me. Bubba, how are you?
I am great, Rick. I am blessed to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It's only a slight panic, as I saw on the TV feed, ketchup shortage coming.
What?
I know.
What?
I know. That's what I was
Huh?
I was trying to get you Speedy to look up.
Come on.
I wanted somebody else to see it. I was in a panic.
Goodness. Yeah, that takes the steam out of Sledgehammer.
Yeah, I tell you, we're talking nectar of the gods, little G here.
I am telling you what. So,
actually caused.
What's that, Gregory?
I said you've actually caused ketchup shortages in the past.
Yeah,
well, those are localized, just in the building or in the restaurant. But hey, we can't look. I know we've got supply chain issues. We can't be having shortage of that.
Come on, Heinz.
Well,
pull it off.
They're blaming climate change.
Climate change
is the cause
on ketchup.
I think
they got enough tomatoes.
No, I tell you what they're doing. They're having problems getting enough people that will go into the field and actually pick things.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, I had an email yesterday from a farmer, and he said they are struggling in South Georgia to get people who will work in the fields.
Can't get nobody to work.
They said the heat and the drought from in California, the farmers are saying they can't protect their tomato plants.
Right. So how'd they do it in '83?
Yeah.
You know, it'll work itself out, I'm sure. Well, I hope everybody's doing well. I'm glad to be here this morning, Rick.
Yeah, I'm too. Well, Bubba, I mean, it's next week vacation, so be best of shows will be going on. You can hear some of the more historic moments of Rick and Bubba. Everybody will be off on the 4th. and then you and I will return on the 6th. So a lot of best of opportunities, a lot of opportunities for the team to take some more time off as well as they rotate around on best of shows and all that. So enjoy it, and then we'll come back ready to roll. This weekend we talked to Dave Hanna on a fascinating man in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. He's got some really, really interesting stuff. Some of his comments on the greatest moments in sports, which was a radio show that he once did, I didn't see that coming. I thought I was very, very interested in what is his current project, which is Ambassadors of Compassion. They're trying to take on, and I think parents, it's important to try to listen to that too, about we've got a generation of young people that are committing suicide at an alarming rate, and why that might be. Some of it we talked about on the show before, but he's in agreement with some of that, and they're trying to have an organization that maybe can help with that. So that's out there, and then of course he was part of Athletes in Action and all kinds of things that he's done throughout his life. And,
He's a busy guy. Been in a lot of things.
Yeah, interesting conversation. So catch that on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Now with vacation being next week, there'll be no Wednesday Bible study next week, not a new one, and there won't be a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast either. But on both of those, it's a great time to go back and look at all the archives of maybe podcasts you missed and maybe Bible studies you missed. So, spend some time looking around, catching up on some things. I told you I met a guy in Tennessee last Saturday night when I was speaking there, and he is a radical fan. And they had a little Q&A there at the dinner, and he asked in front of everybody, if I would.
Q&A, I love Q&A.
Oh yeah, he asked in front of everybody if I would reveal what incident caused the Guntersville Treaty, and I knew then that I had a veteran. And but he said that
we're all somewhat limited in what we can discuss.
Yeah, he said that he's so committed to the show, but does not have an affiliate that's not scratchy. So he says that he does podcast archives, and he will not come into the current time. He says, he said, I took to heart when you guys said if you miss a minute, you miss a lot.
Right.
And he said, so I don't miss a minute, so I don't skip over anything.
Right.
And I said, well, how far behind are you? He said, about 2 months. and I said, and he told me what he was currently listening to. And I said, oh, you're not going to believe how that turns out.
Yeah, you won't believe it.
So anyway, that's vacation weeks offer a lot of opportunities for you to go back and pick up stuff maybe that you've been meaning to do. And here's some things you've heard about but never really heard yourself. So a lot of opportunity out there. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. I also, believe it or not, you're not going to believe this, I have a cable update again. You're not going to believe it. No. You're not going to believe it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well,
in the older years, he decided he was a dancer.
Yes, I don't know why.
I've seen it, by the way, not live, but I've seen that version y'all were talking
and
about.
And there's just a little touch there of something, too.
Yeah.
Denise.
I know.
Denise, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres.
Hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
This is not about love, but I do love this story. It's called The Miracle at the Olympic Games. A guy from Norway was cross-country skiing, and he fell at the very beginning. He was in last place, and he wound up winning the gold. And it's an incredible story. Y'all need to check it out.
Wait a minute. So he fell and then caught everybody and won.
Right. Well, he's from Norway. That's not surprising.
Well, he was obviously the favorite.
I thought you were going to say he was bitten by one of them Russian dogs. You remember they were coming through the woods, the skiers, and the dogs were just all over them.
They don't have that problem in Korea.
They caused people to fall. Yeah, well, yeah. I know.
Hey, let me ask you.
Too many farmers there.
Yeah, they ain't got that problem.
I thought what she was going to say is that there were a bunch of amateur hockey players that beat the professionals, Russians. And
I know. I know.
Now, that was a miracle. A Norway falls down and catches everybody?
I mean, that happens every time.
A Norwegian?
What's the event where they sit? They're sitting down and they have
show us, Speedy, what it looks like.
Well, I mean, they sit down and they get like this, and they have like this a little path, and then they get down, and then all of a sudden they're like, And then
That's
they
long
fly.
jump.
What's
Yeah.
it
That's the
called?
long jump.
Is that
Long jump.
it's just called the long jump? That's
know.
it.
You mean on skis?
Like Eddie the Eagle did?
Yeah, and they fly like a football field.
Yeah.
No, that's is that the
It's something beside the
It's the
long
one they
jump,
had to
isn't it?
delay because
Norwegians
the wind was
dominate
too high.
it too.
No, the reason I bring it up, did you see somebody fell on their way down?
It used to be the
and
agony of
face
defeat.
planted. I mean, I'm talking about just fell.
Do you remember
Yeah,
how bad
they lost
that
their
wreck
balance?
was? on
Is
that?
it just called the long jump?
The agony of defeat. Have y'all seen Eddie
We
the
gotta
Eagle?
see that again.
Eddie the Eagle.
Oh, yeah, I watched it. It's a great movie.
It's funny.
Funny movie. Let's go to sport. Sport, welcome to the Rick and
them
Bubba
guys
Show.
are
Go right
crazy.
ahead.
Hey, guys, y'all playing some good old loving music there for Valentine's Day.
Oh, yeah.
But, hey, when I met my wife, Smokey Robinson, had a, she's just 16 years old. Makes me think of her when I was dating her. But, hey, let's don't forget John Waite and the Babies every time I think of you.
That's a good one.
Every time I think of you,
That's a good one
He
right
actually
there.
sung that in studio one time.
it always turns out good.
He's one of my favorite singers.
What a nice
Every
guy he
time
was,
I've
too.
held you,
Hi, this is John Waite, and you're listening to The Rick and Bubba Show.
people say a love like ours.
Did he sound a little bit like a pirate?
Five 557-6960. You also can find the products at over 100 different retailers, and that number keeps growing everywhere. You can find them on the shelves. You can also go to TheraBreath.com. As a matter of fact, there's a buy two, get one free special going there right now, too. So those are all the ways you can get it. I got some of your questions you're sending. I'll ask Dr. Katz about those. If you have some questions by phone, you can do that, too. But right now, and what do you call this thing that tests
The halometer.
the halometer
Halitosis.
for halitosis, because that's when you have, and we have members of the audience,
Very brave people.
that want to have their breath tested, and of course the staff will be tested. Speedy tested his in the break, and he scored a 63.
Oh,
right?
he was good.
He was fine.
Yeah,
so
Speedy.
who do we have here?
Okay, what's your name?
Jacob Lavoie.
Jacob Lavoie. Okay, I'll give you.
All right.
Stick your tongue out and
All
hold
right,
your
Jacob,
breath.
here we go. And Jacob said he had some concerns. He said he had some concerns, and we'll see where his breath is today.
Not as bad as you think.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
He's got 67.
That's not bad. That's
67
fine.
is not bad.
That's all right, man. Yeah,
Jacob's got good breath.
Yeah, you worked on it a little bit. Now, is this your wife? Girlfriend.
Oh,
she said should be. Oh, that now it's awkward in here. Should be. So
Wait a minute. Here. They have a Valentine gift.
Wait a minute.
All right.
Wait a minute.
Stick your tongue out. Hold your
All
breath.
right. So here's his should be wife. Jacob, making sure
No
she's
pressure, Jake.
no pressure there.
Holy moly.
143.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
We may have identified the problem.
Oh no. Jacob, Bubba, you're terrible. You
Quick, grab some
got a little
TheraBreath.
edge to you today, don't you?
Right. I want to leave.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, he's talking to her about it.
9,
What?
9,
9?
9,
None.
No, 0.
0.
Oh, 0. Oh.
Well, there's the problem.
Okay. And how about toothpaste?
I don't know. Something he buys. It breaks out my mouth a lot.
Yeah, you got to be careful with toothpaste. A lot of them have detergents.
Yeah,
in
we're
it
right in the middle
that
of the
makes
session.
Your mouth dry.
We're right in the middle of the session.
Yeah, so we got
We
some
got
of the
tables.
TheraBreath toothpaste.
Speedy, you can
there.
leave.
There you go.
I don't know what to do.
That's for you.
That's for you. Okay. Oh, there you go. "21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. All right, so let's talk a little leader of the free world into where gun control is. We got some biggies on that. So let's see what we got here. Yeah, there you go.
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know?
Somebody say Basement Joe. Basement Joe. All right, so President Biden, big thing today is we have Biden has accidentally let us see his cue card. And it really does look like somebody's trying to get a child some instructions, and it's just bizarre. And then he'll make a comment about the Supreme Court gun decision, and then we have a Senate deal that's happening almost going in the other way from what the Supreme Court ruled. Right. So it's a little confusing right now. But first of all, we have the first one, just a photo, right, Adler? So it's just a photo of the cue card.
You know,
right. Please look.
I know it would be easy to make fun of this, and we will to some degree, but if I was the president and as many meetings as I had to go to, I would want a cue card for every one of them. I don't know that I need one of the points to say, take your seat. That may be a little more detail than we need, but at least he knows where he's supposed to be. And it is funny that he has that and let it be seen, though. That is kind of funny.
Well, just the way it's written is my concern. I understand having notes, and so you don't forget
Take your
things.
seat.
Yeah, I mean, the way it's written is what concerns me. I have no problem with someone who speaks all the time. Somebody saying, "Hey, Speedy does that for us. I see you write things down. I do too."
Oh,
I mean, that's not
more
weird.
than ever.
But that's not weird. What's weird is the way it's written.
Yeah.
I mean, like you're
childlike.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff I write, the people give me normally is not like I'm 7 years old.
Wow.
I mean, it's
Rick, in capital letters, it says "you," and then it says "take your seat."
I know. I don't have to be told to take my seat.
It says "you." Enter the room. You take your seat.
You give other comments.
Brief comments, 2 minutes.
So,
so
you ask Liz Schuler a question. I mean,
but with the "you" in all caps, that's just strange.
That is strange.
Well, at least he knows it's him.
Right, but I think they have to let him know that.
Yeah, I guess so.
And it says you say hello to the people in the room. You thank the participants. You leave. It has to tell them to leave. What are we doing?
I know.
But
It looks
those
it looks
things
a
I
little
don't have to
trouble.
have written down.
No.
but
No, let me tell you one of the stranger things about the White House meeting, and this is a little off topic of what we were talking about. He had the leaders of the oil companies all come there, summoned them to the White House. Didn't even go to the meeting.
Well,
you know who he met with? A bunch of windmill people. While that was going on, now he's saying he's doing everything he can to ease your pain at the pump.
Right.
But he didn't go to the meeting with the oil companies. Y'all, listen, it really doesn't matter where you fall on the political spectrum. I can promise you, and I don't think we can argue this point, a windmill is not going to help you today fill your car up.
Not right now.
No way, Jose, is it going to help you fill up your car today. Long term, I got it. I understand it.
You're right.
But we still have cars that run on gasoline, and we've got to do something about it because it is destroying our economy right now with unprecedented inflation, which is robbing all of us, everybody.
Yeah, it is. So there we go. Now next, this will tie into our talk on where we're getting a little issue on trying to understand where our country's going on gun control. Biden lets us know he's disappointed in what the Supreme Court decided.
Yeah.
Okay, so here that is.
I am disappointed in the Supreme Court gun decision. There is one little bit of solace in the minority making up the majority opinion has laid out that it affects not every state. It affects only 40 states, a lot of states it affects. And the phrase that I found noticeable was there's a difference between states that say may and say shall. If you have to say you shall give, you shall do A, B, C. They're the ones that are going to have
Look, he
problems.
picks the card up when he
Most
panics.
say may. I mean, may.
He's just playing with it.
Reversed, may and shall.
Do you hear what he
just had it all reversed?
Gun laws in 40 of these states are still in
Good
place
gracious.
based on the decision. Not good enough, but it's. I think it's a bad decision. I think it's not reasoned accurately, but I'm disappointed.
Okay, so what he's talking about? Well, he was playing with the card and mumbling, and it's just
What in
it's
the
a little
world?
hard to follow.
What you can tell, somebody tried to tell him, now here's what you say,
Yeah,
and he
may,
forgot,
may,
and he picked
shall,
his card up.
may, shall.
You need to do this may shall thing. It'll really be intriguing.
Yeah, and that is true, but it's the presentation is a little bizarro. And Rick, what they're talking about, the Supreme Court struck down a New York law that had been around for a long time that basically said the burden of proof is on the citizen who wants to get a gun permit. Have to have a gun permit. And in New York City, it is almost impossible to get a gun. You have to have somebody who is trying to kill you and prove they're trying to kill you to get a gun permit to carry. And, we can argue that, but the Supreme Court said, look, there's really there's nothing here that says when you leave your door that the Second Amendment doesn't exist.
I know.
And Judge Thomas wrote the opinion. I mean, it's just very clear. Now, they did leave open a possible exception for certain locations. It almost goes against what the ruling was, but they did put that in there. And they had asked New York City to give them a couple of places that they thought did need protection.
Right.
And now the mayor is threatening to, or the governor is threatening to put the whole city in that, which is not what they asked for. And that will probably draw rebuke from them. But it's working itself out. So they stood pretty clear on the Second Amendment with this. Like it, not, it's just, I mean, it's there, and there's a way to change it. There's a way to change the Second Amendment, but there's a process you have to do it, and saying I don't like it doesn't work. And the governor can't do it.
Well,
the mayor can't do it. It requires our whole country to do it.
I know what I'm about to say now is going to sound insensitive, but I don't mean it to.
Right.
But we got to understand, to your point, what we're arguing here. The dissenting report leads off with 45,000 people were killed with guns last year. That's irrelevant to this decision. That has nothing to do with your right to bear arms. Right. Nothing whatsoever.
Well, that's the thing.
And see, that's an emotional response, but that's not discussing where the Constitution stands and what it protects and guarantees for the citizens. That number is irrelevant to this discussion.
Well, we could make the argument, Rick, that yes, these were criminals who had guns, who were not following the law. If legal citizens were armed, how many of those could have fought back?
Yeah, but the bottom line is you're discussing the constitutionality of what's going on involving the Second Amendment. It's irrelevant how many people were killed with guns. That has nothing to do with the argument.
And then you have the Senate on the other side that has made some concessions in the wake of the last shootings, and we'll talk about that. So it appears we have conflicting views on the way we're moving with some of this.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look, that's fine.
Give her some mints and retest her.
Yeah. Hey, look, I have to. We all use it. It's nothing. Look, it's nothing you've done. That was a 140. We never had a 140, have we?
Bubba, you're wrong. Okay, stick your tongue out and hold your breath.
Did it just come out when you said it? You're acting
If
like
Greg said everybody would love it.
I know. No, I love it. Don't get me wrong. But you know how certain things wear on people better than others? You know what I mean?
You're misunderstanding.
88.
88.
You passed.
You passed. Yeah, that's it.
Anything 150 and under is great.
Right.
Not so bad. Not so
Breakfast
bad.
and everything in here.
Right. Bubba, do you want to do it? Should we? Is it every year?
Okay, here comes Bubba.
Peanut butter. Let's go.
So Dr. Cat said peanut butter's not bad. He said, now coffee will get you.
Yeah, let's see peanut butter breath.
Yeah, but he said peanut butter's
Ready?
not that
Stick your
bad.
tongue out. Oh, tongue looks really nice and pink. That's good. No, that's a good sign.
It is.
Have you noticed the size of his tongue, Dr. Katz?
No comment. 42.
Oh,
my gosh.
Attaboy, Bubsy.
That's
42.
Good. Greg, the amount of coffee
That's
you
excellent.
drink. You drink a lot of
You want me
coffee.
to try it?
Yeah, you drink a lot of coffee. Greg drinks a lot of coffee.
You know what I did? I had a mint in the break.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
Hey, hold on. Let me talk to Helmsy there. Helmsy, take a drink of the nastiest thing we have in there and then come in here.
Hold your breath.
All right.
Please look at him.
Is Greg's tongue pink like
Smoke's
mine?
come out of the machine.
His tongue's longer than I thought.
70 on the button.
Okay, that's not bad.
Okay.
That's not bad. I mean, it's not. Well, Bubba actually got tested after using TheraBreath. I mean, that'll drop you to a 42.
All right, here comes Helmsy.
All right, Helmsy, are you in?
Yeah. I've asked him to drink something nasty. Did you do that?
Adler, did you drink something
nasty?
ahead. Anybody else in the golden ticket?
Y'all realize why I hide during this? I'm so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you missed a moment.
yeah, it's not about me though. It's about them. I don't care about
Were you
me,
here?
but I can't- it's
Were you
fun to
listening?
watch. Yes, Rick.
Okay.
What I do?
Still in here.
Just do that. Stick your tongue out and hold your breath.
Okay.
He almost choked me when he did that.
Oh, that's not bad. 59.
That's
All
okay.
right.
That's not bad. All right, Adler, here we go, buddy.
All right, Adler.
Come on, Adler. Adler.
Y'all don't act all surprised when it's normal, all right? None of that.
Well, no, that's fine.
They're
Yeah.
picking on you.
Yeah, that's it. Let's see where Adler is here. Don't panic.
Adler. 51.
I'm a normal guy. I'm a normal person.
Any interns? Any interns?
I want y'all.
Zeta.
Yeah, Zeta.
Come on.
All of them.
fake news.
That's part of it.
Come on, fake
Here
news.
comes the Zeta.
We
She's
can't
the
have no
TheraBreath.
bad
Let's see how
breath
she
around
does.
No, we can't.
You can't
Okay.
answer the
Put 'em in
phone with
here.
bad breath.
No.
By the way, a silence is falling across the golden
Let's
ticket.
see what a TheraBreath user has. Okay.
They're all
A lot of
scared.
volunteers went away.
Stick your tongue out a little farther.
Don't be scared.
45.
All right,
Fake news.
Oh, here we go.
Here comes drops of Jupiter.
Here comes drops of Jupiter. Let's see what happens. Look,
Leo Jane.
don't be.
Doc, can you put a longer tube on that so you don't have to hold it? I just want. I'm an engineer. I'm always looking at
Oh,
these
no,
things.
I'm good. Okay.
You're saying so we wouldn't have to.
Yeah.
We had this thing
I think he likes
calibrated.
to hold it.
Yeah.
He likes.
Okay.
We had this machine calibrated lately.
Mm-hmm.
66.
Okay, everybody's
Okay.
fine. All right,
All right,
Maddie in
one
the
more.
middle. Maddie in the middle. One more.
One more.
Let's go, Maddie.
Maddie, I can tell didn't want to do it.
Why not?
So much coffee.
Well, that's all right. That's
Look,
why
I survived. Nobody drinks any more than I
TheraBreath was
do.
invented so you could drink coffee and still have fresh breath.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's I drink coffee too. I
Stick
mean,
your tongue out. Yeah, that's good. Houston, we have a. Oh, no. 53.
Right here.
Okay, so you guys did good.
The panic on her
Look,
face.
everybody, we're in good shape because we use the product.
That's
Hey, Dr. Cass, let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think I know the answer because y'all don't, unless y'all have this product, I don't know. What about them tongue scrapers people have?
Yeah,
Is that
we
just
do
bogus?
have tongue scrapers, but you can't remove the bacteria. They're supposed to be part of your normal
I
oral
thought that
flora.
was some bogus thing somebody got.
It helps you get rid of some of the mucus and some of the buildup. But the mouthwash, because it has oxygen and this very small particles, it gets in between the fibers that make up your tongue. Your tongue's like those shag carpets from the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's not avocado green.
Oh, yeah.
So
We
you
had
got to
that,
get
by
in.
the way.
We actually had that carpet in our house.
Yeah,
We did. The green.
yeah. So the oxygen gets in there much better than the tongue cleaner does.
So maybe sandpaper.
Depends what your tongue looks like.
A couple of questions from email, and then we'll take some calls when we come back at
Sure.
866-WE-BE-BIG. And they're both very similar. Does it work for sinus breath, and does it work for tonsil stones?
Oh, tonsil stones. We even have, if you go to TheraBreath.com, we have a special kit for tonsil stones. My daughter had that issue as well, and it is related to sinuses. We have nasal sinus drops on the website as well. We have a spray to clean out the tonsils. So go to TheraBreath.com. No matter what the oral problem is.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us. North Alabama, we are excited about another opportunity to send somebody from anywhere in the country to beautiful North Alabama in our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama, for an out-of-this-world family trip. So if you would like for your family to be considered, we'll draw for that, by the way, while we're gone. So July 1st is when this will be announced. So whoever's doing the Best Of show that day will announce this for you. And if you have not registered, you need to, because here comes the drawing. AlabamaRoadTrips.com is what you do. There's also a link, a couple of places on our website, rickandbubba.com, a link under sponsors, also a link under the contest button. Or you can go directly to the website. If you love a good old-fashioned road trip and you're an adventurous family, how would you like to go to space camp? Yeah, family camps at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama. You'll be able to launch into a mission to space or aerial combat and authentic training simulators. Also, don't forget, we give you $1,500 of spending money to customize the trip however you want, and also your lodging and meals are included. So why don't you register now, and you and your family can create some memories. AlabamaRoadTrips.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or the contest button. So, Bubba, you saw Biden sort of try to explain to us his disappointment with the Supreme Court ruling on the Second Amendment. It got away from him a little bit when he tried to get "you may" and "you shall." That kind of ran aground there. That was not pretty. That was difficult to watch. But you said the Senate has made a ruling that seems to be headed in the other direction.
Well, we had a bipartisan group meet and try to find out where there was some common ground they could make some changes on. They felt like needed to be made, and they came up with some fairly mild steps in this. It is limiting though. And it was brought to the Senate floor and passed 65 to 33. Actually, a vote to have the vote, but it'll reflect very close to that.
I got you. Yeah.
And it's just some very mild changes to this. There is some red flag laws involved. They also agreed to fund $15 billion to help states implement red flag laws to keep gun owners from high-risk owners and expanded background checks.
Does that seem like a large invoice for simply implementing some paperwork?
Well, I think probably a lot of the computer systems in some of these states are not where they need to be on that.
All right.
It passed with 15 Republicans, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. And he said the measures would have no impact on Americans' Second Amendment rights, although some Republicans disagree and they're not happy with it. So we will see how that all plays out. But some of this it has been a problem. I don't know how you address it. This boyfriend loophole where a family member will get a gun and give it to somebody who shouldn't have a gun or who has already been red flag to get a gun. I don't know how you prevent.
I was about to say, how in the world are you going to stop that?
So anyway, that's working its way through. So you have, and it's not near the steps the Democrats wanted. It's mild. Some people happy about it, some unhappy. Some saying it is common sense. Some saying any move against the Second Amendment is a move against the Second Amendment. Don't want it, don't care for it. So it's a little all over the road. But you have the Congress working one way. It looked like in the court. Peeling back some laws in the other way. So it is democracy in action, as always.
So back to what you said about this crazy, they call it the boyfriend thing. I guess it could be a spouse, too, if you really think about it.
And the red flag law, where they could and they will open up juvenile records on that, too. So, if you had a problem as a kid and you turn 18, you can't just run in and get a gun because now they can. And there's some due process in that. I saw where some of the senators said not enough due process. So we'll see.
Well, it goes back to this. We bring this up every time. We can understand the common sense of red flags and people that shouldn't have guns because they can't be trusted with them. But where you run into problems is who gets to decide what the standard is for you not to have one.
Well, that's the thing.
That's what we got to agree on.
If you have a due process where you have to go to a judge and you have to have a hearing and both sides get to make their argument.
Yeah.
That is more down the lines of what I think most Americans are looking for.
Yeah.
Some guy in an office somewhere deciding thumbs up, thumbs down, don't get it.
No, you don't want the government to have a tyrannical control over that because they'll come up with all kinds of reasons why you can't have one.
Yeah.
And if you look at all the tyrannical regimes of the past, remember every single one of them, and I heard commentary on this yesterday, and I forget which one it was that had studied that. The two guys that have taken over for Limbaugh, what's their names?
Clay Travis and Buck.
Yeah, so this feels a little more Buck Sexton to me that he would do this kind of research as far as the history of tyrannical governments. But we all knew this anyway, but he was naming off some I'd even forgotten about. And he said every single one of them, they took over and they started plowing over people's rights, all under the guise of, I'm sorry, we have to do this. It's an emergency situation. And this is for your own good, and we're in extreme conditions, and unless we do this, there's no hope for anybody. And you could see where guns could fall into that category.
Yeah, and
they love when you give them up.
Like I say, history is supposed to be our teacher to future events. Right. If you go back, and I won't bore everybody with the details, you can look it up for yourself, but Nazi Germany took up the guns. And you may remember Hitler made a speech about how safe that the German citizens were going to be because of this, that they probably wouldn't even have to lock their door. And you kind of see how that went south. So I think you have to always be aware of people selling your safety by disarming you.
Right. And remember that. It's always going to be emergency. We got to, oh my goodness, how can we go on? And the only way, we got to give the government more power because they're the ones that will make us safe. And if we just don't, we're going to have to give up some of this, guys, for our own safety. Mm-hmm. And boy, when you start that, every single regime in history that ended up being wicked, evil, and tyrannical, that they from the same playbook.
Well,
so you got to be careful with that.
If you have a well-armed citizenry in Germany, you don't have a Schindler's List.
You don't.
You don't have all that going on because they would have stopped that. Yeah. And so it's difficult. It's not easy. Well, and it's you have to look at history, hopefully learn from it, and not repeat its mistakes.
Well, you said it the other day, and it's not talked about enough, I don't think, that Japan, when they were discussing whether they were going to attack us, like, say, from California, the reason why they didn't was because they were educated on the Second Amendment and said, you realize that all these citizens, most all of them have guns.
Yeah,
we'll never pull that off.
Yeah, we were looking at some articles about what the conversation was behind the scenes with the Imperial Japanese Army when they were going to attack the United States. Eventually, they decided on Pearl Harbor and to try to limit the military's ability, but there was discussion about actually invading California. And one of the higher-ups there had actually lived in the United States and for a period of time and was very familiar with California and said, no, y'all don't understand. Said, we've invaded some places that couldn't fight back. Said, these people will fight back. And he's, the famous quote, there's a gun behind every blade of grass, eventually worked its way.
Of course, now California would just surrender to them.
Right.
But in those days.
Especially if they killed any animals.
Right. They may mess up some whales on the way in.
But knowing that, I mean, that's a real-world example of knowing that we were could defend ourselves on a personal level that prevented a military from trying to come, and it changed their plans. They decided to go with trying to just kick the legs out from under the military in the Pacific Fleet, which is what they did for a period of time.
And we saw it recently here, said it a bunch of times, going to say it again because it's on topic, but because some of you may not have heard it the last time. All you got to do is remember the summer of riots when everything was being burned, destroyed, and people being punched and all this. It never happened in suburbia. And the reason why it never happened in suburbia is because they couldn't pull it off because the people are armed. All that happened in places where people would not be armed. And the people who were armed kind of shut it down. And so remember all that when you start getting afraid or you see some horrible images, which are terrible, when people abuse this or people break the laws that we already have. But be real careful what you give up through emotions and not through thinking logically and understanding why we have this right and why it is important. And it's important because you can defend yourself against mobs and a tyrannical government. You at least have a chance. And that's what it's for.
What did they do in the Ukraine immediately when the Russians attacked? They started handing out guns.
Yeah, they did. Sure they did. Yep.
And look at the trouble the Russians have had.
Yep. We'll be back. More to discuss, and we can do an early phone segment with you as well. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available, and we can chat with you when we come back. And then more to come as we do the Friday edition of another Rick and Bubba show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dog breath, we take care of that.
So you were telling us that.
What is tonsil stones? I have never heard that.
Is that the
term in my life.
cryptic where they catch
food
and stuff?
Yeah, you get white little globs growing in your tonsils.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the mucus as it drains, it collects in there and grows over time.
So, yes, you do address that specifically at TheraBreath.com.
Yeah.
But you have products for dogs?
Yeah. It's a rinse. You put it in the dog's drinking water. And as they lap it up, it contacts the tongue where the bacteria are. All mammals have a similar issue.
Right.
I haven't tested all mammals or marsupials.
So yes on the sinus and yes on the tonsil stones.
Oh, yeah. We take care of that.
Yeah, TheraBreath.com. You want samples today? 1-800-557-6960. That's 1-800-557-6960. They're looking at that. The other thing I don't understand, I know this has become very mod now, and this story's been out a while, but now it's made it into the Daily Mail today, that a Minnesota district has dropped 2 classic novels citing racial slurs. Now, we've seen this thing before with the Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, and I guess we can put that over here. The one I do not understand is they're removing To Kill a Mockingbird. Harper Lee was taking on racism. I mean, the book is taking on how African Americans could not get a fair shake in a white supremacy society that did not treat them fairly.
Yeah.
And this is calling that out and saying that this is wrong and this is evil, and we're going to remove To Kill a Mockingbird because it has racial slurs in it?
Well, that's the whole thing, Rick. It's style over substance. It doesn't matter what the story says. It has a word in it I'm scared of. I can't have in my presence.
Well, you're missing
Which makes no sense.
But that's what I'm saying. It's very short-sighted. That is always be considered a great, American, piece of work, and it's
the best.
Stand up. Your daddy's walking by. The only guy that would stand up and fight against the racism in his own community.
And you're going to take it out because some words. It was basically there because during that time period, that's the way people talk.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's also used negatively in the book.
Exactly.
It's used negatively in the book, not positively.
The thing I think is a little scary about that is it reminds me of the old Soviet Union, how they would rewrite history.
Yes.
To mirror what they wanted the message to be that day. Look, the world ain't perfect. America hasn't been perfect. We as people are not perfect. But I think when you see that in history, that helps you to strive to be a better person and a better society and a better country. And I think when we, I hate to use this term in this case, whitewash it like this, you lose that. And I think while it will make a group of people go right now, yeah, we showed them, we changed something. But I think in the future it's going to hurt their cause.
Listen to the lack of wisdom from Stephen Witherspoon. And I will tell you this, sir, with all due respect, you lack wisdom, especially trying to be the president of the Duluth chapter of the NAACP. Our kids don't need to read the N-word in school. They deal with that every day in the community and their life. Racism still exists in a very big way. Have you ever read To Kill a Mockingbird? Because it appears you haven't, because your statement sounds idiotic about the fact that the book takes on exactly what you're claiming the kids need to learn. That's what the book's about.
And if you're going to sanitize the language that we all live in, and I'm not against that. I've said many times I don't know how to cuss in Russian because I don't hear it every day. I couldn't say a Russian cuss word if I wanted to because I don't hear it. But if we're going to get to our end means by sanitizing the language, we've got to start with our music. That's how you get rid of it first. There's a lot more of it in our music than we have now. But if you told an artist you can't use that word, they'd lose their mind.
And we're talking current day.
Yeah, that's right now. That, hey, that's what I do. That's how I say. That's how. Well, what is the difference if that is your defense of that?
Yeah, I'm
with
expressing
Harper
myself.
Lee. Then
I would say Harper Lee's book is historic in the fight against racism.
Well, it's
I mean, especially a white author.
You can outsmart yourself.
Writing this book, who lives in Monroeville, Alabama, and takes on this controversial topic, and in order to make it real, the words in the book, the word is worth it to teach this lesson, because you can't teach history with acting like parts of it didn't happen.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do.
I don't like seeing the pictures of piled up bodies of the Holocaust, but it's effective.
Yeah.
Because I
tells the story.
I don't like seeing the pile of shoes that they took. But you know what? When I see it and I see those bodies and I see those shoes and I know what it represents, I understand the evil that was taking place. And this book uses those words to point to the evil and the injustice that was going on. And you think that's not a good book for African American children to read and to understand? It's a great book for everybody to read and understand. That's to me, that lacks wisdom and takes away credibility for what you're supposed to represent, in my opinion. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba.
Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. And you, the people, look, let me tell you something. Some of you probably will enjoy a break away from yours truly, Rick and Bubba, but I just want you to know we're not going to talk for a while. I mean, after today, there'll be no chatting until July the 6th. So you'll hear recordings, but we won't be here to interact about what's going on. So let's hear from you at 866 We Be Big. And we'll try to do more phone segments maybe today than on a normal day, just because I'm going to miss you. I mean, Bubba, we're not going to be talking to our besties. so let's go to Sheila in Birmingham, listening to us on ZZK. Sheila, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I was watching Hannity last night, and they were showing different clips of liberal politicians, with their remarks about the ruling, the Supreme Court ruling. And one lady, and I can't recall who she was, she said, New York City's going to look like Alabama. And I was like, wow, that is just a compliment.
Yeah, we only wish, don't we?
Yeah, I've been there. It doesn't look anything like Alabama. Yeah. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. But I'll tell you one thing. Where I live, we didn't have anybody attack us. That would have been a bad mistake. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Anonymous. Anonymous, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey guys. Hey, here's the thing that a lot of liberals are not understanding. You can get a gun easy, but the thing about it is, I work in a manufacturing industry that I can make a gun. I can make a gun easily. I've already done it, been there, done that, got the T-shirt, and shoot the gun periodically to prove that I can. It doesn't take that much to get one. They can ban all they want to, but the problem is you're going to have to ban machine shops.
Yeah, you definitely can make them, and I mean, you said it was easy, but honestly, every gun I've purchased, they got on the phone, they called, they did a background check on me. I mean, it's not like they just hand me one.
Yeah.
We continue. Taylor in Alabama. Taylor, did you fail the TheraBreath breath test one time?
Yeah, so I was watching all this morning on YouTube, and I seen the dreadful episode of me failing that breath test.
Okay.
And cool. And I gave my husband, or boyfriend at the time, the hardest. I was like, your breath is nasty. It stinks. You have cat. And I always brag about my breath and my teeth. And then I began, I told me y'all show, and I was humble. And I have never again said anything about his breath, my breath, anybody's breath. But also, to be fair, I had just had a baby. I lost all my hair. I was like 80 pounds. I probably forgot to brush my teeth that morning.
Right.
I was with the baby.
I think you may be the only person to ever fail it. I don't.
Rick,
that's not true.
You remember
we
tried to fail it one time. We had somebody. I don't remember. Was it you? Who, somebody ate a bunch of stuff and tried to.
Yeah. Remember, we went next door to that other business. I think it was ITAC, and several of those guys that we used to work out with us.
You're right.
One of them failed.
Oh, you're right. No, you are right. Yeah. Well, Taylor, look, is your breath better?
Oh, yeah. And I've lost 70 pounds. My hair's back. It's a good time right now. But back then, woof.
All right, well, look, we all have moments. We have moments where we wish our breath was fresher.
Back to brushing your teeth.
That's why I take those lozenges with me, so you can be ready.
Lozenge.
Thanks for the call. Wish your sale had been better, but because you had a good topic.
Rick, I was going to ask you, is my upper end hearing rolling off, or was you struggling with that too?
I started to make a statement, but I thought it might be a little mean.
Yeah, too much after she failed the breath test.
Yeah, right, what I was going to say is, I don't think your breath has gotten better. It's ruined your phone. and I thought, well, that won't be very nice.
Yeah.
So I'm glad I didn't say it.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking, surely they can't hear this either.
Right. Hambone. Hambone, have you heard?
Very good.
Mama gonna buy you a mockingbird. All right.
That's right. What's going on, Megan?
Fired up. That's all we know.
Hey, so I've been calling the last few days, and Rick, I thought you might be afraid not to answer or something.
No, I just don't. Well, you know how I am about people who call too much. Are they called too often?
I've been on like a year and a half hiatus.
Yeah, well, I was putting you on the bench, and now I'm bringing you in the game. So make it happen.
Well, so last week we had a water damage at the old Red Velvet Studio, and my company went out there and done it. So
really?
I got to do a little bit of Rick and Bubba history while I was out there. I reminisced on the old building.
How about that?
Walked around it.
Did you tell the leak it missed?
Did you go down there and see Big Boy Bluff and say, right here's where he stood?
Right there's where it stood. I remember being a young whippersnapper when y'all was in that building.
A lot of memories there.
Yeah. Hey, the second thing is we need to do something about all these COVID commercials coming on ZZK.
I'm telling you, man.
It's like every It's ridiculous.
It seems
commercial break is at 2 or 3.
That's all that.
Dad and son.
That's all that.
The changes.
Yeah, that's that federal money. You know, it cashes just like everybody else's.
Look, we're just here. We're just here to let the word get out. You make your own call.
Yeah, I've never heard so many COVID commercials in my life, and they're all. It's almost like they're saying that we still got this money laying around, and we're still buying commercials, and we're still talking about this same old stuff. And it's hey man, there's a lot of them, and I hear them too, and I just kind of and I really believe no matter what happens moving forward and what they're gonna run for a while. But the thing is, like, they'll run the same one twice in the same break.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
Rick, we got Fauci today. He's got some information.
I can't wait.
If you're indoors, what you need to be doing.
Nobody is worried about Fauci.
Right.
Fauci is a non-issue today in the world.
Yeah. Fauci,
big zero.
Yeah, Fauci is. Fauci,
if I had to list 1,000 things on their importance today, Fauci would be -3.
Do you remember the movie Groundhog Day?
Yes.
Do you remember that guy that he went to school with and he kept repeating and he sees him out on the streets?
Yeah.
That's Fauci to me.
Yeah.
It's like I thought we were done. Once we all grew up, I didn't even want to see you anymore. And Fauci keeps showing, I'm Fauci. Put a mask on. And I'm just like, oh, will you please go? We're done with you.
That was a pretty funny movie, by the way.
Very funny movie. It was
Sonny and Cher waking him up every morning.
That was really good. Yeah. Does anybody care? I hate to break it to Fauci and all these people. We have something that entered into our world, and it's a new way to get sick. And when people get sick, they feel bad. They stay home. Then you go back, and you hope that for you it doesn't go south. It doesn't go south with near as many people anymore. It doesn't seem we seem to have treatments for it. Anything, pneumonia can be bad, flu can be bad. Now, how about this? This virus can be bad, but in most cases it's not. You just feel bad and you get through it. And so we've moved back into the damage that we did shutting down as long as we did unnecessarily. We're still recovering from that, so we're not going back. Mm-hmm. So if you get sick, stay home. There's treatments available. Use them. If you think that being vaccinated will help you to not have it as severe, then that's your decision. If you think that you're healthy enough and you're probably going to get through it anyway, that's your decision.
Is it troubling to you they're wanting to vaccinate all these kids so young now?
Let me tell you this. We will look back on that if we continue down this road of shooting this stuff in these little bitty kids. We will regret that decision. That is not the way to go. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, let me talk to you a little bit about real estate agents that itrust.com. Now, what this is, these are real estate agents that have been vetted out. I mean, there's a team standing by, and they say, hey, let's look at all the Rick and Bubba markets. Let's go into these markets, and let's vet out the real estate agents there. So if anybody watching Rick and Bubba, listening to Rick and Bubba, and they're buying or selling a home in any market, you're leaving one market, going to another, whatever the case may be, we will put you in touch with a real estate agent that you can trust. No part-timers. These real estate agents have long records of expertise. They've got all sorts of rave reviews about how well they handled the situation for many more people before you ever contacted them, okay? Rick, how in the world can I just have you guys point me to the right real estate agent? Simple. All you have to do is go to realestateagentsitrust.com. They're almost anywhere you want to go, okay? And provide us with some basic information. The team's going to contact you and then going to make an introduction saying, this is the real estate agent that we trust. This is who you need to deal with. So go right now. The best agents in every market. And if we don't have one in your market, we'll find the one nearest to you, okay? So go to realestateagentsitrust.com. Take all the anxiety out of selecting a real estate agent that will do the job and get you the most for your house and also get you the best deal on the one you're buying. The late Tom Petty with the Heartbreakers.
Wow, it sounds funny to say that.
It does. Have love, will travel. We do have a lot to talk about. Also, we'll look back at the Valentine's Day yesterday, if any of you had that. Like I say, for me, it was kind of, it was all kind of done. I kind of had everything put up by the time we got to the actual day because of anniversaries and just looking for the best time. But I will say this. I will give my wife props on this. We were headed back home from her practice yesterday, and a wonderful text did come down with a picture of the grill with four nice steaks on it.
Wow.
She said, got steaks on the grill. Y'all come on home. And so we did have a little Valentine's dinner with some steaks, and it was good. It was really good.
We had a very, what I call low budget, low hassle Valentine. We ordered pizza, and we watched TV on the couch.
There you go.
Yep, I did see, and with all the stuff going on, too, it's interesting to have this Waco thing they're showing right in the middle of it. But watched a little bit of the latest episode of that last night. So
I'll watch it tonight. I DVR'd it.
Yeah, well, I had the weird thing. I didn't really know where on my cable package was the Paramount channel, but at least I found it now.
Oh, yeah, good.
I know it is. You have to. Sometimes you go because they change the names on them so much.
Right.
You're like, do I even have this? But anyway, we had that another school shooting. It's horrifying. It's almost like you hear these things, you're like, well, here we go again. So we'll look at it. Obviously, all the normal players are doing their normal things, and I think, I don't know, Bubba, maybe there are others, and Bubba and I were talking in the office this morning. Maybe there are. I hope there are. But I really think that on this show, the way these things should be addressed, and no one seems to want to do it, is correct. And that is a comprehensive look on why these things are happening. You can't just look at one thing and think you're going to fix something. When you have a problem of evil, you've got to look at the whole picture, top to bottom. And how about this? And I think, Bubba, you said this one, you agree. I'm willing to do that. If we're willing to have a comprehensive look, and it's got to be top to bottom.
Oh, absolutely.
We got to look at everything that is contributing to this kind of behavior. And it's much bigger than how many clips you can have and how you can get a gun. It's much bigger than that.
And a lot of people don't want to look at it that way.
No. And if we want to also make some reasonable adjustments on that, I'm open to that. I know some people are not. I am, but it's the great analogy, and it really is. It's so many things, and we've said it 1,000 times, but it should be said again. You can't mop on the first floor if the toilet's overflowing on the top floor.
Right.
I mean,
right.
If the second floor's got a toilet overflowing, mopping on the first floor is not going to solve it. You got to get up there and stop the leak.
Yeah.
And that leak is going to include a lot of things that we've laid out before, but we'll try to review that again. The latest on the shooting is 17 confirmed dead. Others are in the hospital. The shooter is in custody. He is alive, which is a little new twist on this. And they are talking to him. He tried to sneak out with the people leaving, which is why they put people out there as people are leaving and make you put your hands up, and they examine everybody as they're all running out, because that's one of the ways somebody can try to escape.
Oh, it was very calculated.
Yeah.
The day, the time of the day, the fact it was Valentine's Day, all of that played into a calculation of how he could have the best chance to do the most damage.
And the fire alarm, and they had actually done a fake alarm earlier in the day.
Practice,
and then he pulled it when he came in that afternoon. And
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. And Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adt are all here. Vacation next week. What an opportunity. What an opportunity for you to go back in Rick and Bubba history and hear some of the more memorable moments in Rick and Bubba past. And, of course, a Rick and Bubba replay on the 4th of July. Everybody will be off that day. We come back all together ready to go on July the 6th. And we hope that you all have a great week and a great 4th of July and everything next week also. This weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a brand new one. Dave Hanna, our guest, fascinating guy. I think you'll enjoy the conversations and discuss some of the things the discussion that we had. Spit it out there, Rick, you little woodchuck. So that's this weekend, and catch that wherever you get podcasts. Next week, there won't be a new Bible study, and there won't be a new podcast, just FYI. Bubba, I have an update. You're not going to believe this. The never-ending Rick tries to remove a phone line from his home. Yeah, I know. Look at them. Everybody here's shaking their head. They're like, Rick, please tell me there's not more.
Rick, once you check in, you never check out. It's like the Roach Motel.
Yeah, I think that they're just telling me, Rick, by golly, you're going to keep your little package you got from us the way it is, and you better not be tampering with it. You better not touch it.
No, and we don't want no lip about it.
Well, there's got to be something's got to change in the world of customer service. It's as if when you deal with customer service with these big companies that nobody talks to each other.
Mm-hmm.
That the problem is, and I don't know who's in charge of, y'all need to have some summit or some meeting where everybody from the customer service person who does this to the customer service person who does that to the people who put service people in the field, then the service people in the field, and then everybody at all of your retail locations or your brick and mortar. Okay, all these people need to be in the same room at the same time, and y'all figure out what your policies are.
Rick, they got an email.
Yeah. Okay.
What more do you want?
Right. Well, it's probably a papa can. So anyway,
That's good.
Pop life. Everybody wants a thrill. So here's what I was told. Now, remember, I've been told several things that aren't true.
And received equipment in the mail.
People tell me what to do. So when I received the horse head, I'm sorry, the modem that would get me the very thing I'm trying to cancel. I already have one of those. And I'm trying to not have the phone line anymore, but I want to keep the internet and I want to keep my viewing package. I'm very, very pleased with that. And so anyway,
video.
I was told, I said, hey, I went through the whole routine I've already told you. I don't know why y'all sent me the horse head. And people looked online and said, hey, they didn't cancel your home phone and they've ordered you some modem. We don't know why. And then I got through all that, and the guy took 45 minutes to finally get it all resolved.
Done.
Then I said, what'd I do with this modem? And here's what I was told. You can either, what does the word either mean?
That means
you have a choice.
You have a choice. There's a Y in the road. You have left, you have right. You have one, you have two. You have one, you have zero.
Now keep in mind, everybody admits that I've come a long way, but there's one thing that I think can still be, because we want to try to be Christ-like. We want to try to be like the Lord that we serve. But even He is slow to anger, but that doesn't mean He never angers. Okay, He's slow to anger.
He turned the temple tables over.
He's slow to anger, and I'm being slow to anger. That doesn't mean I never anger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I'm kind of at the end of the rope on this thing, as you can probably imagine, right? Reasonable.
You've been going slow as long as you can.
Hey, is that reasonable?
Yeah.
Is it reasonable?
Oh,
right.
Rick.
Yeah. So
I'm surprised you got this far.
You can either take this modem to UPS. That's one option.
Okay.
Right? Because he said either.
Yeah, they'll scan it and send it back.
Or you can drop it by one of our locations.
Okay.
Which is easy.
Which I've done in the past. I've taken equipment back to a location.
Right.
But it has to be the right location.
Either. Okay. Didn't say that. None of that. So you know what I do? It's a weird concept. I Google this company's name and nearest location, nearest brick and mortar.
Right here.
Yep. So I say, all righty. And I'm out in my day, and I got things I got to do, and I'm heading to a little. I even got a dinner, coming up, and it's hot, so very hot, and so I'm trying to get everything done. Trying to get. I'm now trying to get to where I'm gonna do a little better, then go home, take a shower, head to the dinner. So I'm knocking stuff out left and right. I'm being very efficient. And I'm loving it, and I've had a very efficient week, and I love that, except for all this, and they're right there in the middle of it. So I walk in, say, hey. Just want you to know it's still in the box. I didn't even look through the little plastic window. I haven't taken stuff out of anything. I was told to bring this by here. No, you got to take that to UPS. And right then, it's almost like
believe it.
It's almost like the two people that were in there, they could sense it. They didn't know anything going on, but they knew just by my face. And I said, oh no. No. I said, look, I'm just going to tell you straight up, you're going to take this box.
Yeah, I'm not leaving here with this box. Not after what I've been through.
Hey, there ain't no way I'm leaving here with this box. And he looks at me, he says, well, you need to take it to UPS. And I said, no. I said, your company told me that I could take it to UPS or I could bring it by one of their brick and mortar locations. You're a brick, matter of fact, you're new and you got a nice building.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm dropping it by here because it's what I was told to do, and it's what I've done before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, it's got right there. It's got the UPS thing on it. You need to take the UPS. And I said, I don't know how to say this any clearer. I ain't going to UPS. Okay.
Right.
This is my last stop.
Somebody's
today.
taking this box.
This is my last stop today dealing with y'all.
And
Okay?
he had no idea what even took place up to that point.
I will. Let me tell you. I will not leave here and go to another location.
That's it.
And drop this box. And I said, look, and I want you to know, love you. You know. And
You said that?
I did. I said, I love you.
Okay.
I love you, but you need to know that there is no scenario that I leave here with this box and you're taking the box.
And they said,
and he said, okay. I said, now maybe you want to take it to UPS.
Yeah, that's
with
you.
I said, but let me tell you this, I ain't taking it.
Right.
Okay. I said, I have dealt with y'all for 3 days now. Okay. And I'm done. And my last thing was to bring this to you
That you didn't order. Don't forget that.
I didn't. I said I didn't order this. You sent. I did say that. You sent it to me. They told me to bring it to you or UPS. That means there was 2 options. I picked this one, and I said so. Exactly what I said.
Are you still holding the box at this time?
but now I'm handing it to him, wanting him to grip it.
All right.
And I said I need you to take this box away from me, and I want to get my truck and leave.
Are there other customers in the showroom?
There's only 2, which was weird. There was nobody there. You ever notice this? If you pull up with nobody there, 2 people will get out as soon as you get there.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Haircut, same way.
Rick, when I can go by a drive-through, there be nobody in it.
That's right. I do.
I can put my blinker on, get in the turn lane to go across the highway.
Mm-hmm.
6 people will turn in, making a right-hand turn in front of me every time. I don't know what it is.
And then, Greg, my new therapy.
They see me and they make a move.
Same thing happens to me. My new therapy worked. I said, sir, I just want you to be reasonable. And I said, what I've been through with your company this week is unreasonable. And it is reasonable for me to follow the instructions of your company. Now, if you don't like people bringing stuff here, you need to talk to your company because they told me to.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And so that's between y'all. Y'all
They
work,
told you a lot of things.
y'all work that out. And if UPS is the only hope, then I would like for you to take it there. Because I'm not going to, just so you know, it's not going to happen. And I said, so I'm still reasonable. I'm still
barely.
I said I'm still bringing about something that I never asked for. I shouldn't even be doing this. This shouldn't even be in my life right now. But it's fine. Life's not perfect. But you're going to take the box because I ain't taking it out of here. I will not leave with it, just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
Sam, I am.
I will put it on a table in here.
Right.
But
whatever.
But there's no
Did
way.
they scan it?
No. He said, I will take it to UPS. And I said, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I left.
Now, you know what that means. They'll never get it.
I don't
No, and they'll be charged for it.
And they're going to keep charging you and then turn your service back.
Oh, I know what the next thing's going to be. The next the next thing. Everybody,
listen,
everybody write
we're
this
dealing
down.
with one right here, right now. Same thing.
Okay. Everybody write this down, just so y'all don't think I'm naive, okay? Because I'm 57, got a lot of gray in the beard. Everybody just listen. I know what's going to happen next, okay? I'm going to be handed over to collections, okay?
Yeah.
Something about this modem is never going to get where it's supposed to. I'll be accused of keeping it and not returning it.
Rick, because they're real valuable to you if you don't have their service.
Right. And I will be turned over to collections, and then hopefully, I won't burn something to the ground.
Really?
You know what I mean? Maybe. And I don't think I will. I don't want. It's not my intention.
Yeah.
It's
on the table.
But I know that's coming.
Yeah.
That happened to me with some Nimrod bunch. I had no idea they had turned me over to collections over something that I'd canceled. And
Rick, I had the same thing.
And I'm like, what are y'all talking about? I canceled that.
Yeah.
I've got one question here, and I hate to even ask it. What about the old equipment you were using for the landline you currently have? Have you returned that equipment?
I don't know what that is. I think that's
how they get you.
That's got the internet and all that on.
Okay, it's all one
Yeah,
system.
I'm still using it.
Okay,
Rick, you just signed up for new service.
I probably did. I did.
Rick and Bubba.
If you own a fleet of trucks,
as you said, one of the other things that people are asking, it appeared that on social media he was telling everybody what he was going to do, and why didn't anybody take that serious?
He was the guy that everybody, if you're reading, we knew, we were afraid one day he would do something.
So, as we look comprehensively at it, that has to be a key in this.
Right.
Exactly. When people all around him says everybody knew he was going to do this or he had this potential, then why didn't we do something about it?
And it sounds like the school did.
Did the law protect him? If it is, we need to look at that law.
Yeah.
That's what comprehensive means. Let's look at all parts of this. It's much more complicated than just a piece of hardware. Now, there's issues, as you said, there's some common sense things I think we can do. But like all these celebrities that are already out here, what Chelsea Handler is, what was her quote this morning, that any Republicans that took NRA money, you got blood on your hands. See, that really doesn't help us move this a fix to this forward. All it does is stymie the situation.
Yeah. And by the way,
that's fine. Like I said, we can look at guns per se and access to them and what they can do, but we also got to look at Hollywood, movies, video games. We got to look at the justice system. We got to look at social media. Why we're not picking up on these things when they're on
you
there.
Look at his social media. There was signs.
The justice system as a whole, we've got to be able to go in and call these clowns. We can't do anything before they do a crime. Well, we're gonna have to measure that a little bit. We're gonna have to do some common sense approaches on that too.
Well, I also think, and it's all involved in what you just said. There's a running theme too, and we are paying a terrible price. Is that we have desensitized an entire generation of people on human life and death.
Absolutely, and that's kind of the final thing we got to look at in this. What message are we sending to people?
It doesn't mean anything to them anymore.
Yeah, pulling that trigger on another human being, they don't even.
And you know, human nature is, and we don't want vigilante justice, and we don't want mob mentality in our justice system, but when these guys do this and they see the people who've done it before them, and they get all this PR out of it, and they get, handled so carefully, and they got their bulletproof vests they put on them and walk them in and out. If a couple of them got handled on the site, some of these clowns will go, I don't want none of that.
Yeah, it's a whole big old picture, and what the sum of it is, we have people walking around among us that think killing human beings is no big deal.
Yep.
And we really got to look at how we ended up with that product. And it's much deeper than how many clips you can put in a gun. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about we have Maddie in the middle, Rick and Bubba intern, and Rick and Bubba University, and obviously, sadly for her, she's close to this situation because this is the part of Florida that she is from, and actually has lots of friends who go to this high school. And you said you weren't zoned for this particular high school, but you actually work and have done some theater, and you've done some theater training, I guess, over there, or been part of some theater productions over there, or you're connected to the school.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so you said that also the principal of the school was in your parents' wedding. Is that right?
Yes, my mom's really good friends with the principal of this high school, and I went to a Christian school in the area. But my sister went to the high school that's connected to this high school as well. So, and I've done community theater my whole life. So a lot of my friends growing up, they all either graduated from this high school or they still go there.
And you were getting information from them because you said the friends you had that are in the theater department, that thankfully for them, this was on the first floor, which the gunman did not go to that area. Is that correct? But they could hear what was going on?
Yes, all of my friends that go to school there, they're seniors this year, so they weren't in the freshman building where this happened.
So it was the freshman building?
Yes,
okay.
But the theater department's on the first floor. So they were able, a lot of them were able to get out quickly, but they also saw everything because the paramedics rushed to them first because all of the shootings took place near where the department was.
So how'd they help them
out? Well, after the second fire drill that happened, a lot of the students knew that it had to be something serious because the first drill was from the school. It was a school drill. And the second fire alarm was pulled, they believe, by the gunman.
Right.
So the students knew that it had to have been something serious.
And what he wanted to do for them to all run out, get in groups, and be easy to shoot, right?
Yeah, this school, a lot of the buildings are outside.
Mm-hmm.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We still have much to cover today, and we look forward to chatting with you as well. Right now, we got a COVID update. It's like, yeah. Got some creepy video and some updates. As we said, the old Fauci just trying to get back in our lives again. And don't forget me over here. Let's look at some of the video audio that we have. So the first one that we have here is from the Pfizer CEO, and I don't know how to say his last name, Albert Bourla, maybe? Something like that. Bourla. But anyway, so remember we were told that the COVID shot would protect us from getting or spreading the COVID. Don't forget that. Neither of those have turned out to be true. I'd make a note of that. But anyway, so here is the CEO for Pfizer, and you're not going to like what he has to say. He says that this is the rest of our lives, that we'll continue to have to get shot after shot after shot. I bet.
Cha-ching, cha-ching,
cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. The great thing about everybody needing a shot every year is if you're the one who makes it. So here is CEO Albert.
Your company, with your partner BioNTech and Moderna, the other company, have both pioneered the use of messenger RNA, which can easily be reprogrammed every time the spike protein of a coronavirus evolves or changes. Do you think we're going to get updated mRNA vaccines every season that'll be directed to each new variation of the coronavirus? And will we have to take those shots every year?
I'm almost certain about it. And I say almost certain because, of course, regulators have the final say on all of that. But that's the beauty of mRNA. You can adapt your vaccine just by changing the sequencing, which is a very minor change, either manufacturing or in the properties of the vaccine, safety or efficacy, but can make a huge difference in the way that responds to the virus. So for this reason, I'm very confident that we will be able to respond very, very fast to every new variant.
All right, let's turn to Mike Barnacle.
All right, so the fact that he has a creepy accent makes this worse.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I feel like I'm watching Damien or something. You know?
You will take your shot every year. I'm fairly confident of it.
Yes.
I am Albert. Albert, I have the new shot. His voice does not help this, does it?
No, it doesn't.
No, you know, the messenger RNA, as we talked about early on, Rick, it shows some amazing promise in what we can do medically with it. And we had the story, just a week or two ago, where they had a colon cancer study, a very small study. It was 18 people, but they were using some of this technology that came out of the coronavirus in developing that, and every single patient in the group went into remission of the cancer, which they said had never happened, even in a group as small as 18.
That's
so
great.
There's a lot of promise out there, but boy, you got to be careful.
It's a little creepy.
Got to be careful.
Jim Jordan asked Dr. Birx, Bubba Birx is back.
Hey, Bub.
Jim Jordan is going to ask Dr. Birx, listen to this question. Didn't y'all tell us that if we got vaccinated, we couldn't get COVID-19? And what he wants to know is, was that just a lie? So here we go.
When the government told the American people that people who had been vaccinated couldn't get it, were they guessing or were they lying?
I don't know. All I know is there was evidence from the global pandemic that natural reinfection was occurring. And since the vaccine was based on natural immunity, you cannot make the conclusion that the vaccine will do better than natural infection, although it can often do slightly better.
But I think you're an expert. You were on the task force. You were part of this effort when you were in the previous administration, and you're saying in this administration that you can't rule out the fact that our government was lying to us when they told us the vaccinated could not get the virus.
I don't know about their discussions that they had in the task force.
She said, I like that. Were they guessing or lying? I don't know.
You make one flippant comment around Greg, and you never hear the end of it.
And don't when Bubba asked a question, that's a good question. Yeah, that got him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, I want y'all to hear this.
She was impressed.
Look, and that explains Bubba's new scarf collection. But let me say this:
she'll wear a scarf.
Oh yes, sir. But
Greg, underline in a librarian way.
Right.
Okay, that always gets left out.
Librarian way.
But the question is, was the government just lying to us? They just guessing? I'm not prepared to say they were lying, but they absolutely were guessing.
They were guessing.
I mean, on the best case scenario, they went out there and tried to be sharp and say, "I think we got this thing," and they were just guessing.
Yeah. And look,
Fauci wants us to know if Fauci has his way, and undoubtedly the president wasn't listening in the second video we'll show in this little montage. Fauci wants you to know the mask stuff is not over. You better not throw your mask away. He even wants you wearing it indoors. Here's the Fauci.
Hopefully, the more people that get vaccinated and boosted, and the more people that realize the importance of when you have a high level of viral dynamics, that when you're in an indoor setting, you should wear a mask, even though the whole world, including the United States and the UK, are just worn out and tired by this outbreak. It isn't over yet. People need to realize it is never going to go back to zero. That's not the nature of this virus.
But they just change it as we go, don't they? I mean, it's just the...
I like the way he says boosted.
Yeah. Well, remember, look, if you listen to all the commercials and you listen to this, to be vaccinated and forever boosted is your only hope.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's just not true, especially with the antivirals that we have now.
Look, I'm
2-0,
Rick. Come on.
Yeah, watch this right now. Here's Biden around kids and then says something really, really creepy. He takes his mask off around the kids right after hearing Fauci. Here we go.
Relief, isn't it, to be able to do it? Oh, my goodness. Relief, isn't it, to be able to do it? Oh, my goodness.
So, I'm not any kind of mask scientist or anything, but if you take it down to talk, doesn't that defeat the purpose of having it on?
Matter of fact,
really taking it down to eat or do anything else, it really is useless to have it on.
The main reason that you have it on really is when you're projecting and talking and throwing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most important
But
thing.
don't forget the creepy part of what he's saying. He's saying it's a relief to be able to vaccinate children.
He was bragging that we were the only country in the world that were vaccinating kids, that were just babies, just really, really young.
Well, I'm sure that should be a brag. I'd hold back on that.
Yeah, that one may get you.
We're also one of the few countries that'll let you partially abort one, too. So,
right.
We're in a... I'm not sure when every time we say we're in the few, that's always a good thing.
I tell you, we definitely need to be teaching economics in a different way to a lot of people because obviously a lot of people don't get it.
Right. Is there a vaccine to make people understand supply and demand?
Sometimes that's a slap to the back of the head.
Can an mRNA do that?
Rick and Bubba.
So the lockers are outside. A lot of the cafeteria is outside. It's a very open campus. So even if someone was on the third floor, they could have seen the first floor from outside.
Yeah. So and you said they were sending you pictures and stuff, letting you know what was going on?
Yes. One of my friends was Snapchatting me from inside the building, and there was just like blood everywhere.
Oh, no.
And a lot of them, they didn't want to be too loud because they didn't want to get the gunman there, and they didn't know where he was. So they were sending all over social media, like, tell my parents I'm here, or tell the police department I'm here. They were hiding for hours there.
So, yeah, and I heard because they're trying to figure all this out. Now, were they familiar with this student at all? I know you're talking about a school that's, over 3,000 students, so not everybody knows each other, but did they know this student at all?
One of my friends that graduated a few years ago, he told me that he remembered the student, and he remembered him as like a very strange, troubled kid. And I even know some students that graduated a few years ago saying that they kind of they weren't shocked, but because obviously this is tragic, they were surprised, but finding out it was him, they knew he was a troubled kid. They knew he was expelled before, and they knew he's tried to bring weapons to campus before.
He had tried to bring weapons before?
Yeah, one story today says he was banned from even bringing a backpack to school before he was expelled because they didn't know what he had in it.
Well, this what I just saw that's just the law enforcement coming in, right?
Yeah, correct.
I'm sorry, I just looked up and saw a gunman walking through.
We were rolling B-roll. This is when the one of the classes had someone that knew of a reporter, somebody that they were related to, and sent this video of when the SWAT team came in to clear the rooms. But what's so amazing about this is you can hear the audio of the guys coming in with the SWAT team, basically saying we're clear, right? We're clear. You can hear them coming, and so the students are sitting there going, all right, I don't know who's coming in right now. And when they saw them, of course, they were extremely relieved that it was them. But you can sit here; they're just sitting ducks here. They're just sitting in the corner of the room.
I saw also the video that was out where you can hear the gunman shooting right outside a classroom that some were hiding in there. I don't know if you saw that one or not.
Yeah.
And you can hear everybody screaming and all of that. And obviously your friends were sending you pictures that they were near what was going on too.
One of the videos my friend sent me was like him running out of the hallway, and there was just dead bodies everywhere.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
And the school has resource officers, but he was able to get in at a time and I heard the guy speaking earlier where they probably were changing from guarding to traffic control. Right. Which would be an opportune time.
I noticed by the time he was kind of waiting toward the end of the day.
Yeah.
This.
Oh my God!
See, that's right outside that door, right there. So those people were in a bind, and I understand that. The part I just can't wrap my mind around. I certainly understand that he was had parents that had passed away. He was living with somebody of authority, friends or
friend.
Or was he 19?
Yeah.
I guess he could live on his own at that point, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if he's living with people, and they said they knew he had multiple weapons. I'd like to know, first of all, how does he get those weapons?
And that's the stuff that's going to have to come out.
And we'll look at that. Yeah. We do know that there are laws against coming onto a gun-free zone and shooting people.
Yeah, having a gun there broke the law. Yeah. Shooting people there broke the law.
But this is the part, back to the social media stuff, and I know that we talk about this even in our own homes, and I know it can be hard to police because kids find ways around it, but most people understanding social media now will always check their kids, not just their social media or who they're following. And I just don't know where was the breakdown in, hey, we have this kid living with us, and he has weapons, and oh, look, he's on social media posing with them and making all these concerning poses. Does nobody say, hey, man, come here, what are you doing? And
get that off of there.
Yeah, get rid of that. Or how about this? You have now, you're not going to have these weapons. You're not going to have access to them. Obviously, you're showing us through these pictures that you're not just somebody who likes to go to the range and shoot, you know what I mean, or whatever, and you're clearly not going hunting. Yep, we're here. We're going to get you. 35 minutes past the hour. Much to do going forward on the program today. Relief factor. Let me tell you something. Every time I see that little pack of goodness, those 4 botanicals, getting older, body hurting, taking that relief factor, loving it as it helps naturally take on my body's natural inflammatory response. And if you have not gotten Relief Factor yet, $19.95, you can get yourself 3 weeks of it. Inside 3 weeks, you'll know if it's working for you, just like it has the majority of us that have ordered the Quick Start Pack. Here's out of Missouri right now, Diane. Diane, thanks for listening to the show. She says, I'm the daughter of a nearly 90-year-old man. He had taken no medications prescribed by a doctor, but struggles with arthritis pain. He did take large dosages of aspirin, which concerned me, and it should. I worried about that and the side effects with such these large daily doses. It's not what aspirin is designed to do. We're not supposed to take it that way. But after 2 weeks of taking Relief Factor, Dad is so much more comfortable, able to sleep through the night, and the product works quickly. And we see no side effects. Well, yeah, because it's for botanicals. I'm very impressed and grateful. Thanks for turning me on to it. Well, Diane, thank you for listening to the show. Tell Dad we said hello. And you guys go to relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors and get that 3-week $19.95 starter kit. And hopefully, like it has for the majority of our audience, it'll work for you as well. I just saw, as a matter of fact, Bubba, that they just said, hey, we like what we're getting from the audience, and they just signed up for another year with us.
Great.
How about that? Yeah.
Glad to have them.
That way Relief Factor. That way work. All right, so you were telling me tell me about this death row guy. We got a guy on death row.
Yeah, it was one of the Supreme Court rulings. We got a guy in Georgia.
They're kind of coming out. Are we ever gonna get Roe v. Wade? Ever that coming out?
Yeah, they're kind of sitting on that one. The Supreme Court sided with a Georgia death row inmate on Thursday who wants to be executed by firing squad instead of by lethal injection, which is currently the only authorized method of execution in Georgia.
So he's calling for firing squad.
Rick, there's so many ways you can go with this.
Yeah.
Well, it was a 6-4? No, let's see, 5-4 decision to allow him to basically sue the state on a civil rights case to say that the type of death they had chosen for him or was legal would be cruel and unusual punishment. Now, Roberts and Kavanaugh signed on with the other three liberals on this. Amy Coney Barrett wrote the dissenting opinion, saying, in her view, the consequences of the relief that the prisoner seeks depends on state law as it currently exists, and under existing current state law, there is no question that his challenge necessarily implies to the invalidation of his legal injection sentence. He seeks to prevent the state from executing him in the only way it lawfully can. And, of course, she was joined by Alito, Thomas, and Gorsuch on that.
I got a lot of questions about that.
Gorsuch. Gorsuch. You got to get a running start for that one. You know, we do have unusual and cruel punishment protection, but see, I think that goes back to when they used to dip people in tar and roll them in feathers and all that kind of stuff. I think if we, as the collective of the citizens, well, I mean, you know,
just the way you said it was so good.
I think once we've decided that somebody has forfeited their chance to live among us,
right. I'd like to know what this guy did.
And this is the ultimate punishment that us as a society can dish out to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't care what they think about it. I say if they want to execute them, however, do it. But I'll be honest, I think firing squad's kind of a better deal anyway. But I think what he's
that's what he wants. He says he thinks it is a better deal. I actually like a firing squad.
I think
over lethal injection.
I think what Amy Coney Barrett and some of the dissenters are saying, look, you're gonna open a door here where they're gonna always request a method not approved by the state that they're in. And then they're going to say, I want firing squad, but then they're going to go back and say, well, you can't do firing squad because it's not allowed in this state.
Right.
I mean, you see how it's just playing a shit.
Can I ask you a question?
Look, if we've decided this guy can't live and he's going to be put to death by us, the state, put him to death.
Right.
Quit playing all these games. Who cares? All we're doing is running up legal bills, food bills. If he has had his due process, get rid of him, execute him.
And he has no say in it.
I wouldn't ask him what the heck.
Right.
No, we got to make it so it's pleasant for him. I bet it wasn't pleasant for the people he killed.
Yeah, whatever. What did he do?
Why are we rolling that out for him?
He was convicted of murder and sentenced to death in 2002 for shooting and killing a bystander after a bank robbery in 1993.
My goodness, he's got to live for 20 years after killing somebody.
See, that's not the Constitution also says that you should roll out. It shouldn't be cruel and unusual, but it also should be timely,
swift,
and that's crazy.
We don't do swift.
No,
we need to do swift.
No one can say 20 years is swift.
No. And it's been
look. You be sure you got the right guy. Okay,
As
we
best you
got to
can.
absolutely do the due process on that. But once we have decided,
Right.
get rid of him. Why are we still playing around with this?
Can I ask you a practical question about
Yes,
this?
yes.
So you're a state that doesn't do firing squad,
Right?
And some guy wins a case. Where do you get one? Who do you call up? I mean, you go, hey, we need a firing squad.
Yeah.
And somebody says, I'll do it. Does anybody know where Billy Ray is?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I heard one time, and I don't know if this is true or not. Greg may have been the one that told me. I don't
Probably.
know.
Who gets to shoot him?
That they bring in snipers from the military who are in training.
Okay.
And they let them do it.
Well, you know what? I didn't.
Okay.
Know. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Like, who? Where do we get our firing squad now?
I think that's it. I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, how about this? They could let citizens volunteer. I
Right,
guess.
because if you do it all the time, you have one.
Right.
But Georgia wasn't doing it.
But
right.
here's the
and
thing.
now they got to find a firing squad. I just don't know where they get it.
If if our state says we don't do that, when you bring it up, we go, no, we don't do that, and that shouldn't have ended it.
That shouldn't. To Bubba's point, that should be the end of it.
But what's happening? The drugs that they use to
Oh,
put
I
these
know. They
people
keep-
out,
yeah.
the manufacturers are being sued, and then they don't want to be involved with it, so the state can't get it. So you do that song and
I'll say
dance.
fire
too.
Yellow Mama back up.
So they said in this guy's case, and
Alabama
again,
Power won't give them juice to do that. They have to generate it with a generator.
they do. Nobody wants to be tied
Won't
to
be
it.
liable.
It says that what they used to render him unconscious, he takes medication for back pain, and that his veins are severely compromised, and that he would have intense pain and burning.
I bet the person who was an innocent bystander who was shot on the street had intense pain and burning when they died too.
Yeah, I bet they
and
did.
so did their family when they didn't have their loved one come back. Who cares what the prisoner thinks and wants?
Can I ask
What about the
You
final
know how
meal?
you avoid your veins burning and feeling pain? Don't commit a crime. Don't kill somebody.
Yeah.
See, we're trying to make this as pleasant as we can for a convicted killer. Why are we making it pleasant? That's crazy. It's crazy. We all need to be checked in for mental health in our country. Every single one of us.
What do you think about final meal? Will they get a final meal? I mean, I'm just asking where you're going to draw the line. Huh? No?
Let me ask you.
Throw them a Twinkie and say, get ready.
What time are we executing him? What time's the firing
They usually do
squad?
it at midnight.
Well, no. What time's the firing squad showing up?
I don't know.
Well, just give me a time.
I'll say we're going to shoot him at midnight, and the firing squad shows up at 11:15.
Well, if you're going to shoot him at midnight, his last meal is dinner that night.
Right.
That's called the last meal.
Right.
I mean, that's from a practical
But
standpoint.
do,
We don't
do
have
you
to
let
make
him
a-
pick what he wants, or you just go
You
here?
okay with it? They pick what they want, and they bring it to him.
I'm not for that. I'm like, what are they serving everybody else at night? Chicken? Guess what? You get chicken, pal.
Pal?
Why are we? Why
Love
are we
it or
making,
leave it.
I don't
Why
know.
are we making such accommodations?
Yeah, I would say prepare to meet your maker, and here's a Twinkie.
Yeah, I'm fine with them having clergy there. I hope they get their act together at
Amen.
the last minute, but they're going to pay the price on this earth for their crime of taking someone else's life. They don't deserve to be with us. That's biblical, by the way. Sorry, some of you Christians that can't deal with it.
Right. Well, you're rock back today.
Well, I'm just telling you.
You-
I'm tired of it.
Got
Why-
him eating chicken.
Well, we got people shooting everybody left and right. Let's make it. Let's make it something that we should really avoid.
I have to say, I do agree. This is going to open the door that all prisoners are going to say, "Well, I don't like that way."
Oh yeah.
I got a firing squad question.
Okay.
How many are in it? And is everybody have live rounds, or are there blanks?
Yeah, have I
in
heard
some,
that they don't
and
know?
there's only one that has the live rounds.
I've heard
they
nobody
don't-
knows who
they
has the
don't-
live rounds.
They don't know. Is that real? Is that
Why would
fake?
if I'm on a firing squad, I shouldn't care if I mean, it shouldn't bother me if I have a live
Why do
round.
we have fake rounds? Give everybody a
I'm
round.
sure we
Let
get it.
everybody
I'm
fire.
not saying that they do. I'm asking
Justice
the question.
carried out and case closed.
Is that a myth, or does everybody?
I've heard
I
that
mean,
too.
Does
I've
a
heard
person
it
get
too.
shot 5 times,
I don't
or
know.
is it one deadly shot?
I'm with
It's been
Bubba.
a while since I had one.
If you want to be sure he's not sitting there going, "Hey, you missed," shoot him all 5 of them.
Yeah, I think
That's what
I'm
that's
that
how
in.
you're saying it, right?
"Ah, you missed." This
Y'all aren't good.
If I'm that guy,
this
if I'm
is
that
worse
guy,
than my burning veins.
hadn't you rather be hit a bunch of times
Yes.
than it be over?
And
Yeah.
where are you shot?
All up in that chest.
I guess wherever they're aiming.
All up in that chest.
Oh yeah, they just fill your chest up with them.
I mean, but
It's not a headshot.
We're talking about a convicted killer, y'all. This is not a guy with overdue library books.
Rick and Bubba.
This looks like violent type images you're putting out on social media. And I'm not talking about. There may be limits to what law enforcement can do about that, but there's no limits on what parents or acting guardians can do about it.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, I mean, you can say that ain't no.
Well, they made the statement they knew he had the AR-15, but they told him to keep it locked up. But he's got the key. You know, I mean,
yeah, and that's the early
reports. To get it away
reports.
from him. And again, those are.
Well, here's the thing.
But you're right. That's what they said.
Even if I said, you know what, I don't really mind my kid having an AR-15, and we certainly want to keep it locked up. So let's say that's taking place. Then all of a sudden, I see the first picture on social media of him posing with it. Well, then everything changes.
Yeah, and you said some of your friends actually sent you pictures from his page, right?
One of my friends who graduated last year, she was friends with him on Facebook, and she sent me his yearbook picture because she had him in her yearbook. She recognized him, and then she sent me his Facebook pictures before I guess the police officers took them down. But it wasn't just posing; it was honestly like just the most disturbing pictures, and it was like just guns everywhere and like dead animals, and his caption for the pictures were just saying that he wanted to like kill people. It was bad. There was clearly
we call that a flag. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Clearly
if we want
a
to simplify
problem.
it.
See, that's where the social media and the people who follow that, and even the supplier themselves, I think, are going to have to get involved to pick up on these things and red flag some people.
Right. But because I guess what I'm saying,
because all of these people, if I'm not mistaken, if you think back through most of these shootings, these people had bizarre things on social media prior to that.
Well, I guess what I'm thinking now, and certainly, you know, some of this stuff's hard to keep up with, and I'm trying to be sensitive to that too. But it's almost like we can come up with all the plans we want to. It's kind of like you saying, the guy next door to me may not be as responsible with his pets as I am with mine, but we're all going to be affected by it.
Right.
You know, trying to get everybody to say, well, this is what you should do. Some people just go, yeah, I'm never going to do that. You know, I mean, it's like if they don't implement what we all decide would be
It's
helpful.
kind of like our joke about our calendar. You can put everything down, but if you don't look at your calendar, you don't see you're going to miss some things.
Yeah. So you may be doing everything in your house to be on top of this, but if the guy next door to you doesn't, I mean, you're exposed. So anyway, well, Maddie, I know that's tough for you, so thanks for sharing that with us. Thank you very much.
No problem.
We'll be back. The Winter Olympics are continuing, and we'll update you on this, too, as we get new information. And certainly we can talk about it in phone trolls today or phone segments. But right now we'll come back and get an update from the Winter Olympics with Rick and Bubba Olympic correspondent Chris Wood right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, the Winter Olympics continue. Correspondent Chris Wood is ready to file his report.
Hey.
There's your theme song.
Thank you guys. I appreciate the theme song. I do.
Yeah.
I do. That's good.
So Chris,
y'all are too much. You know that, right?
Yeah, well, that's right. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to file your report?
Yes, I am.
All right, let's here it is. 60-second, kind of a capsule of the latest information from the Winter Olympics, and where is it located, Chris?
In Pyeongchang, South Korea.
Okay, all right, here we go. Go ahead.
All right, in women's curling last night, Team USA played brilliantly against Great Britain, and they won that battle. And later on today, they take out Switzerland and continue their domination there. But in the hockey circuit, in the women's hockey for Team USA, they lost to Canada 2-1. And in the men's side, the USA had a 2-0 lead on Slovenia, but lost in overtime 3-2. USA had the 2-0 lead before their collapse in the third period. And as a result of that, USA, among the total medals, they are now 8 total medals, and they're in 5th place, although they were in 3rd. They dropped from 3rd to 5th on the total list. Germany has now passed Norway in the total medals with 12.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. First phone troll of the day is coming up. And this is your opportunity to come on in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll explode them. They're all open. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table, not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Looking at upcoming events, Scotty Dawson will be out and about for themanchurch.com. He'll be there June 28th while Bubba and I are on vacation. Scott will be there at New Life Chapel, Madison, Alabama. And you can make plans to be with him as they continue to roll through the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Looking ahead to July, our very own Helmsy be speaking at Friendship Church in Athens, Alabama, as they'll be cranking the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. And then on July the 14th, man, we got people going everywhere. Helmsy will be headed to First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi. They're in the second 40-week curriculum. You can join them for their man church and plug into that. I'll be at Northside Baptist Church in Jasper, Alabama, as they roll through the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. And Andrew Varvutis will be out and about. He'll be in Philadelphia, Mississippi, as their county association will be getting together and plugging more churches into the next round of the men's discipleship strategy. All that can be found at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. And also, if anybody from the show's involved, you'll find it at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events as well. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jerry is in Piedmont. Jerry, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I think I've got the answer to a lot of our problems. What we need to do is get the Rick and Bubba Show piped into all government office, and it be mandatory that they have to listen all day long.
It seems like we have the answers, doesn't it, Jerry? I mean, and you wonder, do you ever feel like, Bubba, we're just screaming in the wilderness and no one's listening?
Rick, daily.
Rick, that'd be every day. Craig,
I think really a lot of times we overthink and make things too complicated. You know.
Oh, do you think so?
I think
I see that all the time.
I think our whole world needs to be cut down to one pager.
That's right. Analysis paralysis.
Yep.
Hey, we'll overthink something, won't we? And then we won't think through things that are just that need to be thought through. So let's go to Craig. Craig out of Alabama. Craig, 30 seconds. Go right ahead, buddy.
Hello.
Hey. I'm sorry. You certainly aren't. Craig. So what's your name?
Alicia.
All right, Alicia, you're on. 30 seconds.
Well, we were close.
We were close. You know, Craig and Alicia sound very familiar. All right, Alicia, go ahead.
Now, I had a thought about the whole firing squad, and, you know, these guys stay on death row for so long.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt as to what, in my personal opinion, who would be the first and foremost given the opportunity to be on the firing squad would be the families of those that were murdered.
Well,
and then if they turned it down, then you go to the military.
Well, you see, here's the concept on that. If it's the family themselves, it looks like it's vengeance.
Correct.
And if it's us as society, it's justice. Now, I know we may be mixing words and playing,
but you're 100% right.
But that's kind of how we approach it. And I think, sadly, it would be. I understand some people may want that, but I think that to have them in that would be the wrong thing to do, because that would be by definition vengeance.
And now you're drifting out of the Scripture mandate.
Right.
Scripture says the state can put people to death who have taken innocent life. We are not called to do that ourselves.
Right.
And
unless you're defending yourself.
And there is a clear unless you're defending yourself. But there is a clear difference in Scripture on the role of the government.
But I understand your passion in saying that, Alicia. Sometimes that's called Craig.
Well, can I tell you another problem that Alicia, Craig? You don't know how good a shot the family is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they could be shooting the place up, but they might not even be able to hit him.
Yeah, Terry'd shoot him like in the shoulder.
Yes, you got Meemaw coming in there. Meemaw comes in there. She's mad.
Yeah,
and you give her
talking
a gun.
about winging him.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and we have to clean it up.
Meemaw, you shot me in the shoulder. Judy,
be like trying to find the deer Greg shot.
Yeah, Judy in Alabama. Judy, go ahead.
Rick. How y'all doing today?
Good. I hope you're well, Judy.
I'm doing well, thank you. I just want to let you know that I was sitting at the red light this morning. You was talking about your little cable issue, and right before you went to break, Bubba said, "Well, Rick, you just signed up for another year." And about that time, I busted out laughing, and I looked over to my left, and this lady spewed her coffee all over her dad. I have to believe she was listening.
That's it. That's what we want. So good. That's what we want. Yeah, and Bubba's right. That's all I've done.
Yeah.
Absolutely true. To Lindsay in the great state of Mississippi, but glad you got that. We all need a laugh. Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to make a comment on that y'all were talking about with the, convicted killers and all. I was a corrections officer for 7 years, and it just seemed like the younger and younger people they were making those types of crimes, and it was mind-boggling to me. I just couldn't understand.
Can you say that one more time?
Cut out.
Yeah, I was a corrections officer for 7 years, and y'all were talking about how, accommodating convicting killers and all that.
Right.
It seems like the more, of the people that were committing these crimes were getting younger and younger by the day.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, we kind of discussed some of that. We've created a toxic stew, and even in the podcast this weekend, talking to Dave Hanna, he says what we've been saying all along. He said the problems we're seeing with young people today in the ministry that he's put together, we can summarize it with the things that we've said on the show for years. We are raising them up with an inability to cope.
Yep.
They cannot cope. They cannot persevere. They don't know how to handle difficult things.
And
it
so
collapses
many
in on.
it comes from a broken family.
Right.
And that's the resource that should be able to teach them and handle that stuff.
To Craig in Alex City. Craig, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds, go.
Yeah, hey, guys. Rick, I was wanting to see your situation with the whole telephone. Please, please, please put that on a best of Rick and Bubba show.
Yeah, I'm sure some of it will be on there. It's been difficult. I know I'm not alone, but boy, at times you feel like you are.
Your original telling of being on the phone and Sherry trying to comfort you and stuff, that is gold.
The one when I just said I just want it to end.
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah. I wish you'd heard the person I was talking to. They don't get that a lot, I don't think. I just said I'm at the point now that you've beaten me down so bad. I just want this to be over. I just wish it would end.
Right.
And I'm not sure that's what you want from your customers.
That's really not what I would consider customer service.
Yeah, I'm sure there's been
in
shows
its purest form.
I'm sure we've done shows that people looked at the radio and said, "I just wish this would end."
Yeah, sure. Today may be one of those days.
Top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up, Lord willing, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Coming in with 7 gold medals, and that's the latest from the Olympics.
Is Chris in the bathroom?
Yes. Word. Come on now. Give me a break.
You know why Chris went ahead and filed a report even though he had to work today? That's why.
He likes that.
So, Chris, now it's
like he's in a bug.
Now it's time for overall commentary. So, I heard in your report you did include curling this time.
Yeah.
So the husband and wife team is dominating, aren't they? Husband and wife.
I think so, though.
Well,
I'm going to check it out for a few moments.
You know, Rick, what they say: the family that curls together stays together.
They do.
Absolutely. I can't get enough of that, by the way.
It's good. Perfect part of the song, too. I want it to stay there forever.
Right in the meat of it.
At least I tried curling, though. You guys should have loved me for that one.
No, that was good. I was really wanting to know how our curling couple was doing.
You know, I would like to try curling sometime. I mean, I would like to experiment with that, but I don't.
I'd like to see you on the brush.
I did find it interesting that he used the word battle.
Yeah.
With curling.
Yeah.
They're in a
I
battle.
think I would be a better pusher of the thing. What do you call? What's the terminology?
Pusher.
I don't think
Well,
so.
now it's where your hand is.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you get
You
a
grab that
go
little
with-
handle.
That's too much work for you, Bubba.
I was
You can't
about to
do
say,
that.
you're not gonna do that.
No, I think my touch and the
Bubba,
release
Okay, well, that's
would be
the-
key.
yeah.
But you
that's
got to
it.
stick your leg behind you.
Yeah, you got to slide.
Now, I don't know if I can get in that position.
Can you get that low?
Yeah, I'm worried about that.
You might be
Low,
the
can you
two man luge.
I've seen you curl it.
I don't know about that.
I've seen you curl them donuts a few times.
Yeah.
Right there.
Too legit.
Donut hole.
So there it is. So, Chris, I know hockey is your favorite.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's right.
So how are we looking on that? Where are we
I mean,
standing?
you gave us a little bit of an update, but unpack it a minute for us.
Well, right now, the men's team, they're kind of struggling in the round robin. I mean, they lost their first game. So they're really going to have to tighten up the next two games in order to get to the medal round. And on the women's side, Team USA, they kind of struggled with Canada a bit, but we all know that Canada is really good in hockey. So USA, the next time they play them, they're going to have to really work on their defense and take more scoring chances because their scoring chances were down. And plus, Canada was really physical with them up and down the boards.
So, who beat the men?
You come over to the theme song.
Yeah, who beat the men? Slovakia.
Slovenia.
I just
Slovenia.
No, let me tell you a funny
Who
thing
did
about
you say?
Slovakia. Let me tell you why I said that. I was at practice. I was at practice yesterday, and we practiced in an indoor facility, and they had a TV on, and I looked over, and this is we don't know all the countries, and I look over there, and it's like the Team USA is playing SLO. So I'm like, all right, what does SLO stand for? And I just took a shot at Slovakia.
Well,
Where is Slovakia?
I don't even know if that's a country. I think I'm just making it up. Is there a place called that?
Yes, there is a Slovakia. It's right near the Asian countries. It's between the Asian countries and the Russian country.
Okay.
That narrows it down.
Chris. It's a big area, Chris.
Hey, back to curling. You guys.
It sounds close to Norway. That'd be my guess.
I don't know if y'all have seen any tweets from Mr. T, but he says curling is cool, fool.
Yeah, he's all about curling.
It's hashtag curling is cool, fool. And he claims that
Tell him to
it's a
calm
cool
down.
sport.
Bubby, can you get in that position right there, like
No,
our buddy
never.
from the bowling alley?
I guess
Like Mario.
I guess I'm gonna be a brush guy.
Yeah, that's I don't
be a brush.
I don't see that happening. We're looking.
Now, let me ask you this. I'm confused because I just catch glimpses of curling. Is he on ice right now? But
Yes.
he's wearing tennis shoes, right?
Yeah, I was going to ask Chris about this because I noticed the brusher is going down there with what looks like he or she has tennis shoes on, but they're on the ice like there's blades under those tennis shoes or something.
What do they wear, Chris? Do you know?
I think they have to wear the skates because if they're wearing sneakers, then they're going to slip easily on the ice.
Are they
Chris,
like
we're looking
turf-
at a picture. They don't have skates.
Are they like
they're not
turf
wearing
shoes, but like with some?
But
something
what
that's gonna-
if you fall and
They're
you
probably
kick the
ice
thing
shoes.
or something?
There's some sort of ice shoes.
Chris said they were ice shoes.
But no, not the person doing that. That when they're brushing, that person is sliding on ice with something on. But it doesn't.
they're sliding.
Yeah, like they're skating with it, doing this,
Oh, yeah.
and it looks like they've got something
See, if you
on
get some
the
videos,
sole of those
Steve.
shoes.
Let's
Oh,
look
okay.
at it.
Yeah, watch the person that's actually doing the scrubbing. I mean, they're moving down the ice like you're skating, but they have like tennis shoe things looking on. It doesn't look like.
I'm still confused because they're scrubbing to get the thing to go further, right?
Oh,
No,
Or
slow it
stop
down.
it. Slow it
Slow
down.
it down.
Slow it
Yeah.
down.
Okay.
And sometimes the guy that pushes it or the one that pushes it does such a good job, they'll start waving them off. Let it go. Meaning, I think I got it. Look, now watch this proceed. That person's clearly sliding on ice. Are
Yeah,
they just
they are.
sliding with soles on their feet, or
Yeah, I think.
do they have something underneath it?
Well, they sure are sliding good.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like
I mean, this
bowling
is
shoes. or
this is
something weird
ice
like
for
that.
people. I mean, this is horseshoes for people who live on ice, right?
Correct. That's exactly what it is.
Because does he have to release it before he goes
There's
over
a
the line?
line.
But he can keep going after that.
But
right?
he's got to let go of it. I think, Bubba, I'm acting like I know about curling.
Now,
I don't
he's
know.
got a brush too. What's he do?
I don't
He
know.
can get in there with them.
is 6 minutes now past the hour. From the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for tuning in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Well. Arch Manning to Texas.
The big prize. Probably the most talked about recruit in many, many years, and he chose Texas over Clemson, Alabama, and Georgia on his final list.
Surprise anybody here? Sports talk?
I think it is surprising a little bit.
It did me.
The ones on the list that we read this morning, I was surprised.
Well, I mean, you have Alabama, Georgia, and for the most part, Clemson being just perennial playoff teams every year. Texas has underperformed the last few years.
LSU was on the list too, and Virginia.
Because he's from Louisiana. His high school was in New Orleans. So,
did you hear what Saban said about it? Bought and paid for.
All right. He said he's surprised he ended up at Texas A&M.
I know it. He said, "What? Jimbo run out of money?"
All right.
But you have to. That's an odd choice, in my opinion.
Well, they were citing the coach there with his previous experience in the NFL being a factor in that, some of the analysts that were looking at it.
Now, is this Steve that came through the Saban Get You Back on Your Feet program?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's on it.
And so he's got professional and college experience. But I don't know. Like I say, Texas is trying to rebuild, and they're coming to the SEC, so it's an exciting time out there for the Longhorns.
I'll tell you why Texas is coming to the SEC, because as soon as A&M went to the SEC, they start beating them real bad in recruiting. I mean, Texas,
and
we can't compete.
making a lot of money.
But you can't compete with A&M if they're in the SEC and you're not.
Yeah, I was more surprised. And again, if you're the number one guy in the country, you probably don't fear anybody. But Texas has that Quinn Ewers who came from Ohio State, the kid that left high school early because he had so many NILs. He's considered really good. He'll be a redshirt freshman next year because now Manning will still be playing high school.
Will he?
Yeah, that's coming
what
up.
If he foregoes he may forego his senior season.
Who knows? You may be right.
Don't laugh.
So he will be a senior when they start back to school.
Yeah. And then are
you sure? I thought he was a junior.
He's a 2023 guy.
He's got 1 more year. And then I read there's another 4-star already there. I'm just saying there's going to be a lot of competition. You would think he would.
Well,
I mean, he may go in there and smoke them all, or he may go in there and flop. Who knows?
As we know, committing doesn't mean anything now. And
well,
if you
true.
go, it
that's
doesn't
true.
mean you're going to be there forever.
That's true. That's true.
And I was, like we talked a little bit earlier, it was refreshing to see a kid not sit at a table with a bunch of hats and swap them on his head to make his choice. He just kind of tweeted out where he was going and left it at that.
Yep.
Yeah, that was kind of refreshing.
But I was a little surprised. Where did you think he was going?
I thought he was going to Georgia.
I thought he was going to Roll Tide.
I did too.
I mean, I'm telling you, if he don't pick Bama, he ain't too smart.
I kind of thought LSU might be his place since he's from there.
Well, he struggled last year as a junior. He only threw for 5,731 yards and 72 touchdowns.
Right. That's in layman terms, that's about halfway to the moon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. That was his first 3 years.
Now I did see where
that was last year. My gosh.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They say his favorite target's a big tight end, and he had already committed to Texas.
Yeah. Okay.
That was earlier in the week.
Little things like that really make this a little more clear.
They do.
Yeah, it does.
They do.
It does.
So way to grab that up, Greg.
Yeah.
It doesn't really shock me. I think if he had gone out to if he had went out to the West Coast, well, y'all asked. I'm gonna answer. If he'd have went out to the West Coast or signed with Virginia in the ACC, that would have shocked me.
Well, yeah.
The fact he even mentioned Virginia was shocking.
I know. I really thought he may go to Ole Miss. I really did. I thought Eli, Daddy, all that tradition.
Right.
That may be he loves Lane Kiffin, loves the atmosphere. I thought that may be where he goes.
Well, we've seen that the Manning line will try to avoid the team that one of the other ones have played for. I mean, they like plowing fresh
Peyton
ground,
went out there on his own. Yeah. So
yeah, he surprised everybody. When he went
and
to
look
Tennessee.
how much he's loved. This may be his thing in Texas. He may be the guy that turns it around.
He may be deep in the heart of Texas.
That's it.
Or this Ewers kid lights it up this year and he changes his commitment.
No, it could happen.
Or Ewers commits his or changes.
Somebody
goes in the portal.
You think they can all stay there without one of them leaving? I don't think so.
I doubt both of them will be there. Whoever's not starting is going to go somewhere else.
The teams listed, minus Virginia, because I don't know a whole lot about them. Alabama, Clemson, Georgia, LSU. I mean, I would think if you go to any of those, the competition is going to be unbelievable.
Yeah. Have you seen what Liv?
And you're going to have a chance to win a national title.
He's going to have that. So he's going to have that no matter where. But to y'all's point, it is a name that's there waiting.
I like that idea, Rick.
Did you see what Liv's offered him to come play in their tournament?
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
$300 million.
Didn't they predict?
Roy McIlroy said it was
they
stupid.
predicted
He took it.
his NIL.
Talking about Captain America?
Yeah.
They're saying $8 million.
Yeah, they predict his NIL will be ridiculous.
Oh yeah. So now we also
and probably a good investment for $8 million.
Yeah, think about how much a barrel of oil costs now in Texas. I mean, he may get him an oil well or two. You know?
Well, they said that his signing bonus was actually a tank of gas. They
fill it up on us.
A tank a week for a year.
See you later.
Also, we know who will play for the national championship in NCAA men's baseball. Ole Miss will take on Oklahoma.
Yes, the best of 3 series starts this weekend. They throw out the records for the tournament and the season, and they play the best of 3 winner take all.
Oh, and how about this? Ole Miss gets the starter to come in and go 9 and shut down Arkansas and send them back to the house.
Yep, didn't even have to go to the bullpen.
That's good.
Wow. Same guy hammered Auburn.
Is that?
Yeah.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought.
He's
Made
really
him like it.
He'll shut you down.
He's really something.
He's on a roll.
Yeah. Now they wish they could have beaten Arkansas the night before, and he could have pitched game 1.
Sure.
This weekend. But no, I'm just kidding. They got so many dudes. They'll be fine.
How many days rest will he need? Let's see. That was Thursday. So will he? Is the last game, if they go to 3, is it Monday?
It'll be Saturday night at like 6 Central, and then Sunday afternoon, and then Monday night, if needed.
Right. He'll probably come back Monday.
Possibly.
Be available for an inning or two.
Yeah.
It'll be everybody can throw, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How about for the state of Mississippi? You brought it up yesterday, Rick. That I mean, in USM, my gracious.
I know you can't be happy for Ole Miss.
No, I'm fine with it.
What I'm saying is,
he said they'll party like nobody else.
Right. If Ole Miss somehow were, and they're playing a very good team, so it may not happen.
That's right.
But if Ole Miss were able to beat Oklahoma, Mississippi State winning last year, Ole Miss winning this year, I know you can't be happy for them. But as far as
the state of Mississippi,
the state could be happy for them. It's like asking Auburn fans to be happy for Alabama and vice versa. It's hard to do, but it would be a big thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. Yeah,
for sure.
You won't be happy. I got it.
No,
but
I'm okay with that. It just kind of.
You and Brooks won't be happy.
Well,
and if I understand correctly, because the Oklahoma women won the softball national championship, if Oklahoma was to win, it'll be the first time you've had softball and baseball from the same school in the same year.
That's big.
So that would be. The running joke is the only people can beat Oklahoma's baseball team is the girls' softball team.
That's funny. That's funny.
Who y'all got winning?
I haven't watched them, so I don't really know.
Just come on.
I think for you, I'm gonna say Oklahoma for you.
Well, don't say that. I want the SEC
I just know
to
how
win.
you are.
Well, I've seen Ole Miss
you don't
play.
Want the SEC.
Really, play a few
gonna
times the last 2 weeks, and they really look good. Look really good.
Who's that? So you're picking Oklahoma?
Do you want me to pick Oklahoma?
No, I'm just asking. Who you picking?
I haven't seen Oklahoma play.
Just give me who you gonna pick?
Ole Miss. I think Ole Miss is going to win.
Okay.
I think Oklahoma will win 2 out of 3.
Okay.
I don't think Ole Miss will win again.
Oh, so you think it's over Sunday?
2-0.
I think. They did lose to Arkansas the one game. I said they were due for a down tick because they were so hot coming in the regionals, super regionals, and all that. You got to say they're going. They got to back off at some point.
Mm-hmm. So you got Oklahoma?
Yes.
All right. What about you, Helmsy?
I'll just simply say Oklahoma because I don't be made fun of with any kind of commentary. Okay.
Where are you getting that?
I will. It'll be Oklahoma, and I'm with Rick on Oklahoma, but I'm it'll go to Monday.
Yeah, I'm saying Ole Miss in 3, Speedy.
Ooh,
officially.
Okay, Monday night.
Adler,
what sport are y'all talking about? Football?
Yes, in football.
I'm gonna go Texas Longhorns.
Because they got Archman.
Because they got Archman.
I don't know if y'all heard about that.
Oh, me.
All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Had the NBA draft last night, too.
Yeah, it's big in New York.
Yep.
They put on quite a show. These draft shows now are pretty wild.
Pretty intense.
Yep.
We'll be right back.
They can?
Yeah, I think so. They have
Everybody
them
can
all
brush.
in there.
Here brush, there
if they need
brush.
to slow it down.
Does the unlimited beauty cheerleaders?
Notice
do
this
they-
guy
do
here.
they go to
What's
this
up with
sport,
these
too?
shoes?
Yeah, because they're all
Look,
sliding.
They're all sliding.
He's gonna slide right in.
Guys, they're
They
sliding.
got special
What's
shoes.
on them shoes?
They got special shoes.
way too hard.
What I think's amazing is they can go in and out of the ones that are there. Like, go back and look at that clip
Swiss.
there
That's
and
the
watch
Swiss
their
team.
feet narrowly miss the whatever they're called.
Yeah.
Watch how their feet.
Yeah, that looks like tennis shoes.
Watch how they. I mean, I would run all over the ones that are. Look, watch.
Yeah, I'd fall head first right in the middle
So
of
he
it.
can't kick any of those. He's got to step over them.
Right.
Well, it looked like the whole.
That takes some skill right there, by the way.
That looked like
Dancing
somebody
around the thing.
broke in pool right then.
Hey, Chris, thanks for the update, buddy.
All right, no problem.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Surprised that I haven't heard you mention this. Solar storm could strike Earth today.
Oh, I saw.
Did you know we have a solar storm
I saw
warning?
I saw the big explosion coming off the sun. I don't know if you saw the satellite.
I did not.
Picture of that. It's pretty impressive when you think about how big that star is, and how much will be caught up in the flux of all of that coming through. Although historically, and I know how you are, Rick, if there's not dramatic change,
It must be dramatic, yes.
You really don't care about it. So I
Right.
tried to temper my response to that by not mentioning it.
Well, you learned that. You remember back when former sales manager Rob Rawson said, if you can't produce a ball of fire for Burgess, he's not interested.
Right. It has to has to be ball of fire level, and I don't know that this will be. Although if you look at the satellite picture, Rick, it's very ball of fire level.
Okay.
Even though it's not a ball of fire.
Gonna hit anything?
You see this big wave coming off the sun, and you realize how small the Earth is.
Tell me how close I'm going to be to it.
Well, satellites might be in trouble today.
So I might get a satellite knocked out?
Power grid could be in trouble.
Wait, could I get a satellite knocked out of the sky by this?
Could have one knocked out. It definitely could do it. The radiation.
You're piquing some interest over here.
Greg?
Nah, I don't know.
Yeah, your chance to see maybe the northern lights at a lower latitude would be much higher the next day or two.
Do I have to be in Alaska to see them?
No, it'd probably be a lot lower than that.
Would I be able to see them in Alabama?
I don't know. I couldn't predict the ionosphere that close, Rick.
Okay, doggone it. What good are you?
Thank goodness you got that second button.
Yeah, he knew he was going to talk about this
Yeah.
today.
I tell you,
I
it's
still
got
see
in
some
here.
hairs
If you don't
peeking
come,
out.
if you don't come in here dressed like a priest, you get. Look, I went back and looked at the '70s. I'm way off of that. Okay, so I'm good. I'm good.
So this is a potential big story.
It is potential. We never know how it will affect the Earth until it gets here, Rick. That's the thing. It could be a big no event. You could see some interruptions in communications.
Should I alter my day? Should my lunch plans be altered?
No, but if you see the internet go down, you'll know what it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you, buddy. So
Wow, you got internet going down.
Could happen.
Satellites going out.
Off the grid.
Could. We don't know. We've had satellites destroyed by them before.
Hope it doesn't impact the tune-in out.
Greg, Mr. Buddy might be barking at the sky today.
Did you see, Speedy? Can you pull up the video from the satellite where it blocks the sun out and you can see, the waves coming off of it? It's pretty impressive when you see it how big it is too, and you realize how tiny the Earth is. Tiny compared to it. The whole planet, tiny. The sun is big, man. That's a big old thing.
All right, let's see.
Hot too.
Yeah, you talked about the Northern Lights. I see that in here.
Where's that story?
Now here's the question, the one I really want to know about. Should we be worried? The answer, not really.
That's kind of what I told you.
Solar storms are actually pretty common. Fortunately, Earth's atmosphere and magnetic field keeps us well protected.
Yep.
The only issue in this particular storm, listen, is if the Earth is actually flat.
If the Earth was flat, you'd have a mess.
Yeah.
Huh?
I added that.
Well, see, the Van Allen radiation belt and where it sits and our magnetic poles, our protective shield, Rick, looks like a donut, if you would. That's why we have northern lights.
Mm-hmm.
We have southern lights, too, but just nobody's there to see it.
Northern Lights. I love those Northern Lights. I'm sorry, that's Southern Nights. Some people worry that a gigantic killer solar flare could hurl enough energy to destroy the Earth, but they said that is not actually possible. But to Bubba's donut.
Well, we don't we haven't had one that did that yet, Rick. So
Right.
they have them, but they're not that big.
If you're a flat Earth person, though, you need to be gravely concerned.
Well, here's the beauty, and another I think shining example of why.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so apparently with the Arch Manning commitment to Texas, we now have someone doing an impression, Adler, did you say, of Matthew McConaughey's reaction to Arch Manning picking Texas. So this is a guy doing an impression, which is supposed to be Matthew McConaughey's reaction. So here we go.
Yes, this is Matthew McConaughey welcoming Arch Manning to Texas.
Oh, he's like he's
the roles I've played in my career are no stranger to the stars. Contact. A man reaches out into the dark, vast expanses of space with radio technology.
Wow.
To find signs of intellect, brain power. Previously unbeknown to man. Or Interstellar, in which a man leaves behind his family legacy to surf among the stars and take a deep black hole dive in order to find sustenance, to provide for a starving human race. But in all my time on screen, these two eyes have never seen a collection of 5 stars quite as bright as those belonging to Arch Manning. Arch. Welcome to Texas. You hear that? You feel that? That's Bebo knocking on your heart. He's always been in there, just waiting to come out. The era of MANIN is now LIVIN. Oh, and what arm does he throw with? His right, his right, his right.
Wow, that's really,
he's got the impression down.
He really does.
We need a liner from him.
That's good. That's funny. He's got it. Wow, a lot of stuff to memorize too on the Interstellar thing. That was a lot.
Yeah,
yeah.
Quite a room.
All right.
But that movie Interstellar, that's a lot to try to.
Boy, isn't it?
Boy, to get your mind.
I've never
right.
seen that.
Great.
It was good.
Stay away from
it was good. It was good. The library book thing at the end was a little weird, but
Oh man, that got me. I was like,
what did you do?
I was like, he's just trying to reach out to his daughter.
you know when you
get out.
When you leave a movie and you have to go to your car and start Googling the end to try to understand it, it's a little tough. But
you don't want
up
that.
to that point, I thought it was pretty good.
Do you ever pretend to understand until you can figure it out? Just so you won't. If you ever, I think everybody's pretending to understand those kind of movies. Nobody really does.
I think you have to. To just be able to deal with it, you have to go, well, I think it's this, or I think it's that, or I'm going to have to go Google it to figure it out.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to park the plane somewhere, you know?
The same people that say they figured it out will claim they knew he was blind in Book of Eli.
That's true.
Okay.
Exactly.
Now, I'm going to tell you that one caught me totally off guard.
Guys, the first time I watched it, even when the movie was over, I didn't know he was blind. I didn't. We were talking about it later, and Taylor goes, "You know he was blind." I said, "What?" He goes, "Yes, Dad."
You didn't pick up that he was blind
even after the movie was
when
over.
he's laying there and he's
now
reciting the
that I
Bible.
look back, but now you watch the rest of the movie. There's no signs of him being blind.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
Sixth Sense. Just
I got one.
Well,
you see that coming?
there's been twice that I felt like I was holding the bat on the third strike, and it was the Sixth Sense in the Book of Eli.
And I'll tell you another one, and it was on yesterday, and it was right at the end, so I didn't have to watch the whole movie. Primal Fear.
Oh, yeah.
And the jail cell.
I love that.
That's a good one.
That's a great movie. That's a good one.
That was really good.
It was real good.
Come on, Marty.
He's got
Me and you, man. We were dancing.
You're just like, oh no.
Oh, wow.
Bubba, the NBA draft last night.
NBA draft, New York City. Auburn has its first 2 players taken in the first round in school history. They had Jabari Smith taken at number 3, went to Houston. Walker Kessler via a trade with Memphis to the Minnesota Timberwolves at number 22. So congratulations for them. I'd reached out to Bruce to see if he wanted to comment on it, and he's already at practice this morning. So I tell you, he must have got back and got after it.
I wish I'd text to my old buddy Bruce.
Yeah, check in with Bruce there at the draft.
I'll see him next week down at the lake.
First name
Here
basis.
we go. Here we go.
It's Bruce. To
Once
me.
we get back from the beach together.
Yeah.
You know, these draft shows have turned into such a production, though. You see it with the NFL and that. What is baseball doing? I haven't seen their draft in a few
They're
years.
just still like it always is.
Is it? Have they turned it up too?
Not quite like that, but
Right.
it's
But
they
when
turned
you,
it up for
but when you
them.
watch,
Yeah.
it's real slow.
And they go 9 rounds.
They give each team an hour and a half to make a decision.
Yeah. They have what 70 rounds, something ridiculous.
It's not as much anymore.
Yeah,
We'll cut it down.
was it 85 rounds?
No, it's
They've
down.
cut it down.
Oh, it's down at least
tremendously
40.
now.
What is it down to?
Well,
now?
you have
corporate Greg about 40.
No, I think it's actually less than that.
Well, they needed to.
But they did away with all the minor league teams
That's
because
true.
of
They did.
so they don't have a lot of people to. I don't have a
Some
lot of places
survived,
to
some
put them
didn't.
anymore.
Wow, I didn't think about that. Hard to get in now, even harder than ever. It's always been hard. So, but yeah, it's you have to have a big production, or it doesn't count.
Well, it's part of selling the sport.
Yeah, it is. Does hockey have a big production? I can't picture them doing a big production on anything.
Who?
Hockey.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a hockey draft.
Did I tell you there's a guy that's moved here from and he played hockey and he's huge in hockey. And he doesn't like me having fun with hockey.
Right.
And look, I don't feel the way about hockey the way I do about soccer.
Right.
But I still have noticed that it bothers him, and that's the worst thing. You can let me know.
Right.
Yeah. And so now he feels like he has to make hockey comments every time he sees me, and he can't get past. I said, I just can't get past the ice skating, and it drives him.
I love when that's where you landed.
I said, you dropped the stick, take the helmet off, your ice skating. Good point, Rick.
Now you haven't said it's soccer on ice, have you?
Not yet.
Oh,
that's a good one.
don't say that.
Let me write that down.
Easy.
Well,
By the way, 20
If the
rounds.
puck could go out of bounds, it would be.
How do you like soccer on skates or soccer on ice?
Just on ice.
On ice.
Yeah.
20 rounds in the Major
That'll be
League
today.
Baseball draft. By the way.
20?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, they narrowed it down.
They've really narrowed it down.
Corporate Greg over there.
Remember
look
when
at
football used to be what, 12?
I don't remember this.
And they cut it to
number.
7, I think.
Yeah.
It used to be 12 or 13.
What is the status of minor league baseball, Hams? You were talking
They're
about
playing.
the teams. I mean,
They're playing. Just
Yeah.
you've got. I mean, it's the same. They just eliminated a lot of their teams,
What do you,
especially in the rookie league.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. What level took
I think
the biggest
Double
hit?
A survived. Triple A survived pretty good. I still think there were some teams that didn't make it, but I think it was that lower. A lot of the rookie ball and stuff like that, I think, lost some teams.
Do you know back when I used to go to either speak at stuff or do whatever, and it would turn into an overnight deal? It doesn't happen as much now because I've tried to eliminate a lot of that. You know what I would do in a second? If I was in a city that had a minor league team and they had a game that night, I would go watch it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good little atmosphere.
Yeah, it would. I'd go check it out.
You get to watch the sausage race and all
Oh,
that.
yeah, I love all that.
We've got one, if not.
I find it relaxing.
Well, and we've got
is.
one of the, if not the nicest
Oh,
minor
yeah.
league
Yes.
park.
Oh, yeah.
I like
15
it.
minutes from here.
I like it.
Yeah.
Too hot now.
It is.
Gonna have to get
Goodness
cooler.
gracious.
They say the Trash Panda's got a nice place.
They do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they do.
You can
They
see
real
it.
nice.
You can see it from 565.
I love the fact you can drive through and
Yes.
see how. I mean, you can see right on the.
Oh, yeah.
Phone calls, and we come back, talk about anything you want to, or mention what we were talking about. By the way, I also heard a American history fact that Sherry and I were discussing this week that I meant to talk to y'all about, and I think I'm going to if I can remember it right. But we'll do phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We know that the Earth is round because it has poles.
Here we go.
From north and south pole, and you wouldn't have that if it was flat. It would be impossible. And the magnetic field comes off of that, the lines of force, so that gives us our protective barrier around it. Now, one of the problems, and I told you this a long time ago, it looks like from the core drillings we do that if you look at the magnetic particles in those, it looks like our magnetic poles have flipped before.
Here we go.
Now, when they flip, they basically will be very, very weak until they flip around again. And if that's actually happening, we're headed into a time, and nobody knows how long that would be, where the magnetic protective barrier around the Earth will be very weak, and we will be more susceptible to these things than we normally are.
All right, I want everybody to know this. These are the moments, and I know it happens, and there's no way it could ever be
But
documented.
I didn't really describe it.
Right, listen, there's no way that I'll ever know, barring an email of some sort.
But these are those moments where I think what it must be like to have nothing, no knowledge of the show, none.
Right.
And you're just scanning, and all of a sudden it lands on it. And you hear Bubba with his accent and his voice breaking this down, and you don't know what you found.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you're just like, you're like, what in the world have I got here?
Yeah.
And you find yourself drawn into it, saying, where would this go from here?
Mm-hmm.
Who's our buddy from Oxford?
Who couldn't be prouder?
He's been here, the scientist.
Oh, you're talking about John Lennox.
John Lennox,
Yeah.
thank you. I had people tell me when we were on here discussing things with my accent and his accent.
It was one of the finest
and people
things.
knowing that he is a doctorate and he is a decorated scientist and he teaches at Oxford University. And I'm here with my accent as a ham radio operator, and we're discussing time and all these things in space. They said it was precious.
In my mind, I know I didn't have the ability, but it felt like I had the ability to hover around in here and watch it from all angles.
Yeah.
It's like the Matrix.
Yeah, it was great. That was a great moment.
That's so good.
John's a ham operator, too.
By the way, for some of you who may have stumbled across this, you heard us mention the flat Earth people, and you're laughing because you're like, why are they mentioning that? We all know that's not true. Sadly, we're having to mention it because we actually do have people believing that in modern day.
Oh, we had a discussion about it earlier this week.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you know somebody said, why are they mentioning flat Earth? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But there actually have people, like you say, the poles are a big. That's a big blow to the flat Earth theory.
Yeah, well,
would you agree?
You would not have a magnetic field on a plate. Has to be a ball with a magnet running through it.
Don't think there's any need for something flat to be on the axis, is there?
No. Compass is no good on a plate. And when the poles flip, it won't be real good for anything here for a while.
Somebody pull that phrase as potential title of next year's CD.
What is that?
A compass is no good on a plate. All right, now we're going to find out. Somebody is saying that calling from Utah right now on the phone. According to the call screener, we'll find out if this is legit. That it is that Rulon Gardner is calling us. That we just talked about.
The famous Olympian.
Is this?
There's somebody messing with it.
Probably. Could be.
Rulon, you're on the show.
How we doing? How you guys doing this morning?
Good. So straight up, is this really Rulon Gardner, or is this somebody pretending to be Rulon?
Well, there's actually, I know two Rulon Gardners, and I'm the only Olympic gold medalist of the two of us.
Nice. Rulon wears his war wound like a crown. All right. So how in the world did you find out we were talking about you?
I got a friend of mine who is a medical device rep, Brent, who is a medical device rep down in the good old south of Alabama, and he told me that you guys were talking and I should call in and share a little of my love of Greco-Roman wrestling and one of the biggest upsets with the Olympics.
Rulon, I got to ask you something. How big a fella are you?
Bigger than I need to be, of course, you know. As William Perry used to say, on two biscuits. So.
Yeah. Now, I obviously, I do remember this. We're looking at your pictures now. So, we were, because we were talking about the miracle with the hockey team, and it's unbelievable what happened there, and I don't know that we can see that again. But you were against odds that were very similar, and are you often compared to them?
Yes. In so many words, you hate to, say, oh, I'm going to compare myself against,
I got you.
The best. But,
right.
The odds of me winning were 2,000-1. Wow. I was going against.
Do you think that works? 35 minutes past the Rick and Bubba's show. Somebody sing this for me. All right, so as we make the way back, a2b.com/radio. We're going to phones, by the way. So you can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so a2b.com/radio. And any driving plans on the calendar?
Well, fuel prices are out of control. It's not good. You gotta stop. So anyway, the fuel prices right now are through the roof. Do you have a fleet card that you're using that's got all kinds of restrictions on it? You need to go get the a2b.com/radio. Go get this fleet fuel card. You got to check out the A to B fuel card. It's simple. It's free. We appreciate there's no setup fee. There's no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-the-limit fees, no credit check required when you apply. So we've been talking about this, okay? And you need to go get it done. And here's one of the things you're going to love. Anywhere that Visa is accepted, this card will be accepted as well. There's no gallon limits on it, okay? This all means that using the A to B fuel card is going to help you grow the business. So if you pay on time, which you should, it'll grow your credit too. So apply now at a2b.com/radio. That's a2b.com/radio. And for a limited time, you get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. Again, that's a2b.com/radio, or you can go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right there under the sponsors button. And boy, now more than ever, that's a good idea. All right, so let's start with Landon in the great state of Alabama. Landon, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, big fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so I heard that Live Golf is recruiting for lead sports commentator, and I heard that their number one recruit is the one and only Gary from Chilton County.
Yeah, I mean, I have been talked to by Live. They have contacted me. And, I played golf and pretty good at it. I mean, I think I could play probably with Bubba in the Pro-Am if I'd get little Gene Hallman to call me back. Because, I kind of represent the show. I mean, I ain't got time for the show, but everywhere I go, everybody, says, hey, don't I recognize you? And so, I can get on Live. And do it, and do the.
We all wish they had a better name.
Yeah, we do. That's awful. Let's go to John in Nashville. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Just want to make an announcement to the callers. Guys, y'all don't have to ask Rick and Bubba how they're doing every time we call. They spend 4 hours with us a day, and we know about them. They're fine.
They're doing well. Honestly, if something's bothering you, bothering us, we're probably going to tell you. So.
That is great. I can't be the only one that thinks about this, and they're doing good. So just get to the point, make your jokes, get off the phone.
That's great, bud.
My favorite part is they're doing good.
Hey,
they're fine.
They're good.
And if they're not, they won't be here. They'll tell you about it.
And he's got a good phone.
He really does. Rick,
I like that. It drives me crazy.
Rick,
how are you doing? Good. That's good.
I think it's it's one of those nervous communication things we all do.
It's kind of like a handshake to get started.
Yeah, it's like you almost need to get ramped up. Rick in Alabaster, ZZK, go ahead.
Good morning, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. So what's on your mind?
I'm thinking about old Joe's cheat sheets. I'm glad he didn't pick up the one that told him how to go to bed or brush his teeth.
That's true. Mike in New Jersey. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
Hey, Mike, get over there.
What's going on, guys? Hey, listen, these executions here with all these needles and these firing squads and everything. Listen, I know a couple of guys that'll do this for $20. They owe them. Hold on, hear me out. These guys own fishing charter boats on the New Jersey shore. They go out 25, 50 miles every day. I talk to them. They'd be more than happy to take these guys out there. And when they get out there, just roll them right off the side.
Yeah, Mike, you got that in Jersey.
$20.
We're all from Calhoun County. We got guys that'll do it for a case of natural light.
Yes.
I mean,
Rick, you joke. Remember when the show first started, we were in Gadsden. There was a man and wife that were convicted.
Oh, you're right.
They were an assassination team,
Absolutely.
and they would do it for $200.
Yeah, they were pretty good.
Put
too.
you in a barrel and throw you in the river.
Yeah, it's awful.
That's a bargain.
Bill in Starkville, 96.1. Bill, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I'd just like to give a little happy note. Yesterday, I'm blessed to be able to take my grandson back and forth to school. And yesterday was his last day of summer school. So we go to the library for a little thing that they had about animals. So as we're going up there, we go into the book sale room in there, and I'm looking, and he's looking, and then he runs up to me with this book that's got Rick and Bubba on it.
Really?
And it's got it's got a CD in the back of it, and he has a little difficulty reading, but the minute that he come up snagging on my shirt, telling me, look, it's Rick and Bubba, pass the gravy, please.
So which book was it?
Young man, I couldn't really tell you. It's sitting on our coffee table.
Okay.
Y'all are in a great big circle. It's got Rick and Bubba over the top of it, and I haven't had time to really look at it. But it was the idea that he's been going to summer school for 3 weeks to get a little better with his reading.
There you go.
And he comes up to me with this book and knew who Rick and Bubba was and screamed, pass the gravy, please.
Now, see there, then everything's going to be all right. I mean, there's nothing that...
He's well on his way to a scholarship,
Yeah,
sir.
right, that's right. I mean,
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba teaching how to read
That's
you
right.
can't make... So one of our books is in the library? Can you imagine? Stephanie, Chelsea, Alabama. She's 33 weeks pregnant.
I don't like when they
What
say
is that
wait.
in months?
That would be 8. Yeah, 8 months. Just about, 32. 8 months. Going into her 9th month. Stephanie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, sure. You wanted a baby prediction. Now, do you already had a sonogram? You know what you think it is?
We have no idea what it is.
All right.
I
Well,
think
now today,
I lean toward a girl, and my husband thinks it's
Stephanie, none of that.
You're okay with us telling you.
Because we're about to go scientific here, and we're going to tell you whether it's a boy or girl.
96% accurate.
Yeah. So
too.
tell us about
Yeah.
Tell us about your husband, the father of the child.
I'm sorry, 98.
Well, we did drop one, so we're 98 now. 98% correct. What does your husband do for a living?
He works from home. He works on a computer. Does software.
Computer guy.
I think we
computer guy. You
Yeah.
want to stop? No. All right. So
what other hobbies?
Yeah, there you
what
go.
other hobbies does he have?
We gotta know that.
Other than the obvious.
Fishing.
Fish. Okay.
Probably the biggest one.
He does fish, deep sea fishing, or freshwater, or both.
Freshwater, trout fishing and bass fishing.
Does he ever chop wood or anything?
Does he sweat? Does he sweat a lot?
Yes.
He does. Oh, okay. Is he a hairy guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And
this is first child, right?
First
We
child?
did clear that.
First, yeah,
Okay.
first child.
What kind of underwear does he normally wear? Loose boxers, boxer briefs, or commando?
Boxer briefs.
Boxer briefs. Okay.
Stephanie, what we would like to do here is focus on you from about 6 months on, okay? So the last couple of months. Is the hair on your legs growing more or less or about the same?
Less.
Less.
No shocker there.
Hair growing anywhere else it normally does not? I have to ask. This is
I don't
science.
think so.
No, you
Okay.
don't think so. Okay.
Right. We need to ask a husband about that. Has your cravings been more salty or sweet?
Lately, sweet.
Mm-hmm.
You're sure on the sweet?
Positive?
Mm-hmm.
Like what are you craving right now?
Like chocolate cake.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Yeah, same thing I was thinking about. All right, so
funny, I was craving that too.
Right, but we do have things, Bubba. We got less on the legs.
Right. Yep.
So it's in conflict. So we agree with you. We actually think it's going to be a girl.
Really?
Yep. We think it's a girl.
But probably a pretty good softball player.
Yep.
I would look to sports over beauty queen.
Yep. So we think it will
Not
be.
that you can't be both.
Yeah, you can be
but-
both.
Yeah.
But yeah, athletic.
Don't be an athlete. Yep.
Athletic, but female. And if you don't know the definition of a woman, we can help you.
So we're good on that one.
Yeah, thanks, Stephanie. Appreciate that. Congratulations.
And we're not biologists, but we can tell you.
Yeah, we still know.
Yep.
Congratulations to you and your husband. And thanks for listening to the program. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A Russian who was undefeated for 13 years. He was going for his 4th Olympic gold medalist, and he was one of the guaranteed victories in the 2000 Olympics. And so, yeah, going out there against the guy who they called the Experiment or the Russian Bear, going out there and defeating him at the finals of the Olympics. Like they say, I've been around. I know, the Miracle on the Ice team and all that stuff, and everybody's like, oh, there's only going to be one of them, and they considered my match, Miracle on the mat compared to Miracle on the Ice.
Well, now, Rulon, you were known too your strength from being a good old farm boy, right? This Bubba, and we often talk about having country boy strength, and I think that's where you got yours, right?
Oh, a country boy or redneck, either way, you could say it comes from that. I was the youngest of Wyoming. I'm the youngest of 9. Grew up in Wyoming on a dairy farm, so I grew up, throwing hay bales and shucking, cow manure, and we always used to call it, being the youngest child. It's where the basically the cow manure runs downhill. I got crack work, and so
Rulon, why
my
is it?
job to do the stuff nobody else wanted to do.
Why do you think that helps you? Because we've talked about in sports going up against somebody who maybe wasn't known and had the workout muscles. That country boy muscles always beat workout or beach muscles. Why do you think that is?
Well, for me, I didn't have all this pedigree in Greco-Roman wrestling. It's one of the oldest sports in the world, and so I didn't have that pedigree. The one thing I did have is, we were up to 6:30 every morning during the summer. We worked all day until midnight every night, and I grew up on the farm, and everybody's like, "Oh, wrestling's so tough and it's so exhausting." I'm like, "Wrestling?" I'm like, "Sheesh, the farm work is much harder than wrestling." So for me, I actually did wrestling to get off the farm because I hated working on that dang farm 24/7. So wrestling was a relief to go in and get beat up by some big 300-pound guy. That was kind of fun for me.
I've talked to some of the guys that were raised just like you were, and they were talking about whatever sport they played. This one happened to be football, and they were saying we wanted to stay on the football team so we wouldn't have to go to work at the farm.
Yeah,
and everybody else was thinking the football workout was the tough thing. So when you took on this Russian, though, obviously, in those days too, let's face it, the Russian training could be a little dicey. So it was the Russian technology against country boy strong. But this guy obviously was a brilliant wrestler.
Rick, 13 years undefeated.
What was the strategy? I mean, you had to be coming up with saying, "Here's what I got to do to win this thing."
Well, the only other time I had wrestled him before was 3 years previously at the Worlds, and I met him in the semifinals of the Worlds, and he actually had a move called the reverse body lift where he picked you up and basically threw you on your head. And his move was that. He actually dumped me on my head twice, and actually my feet kicked myself in the back of the head, and he broke 2 vertebrae in my neck. And so that was the only other time I wrestled him, and I went out there now, in the finals of the Olympics. It was my first time in the finals, or at any Olympic caliber to win a medal. And so, I come out there to wrestle him, and my coaches are like, "Hey, just go out there and you're gonna get in his face, and don't back down, don't be afraid." And one of the philosophies we always had is, taking control of your destiny, take control of your mat. Don't let anybody push you around. You control your destiny. If you get in the face and you take this guy and corral him, everybody always kind of talks about how strong he was, and he was the size of basically a horse. And I grew up on the farm, and so I was used to pushing guys like that and moving that type of weight. And our coach was like, "Hey, when he's big and strong, you be fast and quick. When he's fast and quick, you be big and strong. You change the tempo up, you change the speed up. You make him wrestle your match, and everybody else has always wrestled his match, and you make him wrestle your match. And that way, it kind of gives you the opportunity to find his weakness. And then when you find his weakness, you may exploit him because nobody had scored on him in 10 years. So nobody knew how to score on him.
So Rulon, what was his weakness?
What one?
Oh, now see, now you're talking, the weakness of Russia, because it's like he's undefeated all this time and hadn't been scored on. How can you go after the champion? And ultimately, it's the way we kind of looked at it is he was a little overconfident. He was thinking, "Oh, I'm just going to go out there."
Yeah.
And I this is my first time to get to the world level and have a chance to win a medal. So I'm in the finals, and we go out there, and in the semifinal match, I was wrestling a guy who was from Russia. He was about 6'6", and he looked like Mr. Clean.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. I think you'll really, really enjoy our conversation. It's very informative, too, with Dave Hanna. This guy just is his life could be a movie. We'll talk to him coming up this weekend at Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. On vacation next week, so it'll be best of shows. All the different guys will take different days off. Bubba and I'll be off the whole time. Adler will be off. There'll be no live YouTube either. But best of moments and a good time to go back and check all of the archives there on the YouTube channel. The Wednesday Bible study will not be here next week. You can go watch old ones there. And there won't be a Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, next week either. So, when we were doing the John Hinckley thing and talking about him getting back to his life and him trying to shoot Reagan and all that, Sherry and I were at home and we were just discussing all that. And I forget how she saw this or whatever. And she said to me, did you know that Teddy Roosevelt was shot? And I said, you know what? I don't know that I remember that in history. It was in 1912. Now, if you remember, Teddy Roosevelt was a man's man. You know how we say that these men like our dads don't exist anymore? Well, Teddy Roosevelt was one of those people, okay? He loved to hunt. He loved to fish. He loved adventure. He lived his life wide open. The Rough Riders. That incredible. And by the way, the men that he liked to pick to be Rough Riders, he asked, did you ever play football? He loved football. Football was leading to people's deaths, and we had to invent the forward pass. And Teddy Roosevelt, to save lives, by the way, because his idea was just widen the field, but they realized that, I think at Notre Dame, no, not Notre Dame, would have been with the Ivy schools, maybe Harvard or whatever, they couldn't, there was no way to move the stadium. Right. So they invented the forward pass to try to spread everybody out so there wouldn't be so many people getting killed. But he loved it. Well, in 1912, he was in Milwaukee. Do y'all know this? I don't remember.
No, I don't.
Y'all not going to believe what I'm about to say. So in 1912, he was in Milwaukee, and he was giving a speech. And you remember in those days, and you've heard that about the Gettysburg Address, that everybody kind of made fun of Lincoln because he didn't speak very long. That was actually considered to be bad form. Yeah. Speakers would speak for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. And so Teddy Roosevelt, and they think it saved his life, had his speech, which was supposed to be a couple of hours, in his pocket. So the guy, some mentally ill guy, I think his name was John Schrank. Anyway, shot him as he was going, trying to go into the venue. Well, he gives the speech anyway, shot in the chest. It misses his heart barely, gets lodged in his ribs. And, of course, everybody around him is like, we got to get you to the hospital. You're the president, and you've been shot. And he comes out onto the stage. He said, I will have to shorten my speech to 84 minutes, shot. And he gets out. The speech shows them the bullet holes through it, that it's shredded, lays it out in front of him. They said that probably saved his life because it diverted the bullet away from his heart. He said, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether you fully understand that I've just been shot, but it takes more than that to kill a bull moose.
Huh.
And he gets up and he says, I don't give a rap about being shot, because his staff keeps saying, you got to stop. Right. And he turns around at him. He says, I don't give a rap, whatever that meant during that day. I know what it means because by his tone, about being shot. And they said that he did get, his voice did start getting weak at one point because he's bleeding. And he does an 84-minute speech after being shot, and gets up there and says, you can see blood on his shirt where he got shot in the chest.
Yeah, there it is there.
Yeah, and look, he gives a speech with that and finishes his speech and then goes on to the hospital.
Well, he said he was tough as a bull moose.
How about it takes more than that to kill a bull moose?
Wow.
And he keeps telling his staff, stop getting on me about being shot. And they're like, you've been shot. And not shot, not shot in the leg, not shot in the arm. Let's wrap. Shot through the chest. It just barely missing your heart and your lungs. And so he had to go in there and get a lot of blood, and they, he survived it. But it was a pretty severe wound, and he got up and gave the speech anyway. 84 minutes he spoke.
And finished.
We just don't have that. Think about the level of drop off with men we've got compared to that.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
He died at 60 with a heart embolism.
Yeah.
In his sleep.
Yep. So
how old was he when he was shot? Do you know? Let's see.
I don't know. It was in 1912.
He died in 1919.
Okay,
and he was 60. So
he'd be 53.
Yeah,
53 when they shot him. In the chest.
Rick, that's pretty. Even if flesh wound.
Can I tell you what?
That's pretty impressive.
If you're a speakers bureau, this is the kind of guy you want,
buddy. You ain't joking.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a lot of cancellations from Teddy.
You ain't joking.
What would Teddy think about us today?
Oh, Rick.
Huh?
Oh, Rick.
Picture sitting around with him trying to talk about you persevere through something. Yeah, I had like a sinus infection. I went to work anyway. Really? I gave an 84-minute speech while shot in the chest. Golly. I mean, that's. Why did I not know that? I mean, I'm sure it's been talked about before on and whatever. I mean, but I didn't see anybody in the room go, "Oh yeah, I know this story."
No, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah,
I think I knew it and I'd forgotten about it.
Yeah. So
look at that.
Here's the difference between the two notes. Here's Roosevelt's speech with the holes in it, and then here's Biden's cue cards reminding him to sit down and reminding him to leave.
You think Teddy had to be told to sit down?
Probably not.
They didn't know. You think anybody back talks Teddy?
I'll stand.
Have you really researched his life? I mean, he was a man's man.
It was a different time, Rick.
A much different time. And,
Oh yeah, no nonsense.
No,
he'll finish his speech.
I love that he walked in and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you fully understand. I have been shot, but won't be doing my whole speech, but I'll give you 84 minutes."
Was I got to know? Was there a ruckus to find the shooter while he was talking?
Probably, and they said that Bubba. I hate to tell you this, which is why we got talking about it. Tied to Hinckley. Do you know what his verdict was? He was guilty, but he was insane, and he got put in an insane asylum. I know. There's Bubba rolling his eyes.
He started making music and playing guitar.
Right.
Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong person.
Yeah. I'm sorry, when you shoot the president, it just this thing.
There's somebody that needs to have their mental health evaluated, and that's the people who are charging them.
I know, you're right. But how about it was going on even in 1912?
I know.
So anyway, it's
if I'm not mistaken, and I don't know, I'm just trying to recall from that. The person who shot him, he wasn't mad at him? Wasn't he a fan?
That does sound familiar. I remember
that was John Lennon.
Yeah, that might have been. that was the guy that shot.
It was something weird about the guy that shot him. I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. Look. I'm sorry. The story had me at I'm shot in the chest, barely missing my heart, and it's embedded in my ribs. And I gave an 84-minute speech. I just haven't gotten past that.
Yeah,
that right there is. That's a tough old coot right there.
Golly, it is. Yeah. It's a different world.
I would think somebody would go, could we at least check on you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Keep talking, but could we look at it?
Yeah. Why didn't you go to work today, grown man? I just didn't feel good.
I didn't feel good. My boss was mean to me today. Teddy. Wow. They made me work after my normal time.
Top of the hour. If you are leaving us, well, you have a great weekend and a great week next week. We'll be on vacation. If you got more Rick and Bubba, top of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Big, ripped, shredded, muscular, powerful, and I was losing 2-0, and I came back and I finally beat him 3-2, and I beat him in the semifinals. And Corellan's watching me barely beat this guy who he would have crushed, and so he's thinking, "Oh, this is going to be easy." And so he went out there a little unprepared. And this is kind of the philosophy of young athletes. My coaches are sitting there like, "Hey, Ruland, he's nervous, and you can beat him." And my coaches are all positive and everything else. And I said, "Hey, please, coaches, leave me alone." And they're like, "Well, why do you want us to leave you alone? We're at the finals of the Olympics. We want to coach you." And I was like, "Just leave me alone. I go to practice every day," and they always say, these young athletes, act like you've been there before, get out there with confidence and belief in yourself. And as I walked out there, it's the same thing for the last 4 years that got me in every practice. The person I wrestled in my mind as I walked into that wrestling room was him, Corellan. And when I walked out there that day, I'd already walked that walk 1,000 times, and so it felt natural. Did I think I could beat him? Heck no. but that I believe I could beat him. I knew I had a chance.
Wow.
And that's all in the last in life is a chance.
Thank you very much, Rulon.
Thank you,
Great
Rulon,
story,
so
bud.
much.
Thank you, man. What a call. Appreciate it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We did talk much earlier today about the horrifying school shooting that happened yesterday in Florida. Now some of the stories, because now that we've gone through the overnight time, and sadly because of the crime scene and so much devastation, people are just now being identified about their loved ones because of the fact a lot of them didn't have identification on them because they didn't have their backpacks because they dropped them to run and things like that. But now we're starting to get a pretty good account of some of the heroes, and you knew there would be a number of these, but this assistant football coach who seemed to be loved by the folks there at the school, witnesses are saying now was seen shielding students as a gunman opened fire inside the high school. And, of course, we're still – the number right now we still have is 17, and others are in the hospital. But they said they have learned that the coach was killed by the gunman, but said he selflessly shielded students from the shooter when he was shot. He died a hero, won't forever be in everyone's hearts and memories. And now some of the coaches are talking about there was a college coach there from Nicholls State, was that him? That was recruiting some players. So he was sitting with the head football coach who said they heard what they thought were fireworks. Isn't that what it was?
Yeah, he was there, and 4 football players were in the office, and it's Coach May is the head coach. And he said that he heard on the little walkie-talkie they use that, hey, something sounds like fireworks, what's going on? And then the assistant coach who was killed, the last thing they heard him say is, that's not fireworks. And then it all happened, and he was Coach May was talking about what it looked like from the office, and he actually said he saw the shooter trying to blend in with the other students and get out. He saw him through the office window. But what this assistant coach did, who was also a security guard at the school, they said from the witnesses there, the students that he saved, they said he just was selfless with what he did.
Yeah, so he actually used his body to take bullets so it wouldn't hit other people. And so a lot of the players are saying that everybody loved him. We hate that he died this way, but he said this is the kind of stuff that he taught us. He always tried to make us better people, and we learned a lot from him. So there you go. And it looks like he didn't just teach that. He actually lived that out in his own life. So sad, but that's one of the heroes out of this situation that would rather give their own lives instead of letting somebody else be killed.
Wow. Did a great job, didn't he?
To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Jordan out of Alabama. Jordan, go right ahead. Thanks for your patience, buddy.
Yeah, hey, guys. This one's for Bubba. I was listening to you earlier about your little benchmark experiment for time travel.
Yes.
I just want to tell you there's still hope. Maybe, just maybe, your future self didn't go back because he knew you were going to find out about time traveling anyways.
So I kept myself from knowing to prevent from having a paradox.
Exactly, and not just a paradox. Maybe you just knew you were going to find out about it anyways, so you went back in time and checked out other more cool things as opposed to your 40-year-old self sitting in an office all day.
Well, let me ask you this. Why would I go back in time to check out things? Because I was already there. That's right. I've already checked it out.
Yeah, you talking about go back beyond his life?
Beyond. I mean,
well, we were
to maybe biblical days or dinosaur days.
Well, you mentioned, I mean, that I didn't contact myself that day, that there were other things to see. So I was just kind of saying that point, because there's really no need for me to go back to the 80s. I've already been there, and it was wonderful.
But wouldn't it be glorious?
It was wonderful, man. It was the greatest decade mankind has ever seen. I weep for the children of today that didn't get to grow up in the 80s like we did. But I think, just me personally, I wouldn't want to mess up something in the past. I think I would go the future.
Well, do you also think, Jordan, that back to Bubba's original thought?
And then if I didn't see myself at my desk, I'd come back and change my diet.
Right, but I mean, if you saw, to your original point, Bubba's original concern, could it be that your future traveling self knows that 40-year-old Bubba can't handle hearing that and living his life waiting to when it's going to happen?
That is an out for that.
Yeah,
yes, and that's a valid point.
That would just be too much on you, too much to carry, and traveling Bubba knows that.
Yeah, I mean, I could mess up things.
Yeah. That because you would, knowing it was going to happen, would affect the way you lived.
Yeah, it would.
Don't you think?
I think so. But I don't think there's anything that I would have seen up to this point that would have thrown me off too
No.
bad.
We are back. Let's go. Hey! From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for watching, listening, however you get the show. And remember, all we ask for is 5 hours each and every day.
That's all we need. That's it.
4 hours of Rick and Bubba, 1 hour of kickoff equals 5.
5 big hours. Best ofs all coming up next week on the program. Bubba, we can get to that, but remind me before we leave this hour about something I went through yesterday.
Uh-oh.
That did not involve cable. It was.
Well, Rick, I'm kind of panicked about this.
I know you are, and I know you're very upset about this.
Well, I saw this. I saw this graphic on one of our monitors here this morning. They're telling us there's a tomato problem.
Oh yeah.
And California farmers are doing everything they can to protect their tomato plants. So I tried to move it to something else.
Yeah.
From the heat and drought. Of course, they want to include in this that scientists believe is due to climate change.
Climate change.
According to National Geographic, many farmers who just planted their crops of tomatoes, and the heat wave isn't exactly helping them out. And Rick, I know this. We've had a long history with tomatoes. You know, they start as a little yellow flower, and then they turn into tomatoes.
No, tell me, we're not going to get into the whether it's a vegetable or fruit, are we? Please tell me.
Well,
I don't
no,
want to get into that.
That was already decided a long time ago. It's a fruit, believe it or not.
It's
by
not still,
definition.
It's not still controversial.
I don't allow it in the fruit family.
I don't
fruit.
think
I don't
of it
like
as
tomatoes.
I don't think of it as a fruit, but when it was or a fruit,
Or playing your flute.
Now,
but,
I thought it was
I'm
a
very
fruit.
upset about this story.
Yes, you are.
We don't eat it with other fruits. Like I don't have strawberries, blueberries, grapes, and tomatoes.
Here's what I want.
Have you ever seen a fruit bowl and there's tomatoes in it?
Correct.
Never.
No.
Let me ask you this: if somebody said to you, "Here, we have a supplement for you to get the vegetables you need," are tomatoes included in that supplement? Probably so.
Well, they're in a V8, right?
V8.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they
Could have
say
had a V8.
they call it a vegetable drink, don't
They
they?
do, Rick.
Yep.
Okay, then.
I think
Bloody
all of
Mary?
that, if I remember the history on that, it was all due to a taxation issue, wasn't it, at one time? Or coming over the border classification?
No, please don't start.
I think
this.
that was tea.
Get back to ketchup.
All right, so
Well, the problem is
we're going to have a ketchup shortage. That's what we got to get upset about.
Yeah, if we don't have tomatoes,
We
don't
done
have
lost
ketchup.
Jeff.
And,
We've already lost Jeff.
You know, this is getting critical, Rick. And in all fairness, too, California is having a drought. They're in the third year of that. And you know, it's. But can't we grow tomatoes in other places? We grow them here. We just don't grow them as many as California. I mean, they've never been to Chandler Mountain, I guess.
I was about to say, everywhere I go in Sweet Home Alabama, people can grow the fool out of tomatoes.
Oh, yeah.
I've grown I know they need more than
And we ain't got no water shortage.
They ain't got enough car tires to put them in. Because they grow them in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Or you grow them in buckets if you have to.
Yeah. But I hope it doesn't affect ketchup. We'll lose one Bill Bubba Bussy on that.
I heard the only one that's affecting is Heinz, that Del Monte has plenty.
I think the president ought to sign a Defense Production Act and take their tomatoes and give it to Heinz.
Is Del Monte still a thing?
I don't know. I just knew that was one that I've always steered away from.
Well, no, I will tell you this.
I don't want chunky ketchup.
When Del Monte upgraded, when you and I were put on the taste test that time, it was better than Hunt's.
Really?
When they upgraded.
Yeah, because Hunt's was
Hunt's is
decent at
terrible.
the time.
Hunt's is terrible. Hunt's is sweet. Terrible.
Rick, we just started an endorsement.
Did we?
No.
Man, that
I'm
Hunt's
kidding.
is fantastic.
No, I'm kidding.
Man, that's good
I
stuff.
just want to see what you
How about
say.
this? How about not for everybody, but actually more healthy. No, I
Bubba,
just-
would you rather go the summer without ketchup or the Vikings win the Super Bowl?
Oh, that's good.
So say that again. So if I want ketchup, the Vikings don't win the Super
That's
Bowl?
correct.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of like normal.
Right. Do you want it to be not normal? Would you take a Super Bowl championship to sacrifice ketchup?
I think I'll just take the ketchup.
Okay. There it is.
Okay.
Well, how about that?
Wow. I didn't know about
How about
that.
Well, look, the Vikings not going to do their part. Why should I do without ketchup? You know?
Okay, you're right.
But in my
guaranteed.
scenario, you're going to win the Super Bowl.
It would be
without-
guaranteed
if you don't take.
Are you
ketchup.
saying the Vikings will find some way to mess up the guarantee?
Yeah, or it would be one and done. You know, they wouldn't win a game the next year after that.
Yeah, but
you
but you have a Super Bowl.
It's just I don't even think that's possible.
Well, but in this scenario, it is possible.
I think my eyes would burn out if I saw one.
He can't even let us play out the scenario. It's so foreign to him.
Well, that's why they're the champion of heartbreak.
I've had several teams that I thought, well, they'll never win one of those.
Yeah.
Well, most of them have, except the Vikings.
I know.
Yeah, I know that
The
you
champions
love,
of heartache.
You love ketchup. There's no replacing it. But
Yeah.
let's say it's gone. What condiment do you replace the ketchup with?
Oh, I would barbecue
That's
sauce.
easy, yeah. Barbecue sauce.
Barbecue sauce.
I've already
Well, I would
replaced it
think
with
the barbecue sauce would be in trouble if ketchup's in
No,
trouble.
but in this scenario, it's not.
Oh, it's not in this
There
scenario.
you go, changing our scenario. again.
I would probably, you use barbecue sauce, probably use salsa, some things like that, kind of work around the edges.
Yeah, now salsa's out because that's tomatoes.
But
Well, and not in that scenario.
Well,
Rick just said
I think
it was,
I just
it was
changed it
ketchup.
because salsa.
But it's barbecue sauce got tomatoes in it?
I don't know about that, but I know a salsa does.
You'd have
Rick,
to
I
have
know
some.
that. But I mean, we're just asking
Bubba
what would he
threw
replace
salsas
ketchup with?
in.
We just asked him what he would replace ketchup with. That's all we asked.
There's a few
Gracious.
things I think in this
Worcestershire
country
sauce.
that we just have to have. Ketchup's one of them.
Yeah, I agree.
We may have to find some small island and overtake it so we can grow.
Y'all really opened up my mind to barbecue sauce. I've never had that
it's
with
become
so
my
many
favorite.
different things. I would always kind of put it in one area. Well, like, okay, I'll put barbecue sauce on this. But y'all would, the way y'all dip
I
it
do
in
fries
there,
with it.
Yeah.
I'm
Y'all
gonna
really
tell
opened
you,
it up for me.
You know, we all
love
have
barbecue
rubbed
sauce.
off on each other, and
That's
various little things that we all do. Has been thrown out here to the group, and we picked up some like shaving in the shower. I got from Speedy,
Yeah.
But I'll tell
Cussing
you,
like
Greg,
a sailor, Speedy.
Greg did bring one to the table, and that was dipping cheese straws into barbecue sauce.
That
And
may have been
was-
a Helms move.
That was.
I think Helms
Helms,
brought
did you
that
do
to me.
that
so
one?
much you forgot who did it.
He
you
brought
do
it to
that?
me, and then I brought
I
it
thought
to
you were the barbecue guy.
Helms gave it to me, and I gave
Well,
it to you.
Helms influenced me with that. 'cause,
That
man,
was
that was
good.
I
You know what that
shocked
was?
How good that was.
You know what that was? Each one reach one.
That's right.
That's right.
That's how it's supposed to work.
I'm going to be honest, barbecue sauce works on anything.
Yeah, it does.
Greg, I've picked
Put it on
up a
bird.
lot of. I come from a family that has a lot of sayings, but Greg's helped to stretch that vocabulary.
Well,
too.
you can't have enough sayings.
Right.
Yeah. I've learned from Bubba why do today what you can put off till tomorrow.
That's right. Rick, tomorrow
I
haven't
haven't.
been,
I, very little things I have positive has rubbed off on anybody.
Rick, tomorrow haven't been touched yet. Tell you what, let me get back to you on that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to kick that around a minute.
Well, I like putting it on the old warming plate and seeing how it warms up.
Can I tell you what's happened though, Bubba? Here's what's happened because of our aging process.
Yeah.
In the past, you would do that to work through something and actually spend time on it, then come back and say, I'm glad we didn't shoot ready aim.
Right.
But now, because we have a combination, we can't remember things.
Right.
You go off to think about it, forget to think about it, and it never comes back.
Well, you just keep thinking about it every day. You start overthinking about it.
You know what? I forgot to think about that.
That's right. That's right.
Now, what was I supposed to think about? I can't remember. It's not good.
The Supreme Court or the
Overturned.
is the. Okay, well, we got breaking news.
Yeah.
No, here we go.
Oh, really?
Here we go. Here we go.
Wowzers!
Breaking news from the Supreme Court.
It is official. Roe v. Wade has been overturned.
Good night.
Wow.
Back to the States.
Back to the States. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Anything to my life prior to about, 20 years ago, I don't ever want to see again. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's most of it, because of how stupid I was.
Right.
866 we be big, except maybe 075, a few big runs there, but that's
Right.
about it.
Right.
Foster out of Alabama. Foster, go ahead.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are Foster.
Oh, this is Buster.
Oh, I'm sorry. It said Foster on the board.
Oh, that's all right. This is my big day to be on the Rick and Bubba show. Look, you Christians, you type of Christians that are always complaining you're victims. Let me tell you, speak please to the point. Joy Behar said that he's got a mental illness because he hears voices from Jesus talking to him. Church of Christ, for instance, doesn't believe Jesus talks to anybody anymore. Generally, that's their position. What y'all got on other issues now? Joy Behar, who I'm a Trump Democrat. I've been one. But I'll tell you what, those people drive me nuts. But in this case, Joy Behar may have a point. Would y'all address that, please? Just for old Buster here.
Hey, Buster, let me ask you this. You quantified yourself as a Trump Democrat.
Yes, sir.
That means you are... Just define that for us.
Well, I'm for Trump. Because of his foreign policy, his domestic. I am with the Democrats. I'm still a Democrat, basically on the social issues. I'm Roe v. Wade guy. I'm pro homosexual rights and that sort of thing. And that's where I think the Republican Party goes awry and gets into conflicts with the majority. But look, Trump, I was in Houston. I'm from Texas. Can you tell the Texas accent?
Not really. I wanted to say this though, Buster. Back to your original point, because we're running out of time. The point that about Joy Behar. Look, as far as persecution of the Christian church in our country, it's silly to even call it persecution because we're not being beheaded or anything like that. What we were doing is the left, has an emotional worldview, which means it will always be inconsistent. And I was just saying that they would never say something like they said about Mike Pence about any other religion. They're saying because they want to be so politically correct, but when it comes to someone like Pence, they want to say he has mental illness, which they would have never said about anyone else.
You address the specific of what Joy Behar. You're just being a generality.
Okay. Well, no. Okay. Well, let me take Buster. We're running out of time, so I will take that on. What he said is absolutely correct. I can tell you that I have heard God's voice in my life, in my spirit, and I have heard it audibly. Yes, I have.
Okay.
And I assure you, and I assure you that I'm not mentally disturbed. And this is something that the Bible talks about often, and it doesn't happen all the time. But the Holy Spirit, if you understand the Trinity, that is God's presence in His followers' life all the time, guiding him in His Spirit, and sometimes audibly as well in a whisper. So that is true.
Rick and Bubba.
Under the sponsors. Now, Bubba, Buster, I was thinking, should we hold him over? We actually had another comment from him. If you wanted to hear it, here it is.
I know what the big deal about Cracker Jack is. Did you ever go and buy a pack of Cracker Jack thinking you're going to get a prize and find no prize in the box? Here's the pitch. That might not sound important to some people when you're a little kid, especially from humble origin.
Right.
And they cheat you out of a prize.
Yep.
There's a bouncing ball.
We were all thinking it.
Right in the middle of it.
And my goodness, it's dead on.
Yeah, he does sound like Harry.
Wow.
Yeah, that's funny.
Well, I got his position on social issues, and he was a Trump. He said he liked Trump's national defense. Was that what he said? He liked
economic. I think so.
Okay, I didn't get the economic part. That's what I was.
The bottom line is, Buster says that he just is strictly when it comes to the government, size of the government, taxes, economics. He's Trump. Social issues. He's a full-blown Democrat and always has been.
That's go with the gays.
He said.
What he said?
He didn't. Not quite like that.
He used another word.
Yeah.
I don't think he said that.
I don't think he didn't use the other word either.
I don't think he said that.
He didn't say it like that. He didn't say that. Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to
We're back 20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So we're watching it. We want to be cautious, but We're looking at ABC. They are reporting it. We lost our feed to Fox News, but I'm sure they are because we have their written story. Supreme Court has ruled that abortion on demand is not a constitutional right, and it will be up to the states. Now you're gonna see a lot of protesting that acts like that part's not in it, right? But as if it's. I wish it had been wiped off the face of our nation as far as on demand. It hasn't. What this means is that you don't have a constitutional right to it.
Right. And it'll just be, since it's not covered in the Constitution, the federal Constitution, it goes to the states, and the states can do as they see fit.
Right. And that means if a state says we think this is barbaric and we have a moral opposition to abortion on demand, it will not be done in our state. It can't be forced to be done by the federal government.
Right.
In that
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And I think that was what a lot of the legal scholars who wanted to overturn this had said all along. It's not in their eyes. Now, it's not to me and you, but in their eyes, it wasn't about the issue of abortion. It was about the fact it should have never been done at the federal level, and that the court overstepped its bounds, literally making up a right that it didn't exist.
It's always been bad law.
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
Yeah, and so that's been corrected. And now this is historic today, guys. I mean,
it really is.
And all of you that are listening and watching, this is history. Just like when it was implemented, it was history. Unfortunately, we're 60 million lives down the road before we corrected it, and there's nothing we can do about that. But we can do something about the future. And
then now you get to deal with it on your local level at your state, and that really gives more control to the people than the justices.
And if you want this in your state, then you would elect people that would bring it to your state. If you don't, you would elect people that would stand against it.
Right.
And then you decide what kind of state that you want to live in, and if you don't like it, you move somewhere else. So as opposed to it being a federal mandate.
Right.
No one has a constitutional right to it.
Right.
On demand.
Well, it's not in there.
Right.
I mean, they pulled it under the right of privacy, which, was kind of a stretch. And I think that's what you're seeing with this. And, it also brings out the fact that when this the opinion was leaked previously, that actually was correct. There was a time we didn't know, and then Robert said, yeah, that is correct, but it's not final till it's final. And apparently all of the efforts to scare justices into changing their vote on it did not work.
Well, that was leadership on Clarence Thomas's part. When he stood up there and boldly said, we will not be scared into changing the proper legal ruling, and a mob will not dictate what we will or will not do.
Right.
And that needed to be said.
Yep.
On behalf of all the judges.
Yes.
No mob, no matter how a mob feels about it. The judges should still rule on what the Constitution does or does not guarantee or allow.
A side note to this, and it won't be the main story here by any stretch, but you have 3 justices that were critical in this decision, all appointed by former President Trump.
Yep.
That'll give the left just another reason to hate Trump, won't it?
It will, and I do tell you to prepare yourselves, because I know sometimes we try to. And I understand it. I do this as well, to isolate ourselves for the true depravity of man. What you're about to see in response to this is going to be difficult, and it's going to be hard to watch. But it's going to be it's just the things people are going to say, and the things that you are going to see on signs, and some of the reaction to this is only going to solidify the thought of what you may have thought about abortion on demand to begin with.
Right.
That it comes from we need to. It's a moral decision that stands in front of all humanity. It is serious, and it is not unforgivable, and it is a difficult thing. But for all involved, and I've said this 1,000 times, once one side of this argument would not allow sonograms for women to make a informed choice, that shows you that maybe the term choice. I mean, it looks good on a sign, but you don't want them to have an informed choice.
Right.
I think with something this important.
It's the choice that we want you to make.
Yeah, if I make a choice this important, I want all the information.
Yep.
That's right. And there are other options. There's families just wanting and would love to adopt the baby if it's a baby that you don't think you can take care of properly, or you just don't want. and then there's another option, and that is let somebody else raise the child, but don't deny it access to life. And so we pretend like this is you're stuck with it if you don't want to, and then of course you think about something this important, and we've all made decisions that we sometimes regret, or we made decisions in the moment, not really thinking about what we're actually putting at stake here. Maybe this will force us to maybe think a little clearer as to thinking I've got to get out of jail free card that I don't want anybody to inform me about. I just want to move on. And something this serious, we probably need to think it through more than that anyway. And maybe this will make that happen, and there'll be children that won't be denied life, and they'll have access to either their birth parent who changes their mind, or to a adoptive parent that wants to adopt them like we were adopted into the presence of God as co-heirs with Jesus. We're all adopted,
right? And
and we have the same rights, by the way.
It doesn't matter. Really, your position on it from the historical context of this. I mean, this is one of those things that I didn't think we'd ever see in our lifetime. Honestly,
I didn't either. I didn't think anybody had the courage to do what is constitutionally correct and take this bad law and say the states have a right to this, but there's no constitutional right to it. The federal government shouldn't be in this at all.
No, you're going to see wall-to-wall coverage on this for the next week, but it is historic.
It is, and we're watching some of actually what we see now is celebrations of people who wanted it to be overturned, but I'm unfortunately we'll probably see the other people who are furious, upset, and hopefully they too will be level-headed about it. But and certainly let your voice be heard. But man, don't go down roads that none of us need. So we'll see.
Seeing that overturned was just really unthinkable just a few years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd never. Sadly, I guess I was pessimistic. I didn't think that I would live to see it.
Mm-hmm. Probably won't do a lot on the fabric of our country being torn apart, but that's. Sometimes you got to stand for what's right.
Oh yeah, look,
let it fall where it may.
If you look throughout, those of us that have a biblical worldview, you see a lot of people who there's always a cost in a fallen creation that is filled with darkness. There's always a price. There's always a price to pay.
Yeah.
To do what's right, and a lot of times we don't have the courage to do it. So hopefully, this will stand. I know others will try to exhaust any angle they have, and what will happen now, elections will turn into this being the central issue of everybody hoping that they can put a court justice in there that will turn it back around and give it back.
Well, if you depending on how you feel,
mm-hmm.
this really puts more power in your hands, the voter.
It really
because
does.
It's
really
an
does.
issue that should be at the state level.
Right, it does.
The state legislatures will deal with this, and the state legislatures are chosen by us on a very close and personal decision that you make inside your own state, as opposed to 9 lawyers in a robe in D.C. that you have no way to politically let your voice be heard, even though some of them are trying it now, but.
Well, it's
it really. I mean, just any law should be a legislative issue anyway.
Right.
Taking it outside of the biblical context.
Your reaction? We come back. 866 We Be Big. Roe v. Wade has been deemed not a constitutional right. Abortion on demand.
Rick and Bubba.
As well. Across the way, the other half of the 2 sexiest fat men alive is standing by and ready to go. Speaking, of course, to the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, but most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! wave.
Boy, that's high.
Boy, I'm telling you what. Now, when you think about that, there's a generation of children that never heard a heat wave.
I know.
It'll break your heart.
Rick, I tell you, you know how I feel about this. I literally cry every day.
Right.
That today's kids didn't get to grow up in the 80s. I mean, I openly weep that they do not understand. And I think the 80s was the first time we heard the lyric, whoop, whoop.
Well, what I wanted to say to you, if you were a teenager of the 80s, that means that even your young childhood, you got exposed to the great funk of the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
You had a little bit of that, too.
As you rolled into the 80s, you even got fed the late 70s and the Funketeers. I mean, we went right into the 80s with them.
Oh, yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, and so, I mean, when you ask...
innovative stuff. Really innovative.
When you ask a young person, who performed Groove Line, Boogie Nights, and Always and Forever, and if they don't know it, it ought to break your heart. You know it?
Boogie Nights, I didn't think there was possibly a song that could ever be made any better than that.
I remember thinking when I saw, because we'd go get the singles, to get the album was a big step out.
Oh, yeah.
But, buddy, when that singles would come out and you go into that record store and they'd have them all on the countdown.
And you couldn't drive, so you had to get your parents to carry you or hitch a ride. And I think it was Thursday.
Yes.
At Record Park when the new singles came out. And you were trying to stand there to get those new releases that you heard on the countdown show.
And you thought to yourself, will there be enough copies?
Yeah.
I'd go to Newsom's.
And the top 10 was solid, but if you got down in 18, 19, 20, they might not have it.
No.
Or might not have enough copies.
No.
Oh, I remember going to Newsom's Music.
Newsom's,
at the mall,
baby.
And they had the wall with the singles.
Yeah.
And you look, there's Boogie Nights.
And you thought to yourself,
I got the last one. Oh, there's play that funky music.
I remember riding in the wood panel Vista Cruiser, Oldsmobile station wagon, thinking to myself, Mama, can you get there while there's still a copy of Boogie Nights?
Oh, I know.
You know? Golly, Mama, please.
Mama, please.
There's just so many things Mama, I'd like to bring up with that, and I just.
Yeah. Mama, please, let's don't get bogged down at JCPenney. Can I go into Newsom's on my own?
Yes. And you know the thing. Let me tell you the heartbreaker. The heartbreak of it all. Yeah. You find the song you wanted, they had a copy, you carry it home, and it skipped.
Oh. Well, that's what nickels were for. That's what nickels were for.
Coin the phrase, you can't have nothing.
How about this? Get you some Scotch tape, tape a nickel on top of that needle.
And it'd stay in there.
And let it ride.
You remember all the dust, that the good ones.
Oh, you have to get it.
Yeah.
Golly. I got home with some singles before that you had to take back. That was a terrible feeling.
Yeah, it was.
Because you'd planned your whole day on getting in your room and listening to it.
Rick, think about the music. The music we listened to was a reproduction of a diamond-tipped needle running through a valley of vinyl, bouncing around, and that was how we got our music.
And it's coming back.
And it's back. People love it again.
I know. I have this discussion with the vinyl people sometimes, and I understand the collector's aspect of it, but really that's all it is to me. The sound quality now, to me, is just so much better. Now, it wasn't always. First, digital had its problems starting out.
Right, sure, they all do.
And it was a little hard.
I don't know if you've heard the original vinyl. It wasn't very good.
No.
And it got better.
Yeah, but it's just a mechanical way of doing it, and it has a lot of problems.
Well, I think, and I don't know enough about
the
it.
Static, the hiss.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it to make a big stand, but to me, it's how it's recorded is more important than how you're hearing it. Right? I mean, wouldn't that be where you get the sound from?
You can't have a better playback than you had recording. That's impossible.
Now, if you want to talk about digital recording versus the tape,
analog,
then we can talk about that.
Well, and there's some people that still think the tape is better.
I do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, there's a lot of those.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. We'll take your phone calls. The Supreme Court has released their ruling on Roe v. Wade, and it has been overturned, meaning that you do not have a constitutional right to abortion on demand. It will now be the state's decisions on how they want to handle the issue. The federal government should not be forcing this on any state.
So there you go, saying it was bad law and it's now been corrected. It took a long time for that to happen and a lot of courage, but it has happened. Your response at 866-WE-BE-BIG or anything else you want to talk about, we'll get your phone calls. Helmsy's in there taking your calls now, and lines are available if you would like to chime in. While you are dialing, helixsleep.com/Bubba, one way to be more productive at work, have better overall health, and be happier is to get a good night's sleep. And there's a terrific company from the beautiful state of North Carolina that wants you to experience a great night's sleep. And if you're waking up stiff or your bed's uncomfortable, it's time for you to go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, and we'll save you $350 on the mattress that they will customize for you. I did say customize. Greg, you sleep on one every night. You love it.
I do, Rick, and it is customized. I told them how I like to sleep on my side or my back. Well, I'm kind of a stomach side guy.
Yep.
And they fit it. You say, hey, do you like a firm mattress, soft, medium? You pick that. They custom make, send it right to you, and I love it. I sleep on it every night, and I sleep like a baby.
If you want to get yours, helixsleep.com/Bubba, save that $350. Get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. You don't like it inside 100 days, you can. They'll take it back. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get truly a night of amazing sleep. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick, you know I'm guilty of this. I use the term I sleep like a baby. What I remember, my babies, they don't sleep that way.
We got to get away from that. You need to say,
we need to redo that.
I think
maybe it's sleep like a young child.
Maybe that's it.
I think we need
teenager. Sleep like a teenager. They sleep forever.
Yeah, How about sleep like a dog?
Oh, yeah. They sleep most of the day.
Let's go to Julia out of Brentwood, Tennessee. Julia, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Two quick points. One, we have to be praying fervently for God's protection of these judgments because this administration has proven they are not willing to protect them adequately.
No.
And two, people who adamantly want to kill babies have no problem with killing a judge or you or me or anybody else who disagrees with them. This is spiritual warfare brought to the physical realm, and we've always known that.
That's true. That you can't help but see it any other way, especially when you see this concept of sacrificing babies. It's not sadly not a new concept, and it was seen throughout biblical history by pagan people who worship pagan gods. Let's go to Mike in the great state of Alabama. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
We're doing great. Mike?
I guess if somebody wants to... Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're doing like uncomfortable pauses that make us think you're not there. So go ahead, Mike.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I worked all night.
I understand, buddy.
Guys.
I understand.
Yeah, if somebody wants to do that, I guess that's their choice because we're not here to judge other people. But what brings me joy this morning is the panic on the face of the representatives and senators in the state of Alabama.
And what do you mean by that?
They are going because they're going to have to decide.
Oh, I see.
Well, I think they've already decided.
Yeah, well,
we have a trigger law here.
Yeah, we do. As a matter of fact, I know some of the courageous people that move that forward. And Alabama is sitting here right now, and we are now able to say abortion is over in the state of Alabama because of the trigger that we already have in place.
Is there exceptions on that? I can't remember what our state has.
I don't remember. It may be if mother's life's in danger or something like that. I think there may be some exceptions, but I'm not sure. But abortion on demand in Alabama, based on what we have already passed through, should be over. But you're right, Mike, that they're going to have to have the courage now. They can't use it as an excuse, saying, "Well, we'd like to do it, we just can't." That has been taken off the table, Mike. You're right about that.
It was a 6-3 decision, Rick, with Sotomayor, Kagan, and Breyer dissenting.
6-3.
Yep.
Man.
Roberts with the majority.
And sadly, already the Department of Homeland Security is communicating with churches, pregnancy centers, telling them to be prepared for a night of rage by pro-abortion groups.
Yeah, I will say this. The thing that we've seen these attacks on churches. Unfortunately, the depraved mind of some of these people that don't want to have a civil conversation about this, and they're bent and they're wicked. Somehow some of them do have in their depraved minds that the church is held responsible for this, and pregnancy centers that have a spiritual foundation that we're the problem. If we weren't around, this would just be going on and wouldn't have to hassle with that. But you're wrong on that, even though that is true. That's where my conviction comes from. But you're actually wrong on that. What was ruled on was the way our Constitution is set up and the way our federal government was set up. There was no constitutional right to abortion on demand, and there never has been. That's the ruling, and the states that want to keep doing it can keep doing it. So even in your depravity,
haven't been outlawed.
Yeah, even in your depravity, you're really not going after the right. You have to be upset with the Constitution, really. That's who you're upset with.
And it looks like they also waded in on this concept of settled law, and I'm not going to try to give you the Latin phrase for that because I would slaughter it. But the opinion also rejected the notion that settled law locked in decades-old rulings, even after recent court nominees all stated a commitment to that concept in their confirmation hearing. They said that settled law is not a command, basically, that can never be overturned because they're going to quote and say, well, this has been the law of the land for 50 years, it's settled law. Well, if you make that argument, you can say it wasn't the law of the land for 200 years prior to that.
Right.
So that really doesn't wash in this case.
Let's go to Brad in Huntsville. Brad, go ahead.
Yes. My question is, if abortion is easy in 1960 as what it was yesterday, would President Obama ever been a president?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know. I don't know his mother's view on all that. But unless there was,
there's a lot of people
who
who
say
might have
that.
been
You could say that about anybody.
Yeah, that's true. We continue. Let's go to Scott, Gulfport, Mississippi. Scott, go ahead.
Well, this is actually Scott from Northport, Alabama.
Oh, Northport, Alabama. Go right ahead.
It is. Well, good morning, Biggins. Just very thankful that at least some morality seems to be returning, but we do have to watch out for the demonic reaction to follow. But, Rick, I wanted to talk to you about your modem. We recently canceled our cable service after talking about canceling it for about a dozen years. But they sent us an upgraded modem because we continue with their Internet service. We love their Internet service. And I'm wondering if the modem you received was an updated modem that you should have kept and sent your old one back.
It looked just like the one I had. I know it could still be updated, but there was no instruction in there. I upgraded my internet when the pandemic hit because we were having to do shows from home. So I actually upgraded it then in 2020. There was no rhyme or reason, and even when they looked at my order, the people that were helping me the next 2 days later, they said, we don't understand this at all either. You would think they would know, right?
Well, you think so, but I'm just saying, you might not be finished with it, big guy.
Look, let me tell you that.
It never ends. It never
Scott,
ends.
the point you just made is the one that's correct. It'll never be over, no matter what the situation is.
Well, let me say this. I think in your original conversation, you said you were very pleased with the internet service, as are we. We just got to where we were not watching TV because there's really nothing on there that we were entertained by, and what the so-called news stations seem to only tell us what they wanted us to believe.
You're right.
And since we quit watching TV, man, our lives are so much better. Look at the promises of God, see what's going on in your life, and make a difference where you are.
Yeah, we made a lot of adjustments at our house, too. I will say this. I keep it for live sports events and very little else. Everything else that we watch is when we want to watch it on demand and streaming. And, at our house, and Sherry and I were talking about this because we're thinking about what are we going to do now that we're empty nesters. We're going to stay where we're at or maybe move to the farm or whatever. And one thing we talked about, we've gone, probably 15 years without a TV on the main level of the house at all, meaning we have to make a decision to go watch TV if we want to watch something. But we don't even have one on where we spend most of our time in the house, and I've never missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And we have some really good conversations and do spend more time reading and discussing things that really matter because we're not sitting there staring at that box all the time.
Yeah.
We'll
they don't call it the one-eyed monster for nothing.
Less TV in all of our lives would be a positive once our show's over. All right, we'll be back.
Never heard it called that. I haven't either.
The one-eyed monster.
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm in that camp.
No, I'm not.
I'm
not
absolutely
now.
in that camp.
Maybe at one time. But not now.
There's a warmness there.
No, let me tell you where the problem was on that. It was the preamps on the microphones. When they went away from the tube microphones initially, that created a harshness. They didn't have that warmth.
Yeah.
But I think they fixed those curves now, those algorithms. It's much better. I think so. It's up for debate, Rick. Who knows?
16 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. We'll be back.
It's all in the ear of the beholder.
More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I hate to do this after we started the hour and the things we've said on this program. Steve, welcome to the program. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. How are you?
I understand that
And Bubba.
I understand you'd like to take issue with something.
Good morning, Steve.
Well, not directly an issue, but you guys missed the greatest era of music, the late 60s and early 70s, the 8-track tape. You put it in, it's matched
Garbage.
Garbage.
Steve,
we came in the 8-track.
Steve, I was in the 8-track generation, okay? And I'm going to tell you, the first time you listen to an 8-track and you start going, why can't I rewind? I mean, you go,
Steve,
what is wrong with this thing?
Steve,
you think whoever invented that must have been nuts.
Steve,
you had to time it by what track.
I know.
You shouldn't have to have the song not finished yet on track 3
and carry over.
have to wait for track 4 to finish it.
You know what I like, Steve, is that sound it made. Ching, ching. You know, when it go on.
Any device you have to wedge cardboard in the groove to make it not drag.
Yeah. The Commodore should have never been. The Commodore shouldn't have been treated that way.
No.
No. It was a lot of fun, though. Just, listening to y'all talk brought back memories and everything. Because I remember my first 8-track.
Yes.
I had a portable one.
Proud of everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. The first time you could play music when you wanted to hear it, it was such a big deal. And I remember when the cassette came out, I thought, well, this is just, it won't get any better than this.
Well, I remember Donnie Blackwell.
If you didn't mind his.
Yeah, Donnie Blackwell in his
Honda Prelude.
Honda Prelude showed up out at the public pool, and he had Funky Town on cassette.
That was the first cassette player I ever saw in a vehicle.
And he had his vehicle speakers like he locked them, and he said, everybody come here, everything's changing today.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking to myself, you can rewind that and go back and hear that again.
And there was no ka-chunk in the middle of it.
I thought to myself, well, sound will never get better than this cassette.
I know it.
That's so true.
Oh, well, you guys have a great day.
Thank you,
I'm
Steve.
Pull up here, go to work.
Steve, listen, Steve, I want to ask you one other thing.
Listen.
Steve, one other question. Do you remember when you got a cassette and you thought how great it was, and the first time the thing ate it?
Yes,
you start hearing this. It sounded like it was funny. You tried to eject it, and it's just.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's tape. It was like there was 3 miles of tape in it.
I know.
Well, you know how
you just had to cut it out.
Yes. You lay down and get down and look at it and everything. Oh, it was.
And then
it was
then this was the problem. Hey, did the machine eat the tape, or was it a bad tape?
I know.
Because you think, am I going to risk putting another one in there?
Well, let me go again. Do you remember taking a pencil and putting it in there when one would get off track and you try to wind it a few times, get it back tight?
You get it out and you try to wind it back up.
Yeah.
And it was all creased and stuff.
These kids today, they don't know what they don't know what it's like to work for music, do they? You got to work for it.
No.
I think that's why they're so soft.
Yeah. Thank you
I'm gonna
very
tell
much.
you, the day that they added the feature
where you could push play and rewind at the same time, and when it got to the front of the song, it would automatically hit play without having to listen.
Yeah.
We used to have to rewind, stop, listen. When they added that feature, I thought, well, it don't get no better than that.
But, you think about different platforms. I do recall this vividly. And
like that.
And he's gone on. He's gone on in now. It was Glenn Thompson, and I remember being the kid on the football team that was on varsity but wasn't old enough to drive yet, and so one of the older guys have to give you a ride.
No, is that Big Glenn?
Big Glenn,
the blonde.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Going on in?
Yeah.
I didn't know
He passed away. So he was. He said, "Burge, you can ride with me today." And I thought, well, first of all, that's awesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm riding with an upperclassman.
Uh-huh.
And I remember on 8-track. And I'm sad to say this. I had never heard Freebird live version. Never had. And he had it on 8-track, and we were rolling out to Oxford Lake, and I'll never ever forget the first time I heard Freebird, and I thought to myself, who's been keeping this from me?
Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, the last live segment that we'll get to have together for, 10 days? Yep. Bubba and I will be back on July the 6th. We hope all of you have a great Independence Day and all that's wrapped around that if you're going to be taking a trip, and enjoy the best of shows next week. Rick and Bubba University this weekend is new. Dave Hanna, our guests, enjoy that. Bubba, another headline, not near as big as Roe v. Wade being overturned and declared unconstitutional, but in the sports world, some breaking news as well.
Yeah, UAB's head football coach Bill Clark has announced his retirement this morning due to, it looks like, back issues. Clark said that he needs back surgery for long-term back issues. He said very difficult decision, but after consulting with a number of world-class medical experts and much family discussion, reflection, and prayer, that he has decided to step down.
Boy, that's bad news for UAB in that program. That is bad. Hey, how about this? Can't even have Bill Clark. I mean, you can't even. He gets him a new stadium, and he don't even get to do much in it.
Yep.
So he's. I guess it just got to where he could not function.
Yeah, he said. I'm reading on this quickly. Having undergone a previous back surgery, extensive physical therapy, shots, chiropractic therapy, I've exhausted all my options due to the extreme physical demands placed on a football head coach. True. It's clear to me it's time to pass the torch, and we will try to get well. So our thoughts and prayers with him on that, because that's if you don't have your health, you don't have anything, Rick.
Well, and all I can think about is it David from Hoover that calls us all the time? The big blazer guy.
I know. Yeah.
Is that his name? Something from Hoover.
Yeah, you're right.
David from Hoover.
It is David.
David Blazer.
Has anybody checked on him?
No, but he said that his retirement will officially begin August the 1st, and assistant coach, I believe the OC, Brian Vincent, will take over the interim coach, and David Reeves as his assistant head coach.
How about all the work he put in to get that program up to the level where it needs to be? New stadium, new facilities, and now he can't.
I know. And you know he's thought about that too.
And he probably appreciates me reminding him of that.
Sure. Don't know really him like friend-wise, but just enough to say, hey, how you doing? And really all the assistants, I've just met them, being the stadium dude. But you can tell they've been together for a long time. They're really tight. And I personally don't think he would step down if he just didn't think that they couldn't continue the path that they're taking. And so hopefully the assistants can continue what started, and they won't miss a beat.
He must be
He's
in
definitely
going
to be
pain.
missed beat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you've ever known people who have chronic back pain, or you've ever dealt with pain that won't go away, I mean, it just haunts you. I mean, it just it wears you down. And I don't know if Helms thought he put him on hold.
Who is it?
It's David from Hoover.
Oh, okay.
I think Helms.
Is he still on in there? He's not on hold.
Yeah, he's not on hold. I can't access it.
Yeah, I bet David.
There we go. Thank you. So David, you okay, buddy?
Worst day of my life. I tell you, Gary's right. You can't have nothing.
I mean, hey, David, you can't even have a Bill Clark.
Look, fan is short for fanatic, so at first but coach's health is above and beyond everything else. And you know what he did, it was amazing. It was, you know, he took a program that he didn't even have and rebuilt it and got facilities, and they've got the new stadium downtown. So it's a tough pill to swallow, but what he did prove was that you can win at UAB. I mean, we had an 11-win season. If you told me 30 years ago UAB would have a 11-win season, I'd have told you were crazy. So, but all the best to Coach. He set the bar there, and let's keep the momentum going. Blazers, and you guys have a great 4th of July.
Thank you, buddy. He definitely left it in a lot better shape than he got.
Yeah, never had a losing season under him.
Yeah. If I could give ABC just a pointer.
Okay.
When you got the cameraman, be sure that you read the signs before you put them on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway,
that's something else. Yeah, they're covering the other. So I bumped into one of the assistants at UAB going back to the Independence Bowl when they surprised BYU.
Yeah, big win.
And he talked about how the players with BYU, it was starting to sink in. Oh, wow, this bunch is for real. They're real good, and we're in a handle. Yeah. And he said they just weren't prepared for the level that we were ready for. You know what I mean? And he just said, but to see that transpire throughout the game, because we were there, and it was a business trip for us, and BYU thought it was going to be a cakewalk, and it wasn't.
He's did it. Taylor was on his staff for 2 years, and he learned so much. And Coach Clark, every job Taylor's ever went in, he's been part of helping him out to get it as a reference. And he's a heck of a coach. He wins everywhere he goes. And I saw him change that Jack State program in 1 year. Yep. And then came here, and you saw that. Yeah. My goodness, you get shut down. Their first year here, they had a good year. Yeah. And they were just thrown together. Then and their facilities then were pitiful. I don't know how they recruited anybody to come play.
Yeah, guys, his program was completely shut down.
That's right.
And the very next year they were back competing again after the program was shut down.
Right.
Lost players that went and transferred. And it's just unbelievable. And now the big question is, will Rich Rod leave Jacksonville State and go to UAB?
Rick,
it's a legitimate question.
What are you doing?
It's a legitimate
what are you doing?
It's a legitimate question.
I think this year it'll be the interim, and they'll hold what they got.
Right after they got your diploma, Rick.
Well, I don't have a
dog
yet.
on it.
What are you doing?
Bubba, what are you doing on vacation? We're about to leave.
Oh, just taking it easy.
You know what I'm getting to do, and it's my favorite. It's not everybody's favorite in the family, but it's my favorite. And we all do what we want to do as a group, and I do things that's not my favorite, and I end up enjoying them too. But I'm now doing my favorite, staycation.
Yeah.
I have no trips planned. I have nothing planned.
Oh,
and
there's something to be said for being flexible and being able to do what you want to do when you want to do it, and as it comes up. You know?
Yeah, no telling what we might do. I'm going to go spend some time down at that farm, I'll tell you that. Wish it wasn't so hot.
It's a little warm.
Yeah. Next week, though, I saw a little break.
Yeah, it's supposed to ease up a little
don't
bit.
get me wrong.
The heat dome's going to move on out. You're still talking 90s, but it'll be like 91, 92 maybe, as opposed to 100.
Yeah. Well, I will
rain coming through.
Oh, look at me.
I will say, though, now there's no doubt, because we haven't got a real hectic schedule, that there's going to be a lot of things I know that Sherry's already told me that my tomorrow looks active. And
oh, really?
Yeah, because I can't play the card right now that I can't. I can't go. I'm sorry. I mean, so there's no concern about Rick's got to go back to work tomorrow. So I'm going to be susceptible to.
Got it.
Well, what do you got to do? Why come you can't go? You know what I mean?
No.
Yeah.
You got to come up with something.
Hey, why can't we do that?
It's going to be cooler.
Well, I got to.
It's going to be cooler where we live today. Only 94.
Only 94.
My goodness, I may put a jacket on.
Enjoy Rick and Bubba University this weekend. Enjoy the best of shows next week.
Oh boy.
Bubba and I'll be back on July the 6th. And we thank you so much for supporting what we do.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.